one
need
thing.
to finish what I say first.
Bro, like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay, I literally said they need to understand.
Like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
Do I think it's okay?
We're cooking up some good old southern fried pork chops, y'all. Look how good that looks, y'all. Let's go. Let's get this recipe going. All right, we're getting ready to get these pork chops seasoned up. I absolutely love doing pork chops, fried pork chops, because they are so easy to make and so delicious. Okay, so we're only going to be using, y'all, check this out, garlic salt, lemon pepper, and some good dry rub. Now, I use Corky's. It is a great regional brand here. Well, it's based out of Memphis, Tennessee, but they really have become a wonderful regional brand. So they have, you don't have to use this brand, of course, of dry rub. You can use the kind that you like, but that's the dry rub that I personally prefer. But if you like any other kind of dry rub and you like the way it tastes, it's going to work perfect on your pork chops. Okay, so in seasoned pork chops, we're just going to go with a little bit of garlic. Garlic here. You don't want to do too heavy, because as you know, pork chops have such a natural saltiness to them anyway. So if you go too heavy with seasoning, you can really make them a little too salty at that point. Now, one reason why I like using dry rub, because it has this smokiness to it without the added salt. It's like kind of gives a lot of flavor without the extra sodium in here. It just makes it taste oh so good. So even though it looks like I'm going a little bit heavier on here, this in no way is going to make this salty. You can be a little bit more generous with the dry rub. Okay, so of course the second side is the same way. I see a lot of people frying pork chops, showing how to fry pork chops, and they just make it so difficult. It's like too many seasonings in it. And I mean, that's okay if that's what you like, but in my opinion, you just don't need all that. I grabbed these pork chops from my restaurant. Actually, they were already seasoned, y'all. I just rinsed them off because I didn't want to go by the store and buy some more pork chops. And we had seasoned up all of our pork chops. So I just brought a few home and rinsed them off and said I would just show you how to do some good pork chops with the ones we already had. Okay, so I'm just doing this other side here. Again, just garlic, lemon pepper, and some good old dry rub here. So simple, y'all. This recipe is calling for no milk, no eggs. Okay, y'all. So next we just gonna put some good old flour in here. Now I use just self-rising flour. I had a little bit of this flour from me frying some pork chops before that I kind of saved. I did not use all of it, so I'm using it now. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just batter the pork chops here. Just give it a nice little coating. Okay, we just place it right back on the little cutting board here. Again, you're not using any eggs, any milk. And sometimes I do, depending on the type of look I'm going for. If I want just to give it the real, like, extremely crispy.
That is a very important point. there's such a thing as home style. There's such a thing as, fancy because guests are coming over. You don't, and I know it sounds weird coming from me, but, as a home cook, it really doesn't matter, if it's only going to be you eating it. It doesn't matter if it looks fancy as long as it tastes good. So I like the point she makes. Hey, you make your food look like it needs to look, whether it's for guests, whether it's for, you know, yourself, your family. Very important point. Recipes are literally just like guidelines. Once you get good at cooking, there's some things I don't need a recipe for because I've been cooking them so long. I pretty much don't need a recipe, for certain types of bread or things like that. Um, Spaghetti, I don't use a damn recipe. I've been making it, for 30 years or more. So anyway, important point. And while I've got this stopped, welcome to Stanley versus the World. This is the Saturday show. And everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please make sure that you subscribe if you like it. If it's not your thing, we will understand. And if you do like it, subscribe and share. Mainly because we're on the drive to 500. We have our 5,000 views. This show gets looked at a lot, but it doesn't get a lot of subscribers, which is sad on one hand, but fine on another. People, I need people who kind of get, whatever it is I'm trying to do. Sometimes I'm not sure, but don't stay somewhere you don't really want to be. Be it personality, politics, it really doesn't matter. Don't be where you don't want to be. Now, I do encourage hate watchers, but if you're going to hate watch, subscribe. That way you'll know, the times you need to come here and hate. So good to see you, Ghetto. Where have you been? I haven't seen you in a while. And so we're going to get back to this pork chop video. And by the way, I'm Catholic. Born and raised, so my Sabbath is on Sunday. I didn't mean to offend you on your Sabbath, but I love pork chops. I have no problem with them. As a matter of fact, I don't plan on having pork chops today, but I will be running out real soon so I can make some next week.
Thicker batter on it, but I'm just going here. What I'm going for here is just good old school fried pork chops. Simple but delicious. And we know that less is definitely more. Back in the
Let me also make a quick point. Sometimes it's good to put, I think it's cornstarch in your flour. Cornstarch sticks better and flour sticks to cornstarch, believe that or not. And cornstarch also, you could just use cornstarch and be okay, but cornstarch sticks better. Flour sticks to cornstarch. So you should always put, like, in this amount of flour, maybe a tablespoon or two.
day, we didn't do all the extras, and food was delicious. So we're just going to leave all the extras out today. How about that, y'all? All right. So this is the first coating. Now, what you want to do is you want to let this sit, the flour sit on the pork chops for about 10 minutes or so, and then you're gonna batter it again. Well, put more flour on it rather, because we're not having a batter. More flour on it after it has set about 10 minutes. That gives it time for the pork chops to absorb that first flour layer that we're putting on here, and then that's going to give it just enough flour on the second coating to fry up very nice and crispy, with it being a good fry without it being too heavy of a coating. Okay, so we're gonna let this sit for about 10 minutes. We're gonna put a little bit more flour on it, and we're gonna fry it up, y'all. Okay, here then the pork chops have been sitting about 10 to 15 minutes, and you see how that it has really absorbed that first layer of the first coating of flour rather, that you can hardly tell is barely any on there. It looked like I just kind of sprinkled a little bit, but it just absorbed it really, really well. And that's what you want. So it will be all ready to grab hold to the second layer really, really good. So this is absolutely perfect. So you're going to put it back in here. And that second coating is going to stick on there real good. Gonna stick on there real good. I just love doing, this is my favorite way to do pork chops. Like I said, I do sometimes do it another way, depending on the outcome I want, but this is my favorite way to do the pork chops. It's just simple. It's just, I just put a little flour on it at first and then let it sit, go back in and put a little bit more flour on it, and it always gives the perfect crispiness to the pork chops. This is really good. All right, so we're just gonna finish this last one up here. I'm gonna get ready to fry them up. So while we're getting the grease hot, and I will be frying this in a cast iron skillet, that's gonna give it time to sit just a little bit longer with this second coating, because you do want the second coating to sit on it just a little bit longer too. So, because if you don't, the flour will come off in the grease, and you don't want that. You want to stick to the pork chop real good without it coming all off here. Okay, so, and I'm just doing a little extra here, y'all. All right, so we're getting ready to fry them on up. They're going to be so good. I'm going to pair this up with some delicious candied yams and greens. All right. Okay, so when testing the oil, I just put a little flour in there to see if it's going to start bubbling up. And that's not bubbling as much as I would like. And sometimes it's okay. Like, I'll just take a little end piece here and see if it's going to sizzle real good. You see, that's not quite ready either. And that's all you really need to do. You really don't need a thermometer or whatnot. Now, you can, if you want to take about 350 degrees, it's going to give it a great temperature to fry on. But just the old school, putting a little bit of flour in the pan. And I am cooking in a cast iron skillet here. I love a cast iron skillet, the way it just holds the heat and just cooks whatever I'm cooking in this skillet very evenly. So that's all you need to do to check to make sure that the grease is at the proper temp. Okay, so I'm going to put just a little bit more flour in here. Oh, it's nice and sizzling now. So these should be perfect about where I want them. Oh, yeah. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, now I'm hoping this will fit about all of them here. In here. Yeah, I think I can get that one last on the side there. Okay, so we get this going real good here.
I hate those scissor tongs.
Sometimes, actually,
I hate them.
I put a little bit more. I put a little bit more oil in the cast iron skillet than I really like. I really don't like it completely submerged. The top part, like the top part, to be kind of out of the grease a little bit. We kind of deep fry it at the restaurant where it's completely submerged. I normally don't do it that way at home. It's fine either way, but I just kind of like one side to cook while the other side is waiting for its fry when I flip it. But we're going to make this work. So this is going to be cooking real good because we're still going to flip it. We're going to cook it real good for about 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes on the first side. All right. And pork chops, of course, do not take long. A lot of people wonder, well, what's the secret to a really moist pork chop? One of the secrets is just don't overcook it. That's the biggest thing. It's not so much of what you put on it. A lot of times it's just don't overcook them things, y'all. Okay, it's been frying for about 1.5 minutes. You want to periodically kind of pick it up here. You can see it's browning real good, but it's not quite the color that we're going for. So we're going to keep it cooking on the higher temp for about at least another 35 seconds to about another minute or so. Okay, y'all, so this is the crucial part. If you want to get done, you want to make sure it's juicy, but you don't want it to burn. So we're getting ready to flip it. And right now, you can see I'm having it cooking on high heat. And I'm going to turn this down to about medium to low heat, in between medium to low heat. And now I'm going to flip it. Because when it's really cooking really good on the other side, want to cook it a little bit slower, because right now that grease is nice and hot.
Well, you want to cook it slower and get that heat, that grease cool down. It's probably close to smoking, and cast iron pots cool slow. So, you know, once you flip it over, you should be thinking about the end game.
To the flame was automatically going to give it a browner appearance on the other side. So now we're getting the side that we just flipped nice and brown, but of course, as you can kind of see, the intensity of the fry is coming down, because now we're cooking on a medium to low heat. So when you
as a matter of fact, she needs to take them out now. Once they start curling like that, they're done. Take them out. Let them,
medium to low heat,
you know, the carryover heat will cook them. These pork chops are done. She needs to take them out now.
Okay, so these have probably about 30 more seconds of cook time.
Oh, she should have taken them out.
It's frying very nice and slow now. It's not frying too rapid at all, and that's what you want.
These pork chops are going to be dry.
Nice and brown.
Once they curl up like that,
done, rather,
they're dry.
Cooking it too fast. If you cook it at a good enough temp, lower temp, and cook it a little bit slower, it's going to keep the moisture in that pork chop, because it's so easy to dry out pork chops. And most times you dry them out because they're fried just a little bit too fast. So
as a matter of fact, the best way would have been just to
flame down.
Fry them on the outside, you know, just so they're kind of brown on the outside, and then finish them in the oven. That way you're sure they're not dry.
Okay,
these are going to be dry.
These pork chops have been frying for about a total of about 7 minutes, and they are done. They are so done. They're good. My goodness. Look at that.
They are brick.
Light coating on here. So
I like the way she's putting them on top of that drip screen.
On just a splash.
That's fucking dry.
I do not have a wire rack. All right, so we're just gonna place it over here. All right. Okay, we're gonna finish panning these up.
I want to see what they look like when she cuts into them. I bet they're gray.
That's it. Good, delicious Southern old school fried pork chops, y'all. Now I got this with a little bit of candied yams and of course some greens, because I gotta throw down like that. But y'all, so simple, so quick and easy, turned out absolutely delicious. I'm gonna throw down on this. Thank y'all so much for watching. I hope y'all try these pork chops out.
Cut into it.
And I will see y'all next time.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, those pork chops are dry. Once they start curling like that, now I don't like. I'd like to get meat just where, like pork chops. Believe it or not, thicker cut pork chops these days you can have a little pink in the center and be fine. But pork chops, when you cut into them, they should be white. If you got gray, if the meat looks a little bit gray, it's overdone. And you got to be real careful, like she said. But if your pork chops are curled, they're too dry. That just means that the moisture's been forced out. So anyway, I'm not going to fuss about that. So today's show, the title of the show just kind of came to me. In Empaneled, Stanley is pro-black ? Edition. It seems like every time I go up on CT's panel, or, you know, these people, an American man is the worst at this. God bless him. I consider him a friend, but damn. Well, Stanley, you know, pro-blacks like you. I'm like, well, what is a pro-black? I'm not anti-black. I'm not an anti-black black. So if that makes me a pro-black, I don't think everything black people do is bad. I think I've known plenty of smart black people, black people who were smarter than me, like my parents. I just do not get this fucking negativity that the anti-black blacks insist on having. And I'm thinking, I'm thinking of a lot of people. Just even the shows like say a Sharon Bracey, they wind up being anti-black, in my opinion. There's a lot of ground that gets conceded, and a lot of it is just because people don't fucking understand what culture is in the first place. And I'm not a sociologist, I'm not a philosophy major, but I, actually, ever since I was a kid, have been reading about these sorts of topics, even though I didn't major in it in college. It doesn't take a super genius to understand that most of these fools have a mainstream media idea of what culture is. And black people in particular, at least the ones that I tend to encounter in this YouTube space that I occupy, y'all need to fucking free your minds of your fucking racist attitudes. In my opinion, and I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that. I was going to say that, a lot of the black people, like John Galt, are way more racist than the white people I meet in this space. But then I better rethink that. Many of the white people that I meet in this space take their cues from people like John Galt, and I'm thinking of innate ways in particular. I've literally been told by innate ways that he's blacker than I am. And I'm like, what the fuck does that really even mean? Both my parents were black. I grew up in a black neighborhood, and I remained black at 60. What the fuck does it mean that you're blacker than I am? Dude, that is such a stupid and or ignorant statement that it stuns me when I hear people like that make that kind of statement. And white people throughout my years have been extremely good at that statement, like it's supposed to declare my illegitimacy at being black. Absolutely stupid. And it goes back to, my points about poor parenting and just the general lack of, America does not provide a quality education. I don't think that today, public schools especially, and even private schools, prepare their kids to think critically. They prepare them to get a job. And some jobs don't require critical thinking. So anyway, enough of that rant. One news item I want to talk about, and it'll be the only news article unless, something interesting pops up. Donald Trump said that I don't think the shutdown helps either side. And I'm like, this is literally a man who is not in full control of his faculties. Of course, the Republicans are going to take the lion's share of the blame. They control the government. Okay, Donald Trump, whether he's doing it personally or whether, he is the Trojan horse for the Stephen Millers of the world, the Republicans control all three branches of government. Who the fuck do you think is going to either assign blame or give credit and responsibility to this government shutdown? Democrats don't have power. The only power they have is in the Senate because, some of these things require 60 votes. And Republicans don't have 60 votes. They need Democrats to flip. I'll call it. So Republicans, of course, they're going to take the blame. Who else would? So I'm not going to even read the article. It's like, Did Donald Trump actually think that the American people don't know who's controlling the government? He's in the fucking newspapers every day. They have an idea of who's president, and they also have an idea who is controlling the House, especially because Speaker Johnson is in the news practically every day. Thune has good sense enough to be a little bit more dignified, but even Thune tends to be a little bit more moderate than true MAGA folks. And we have unelected officials like Russell Vought and Stephen Miller pretty much pulling the strings. And I wonder why MAGA doesn't realize that Trump is the front man, and I'm sure he has some crazy old man ideas that get implemented. But it's really Stephen Miller and Russell Vought that seem to be in control of the policy making and the impetus behind some of these executive orders. And MAGA's just buying it like big old catfish on a hook. So anyway, going back to what I was saying about, in Empaneled Stanley is pro-black ? I was listening to a little bit of Hood Servative's show today. And, he's one of the major anti-black blacks, except he's just fucking loopy sometimes with some of his logic. And he, you know what? It is what it is, but I think Hood Servative is really got a screw loose somewhere. Just listening to him sometimes, I'm like, dude, who hurt you? So anyway, there's a segment of the show. The show is live, but I stopped it at a point because this was just so anti-black that I couldn't resist just preserving some of it to play on this show. And then we do have other things. The main focus, by the way, is going to be, I've got a few Eddie Glaude videos. And then I have a heritage property video that I watched a few years ago, and Sin 7 found it for me. Because I couldn't remember. It would have taken me forever to find it, but she was nice enough to do the legwork. So I definitely want to show that. It's Ayers property. It's just a saga. And I talked yesterday about the Sea Islands of Georgia, Sapelo Island specifically, talked about the Sea Islands of South Carolina, St. Helena specifically, where my mother's family is from, or was from. I fear a lot of them I don't know anymore because, the old people have passed on, including my mother. And then this story, I think, is centered in South Carolina. But we'll get to it at some point. And whatever comes along to deal with. And I didn't put it in the title of the show because, today is an open panel, but with limits. I tend not to like to do open panel shows because I like to stick to topics. And by the way, let me also, before I forget, show you all the sponsors of today's madness. These folks contributed to the want or the need of a Saturday show. Black Knight, salute. Loop and Rigging, salute. The CKJ3, the Admiral, salute. And DiCapriono. And just so everyone knows, make sure you support your host. I do have a lot of subscriptions that, I do on a monthly basis. And the Sovereign Beer Fund is always open for donations. It's never closed, as a matter of fact. And so consider supporting your host. There is a tomorrow, and, the Sovereign Beer Fund is low because I went out and, loaded up. So anyway, let's get into this hood conservative thing. This is just stunning. And for some reason or another, I'm always surprised at some of the virulence that the John Galts and the fucking CTs and the fucking hood conservatives. It's like, who hurt y'all?
It's time to duel. Oh, stop. No, this is wrong. This is
Do
wrong.
they really,
I'm gonna have
Lupin?
to edit this
I
whole
don't know.
clip
Do
out. I can't.
do they?
I shouldn't have said none of these words. Oh,
Burnt and crispy.
Want to make right for what he done in his past. I do not know, but whatever he was doing, it was the right thing. He loved his job. I know that. He loved his job.
Marvin said his brother leaves behind 2 sons, and he wants him to be remembered for the positive changes he'd made in his own life
by the
and
way,
the lives of others.
I want people to remember.
By the way, we're going to listen through this particular story, but it's the one after this that really got my attention.
My little brother for this. Don't look at him for what he's done. Look at him for what he was doing.
The suspect in this case, Edmund Bowen, is
nigga died in the alchemy battle, bro. Yeah, I ain't never in my life heard a nigga dying in the alchemy battle, bro. God damn, son.
Listen
Niggas
to this false
in the
humor.
strangest ways, bro. I can't.
You know, hood conservative has never struck me as someone who is genuinely happy and full of mirth. He is a sarcastic person. You know, there's a lot of in his humor, but actually, this is the first time I've ever heard hood conservative laugh, and it is a freakish, false sounding event.
Believe this old nigga died. This nigga made it all this time. Nigga went all this life. He was thugging. Nigga went to jail. He stopped thugging. Nigga came home and died in an alchemy battle, bro. I can't believe what the fuck is happening in these streets, man. And somehow, some way, it's the white man's fault. I just know somehow.
Oh, and by the way, hood conservative lives in the New York area. I think this particular crime happened in San Francisco. So what fucking streets is he talking about? What streets what streets is he talking about? Streets are, I can't even get the tense right. Look, this is just somebody just being anti-black and taking the opportunity to be anti-black. In an anti-black world, you never pay for, if you go to jail for a crime, that crime sticks with you forever. You never pay your debt to society. Once a thug, always a thug. In the anti-black, John Galt, hood conservative, CT world, there is no redemption for a black person. Now, there is for a white person, but never for a black man, especially a black man. Can't be, And then if you've never been in jail, you're not real black. If you don't live in the hood trying to save the hood single-handedly, then you're not real black. It's just a weird sort of dichotomy.
In some kind of context, this old nigga dying in an alchemy battle is the responsibility of the white man. All right, it has to be.
And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white.
White people are the cause of most Negro alchemy battles, bro. Oh man. All right, this one's a little bit harder to laugh at. No lie. I'm about to sober you niggas up. You was having too much fun. All right, back to reality.
He stood up with me on top of him. Just stood up and threw me 10, 15 feet across the room and went after her.
Dean Tipton.
Now, I want to point out the sympathy that Hood Conservative will have. This is just truly amazing.
It says December
not
7th,
surprising.
2015 is a night that changed his life. He says his children woke him up. He then found attacking his children.
And when I got to the top of the stairs, he attacked me. He come at me with the knife.
The night took a tragic turn with the loss of a life, his 6-year-old son, Logan. Dean says immediately after Logan's death, he lost his will to live.
I laid in bed.
Bet you niggas ain't laughing no more.
I gave up on life. I gave up on my family. I gave up on everybody. I just wanted to die.
In the years since, the family has done their best to cope, but mentions they are mentally and emotionally scarred.
I missed this case too, bro. I didn't even know this happened until I caught it this morning. When I first saw the headline, I thought they were talking about an entirely different little boy that got killed by an entirely different little nigga in a similar manner. Like he just went in their crib, snatched the baby out the crib. He like went in their house, snatched the baby out the crib, and then took him in the street, dropped his body in the street. Like I thought it was that case. This is a whole other crazy nigga. And the thing is, the country as a practice, we tend to bury these crazy nigga stories because they have a lot of similarities. It's usually a big, crazy, ugly black nigga and some innocent looking white people. And so we don't like to talk about that.
And they are hurt that Ronald DeSantis will no longer be behind bars.
Everybody deserves a fighting chance to have justice for them, and it's not.
I've had my talks with God because I'm not afraid to tell you all. I told the court, if I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man.
And I hope you do. I want to say a preemptive free my nigga. In case it ever happens, I'm gonna issue a preemptive free my nigga. I hope you get what you asking for. And I hope the jury decides that you were innocent by temporary insanity or some shit, and they sentence you to like 18 months at a resort, and they, you get Jello shots for 18 months. Free my nigga. Just in case it ever comes up. You can hope, right? I can hope. I have hopes and shit.
If you look at the numbers, white people just need to look out for each other. It's a point of necessity right now in our time in history. If we were, doing extremely well, I could say, yeah, you could have multicultural societies. It's fine. White people are, the majority population in the world, but that's not the case. It's Chinese and black people.
Every group has this in-group preference. But when white people start to express that same idea, they'll hit you with all the ists and isms. That's racist. That's white supremacy. They don't think that because they're being moral about it. They think that because they don't want white people to take control of their own destiny.
This realization that white people are going through is part of the antithesis to their whole system. Their power structures are aligned as such so that white people are never supposed to be the creators of their own destiny, the captains of their own ship.
I want the people in my society to be the best that they can be. I want people to hold me to a standard too. And we haven't really held white people to a standard. We've said, well, you're a fucking piece of shit, racist. Your ancestors were evil. So what kind of standard is that supposed to maintain? There isn't one. So look at us. We're lost. And we're just now rediscovering parts of what we see as like the truth. And we're like, well, hold on a second. What about this? What about that? And they're like, nope, don't look at that. You're a racist. But then I speak to people like you. You're thinking the same exact thing. It's happening. It's here.
Speaking of this great white awakening that they were kind of alluding to, and I've been covering this for years now. I've been slowly watching white people get whiter and whiter and whiter. Like they're going to reach a level of whiteness that they just start to blind niggas. It's going to be immaculate whiteness in a few years because things are getting to a point where it's just impossible to not notice. And there's two things that are being noticed simultaneously, right? There's the nature of black, white, or just white versus everyone else race relations, right? Like the idea that white people just feel under threat from 360 degrees. And then there's the noticing of how the media actually treats that reality, right? Like, you're really not even supposed to talk about so-called replacement and alleged theories about said things, right? But it's actually right in your face if you pay attention to it. And if you pay attention to the media, you'll notice a very, very sinister thing that the media engages in. Now, I shared this video with you guys the other day, just in happenstance. It really wasn't as tied to anything as pertinent as it will be right now. But there's this conversation among Black people that somehow the media goes out of its way to paint Black people in a negative light. The media goes out of its way to make Black people look like criminals and villains and all kinds of things, right? This is the attitude and feeling of a lot of well-meaning, well-intentioned Black people, right? And I don't think that the average Black person really understands that the media, in fact, goes out of its way to make Black people look as innocent and as harmless as they can possibly manage. And the fact that people still get a negative impression from the media in regards to Black people is actually a testament to just how overblown Black behavior is and how much effort is put in to actually hiding the realities of Black criminal violence and outlandish behavior in general, and how far the media is willing to go to pretend it's not happening. Now, let me show you something. This is the video from the other day I shared with you. This is a fight in a school, right? Rocker, stop. Now, to be fair, we have no idea, as is typical in these videos, we have no idea about the buildup. All we get is the actual assault, looks like from the beginning. Rocker, stop. Rock that bitch. Now you hear, sounds like a Black kid in the back cheering it on.
Get in there. She was in the house. Stop. Yeah. Not take it. All right, stop. Stop. All right. Stop. Stop. Get in there.
Bitch, go fuck yourself! I'm gonna fucking shoot you in my fucking fucking finger! Do it, bitch!
Grayson, take a look. Grayson, take a
Watch me fucking shoot your flag!
Salute, Lupin. Now, I wanna point out that, you know, people like Hood Conservative, people like John Galt, people like CT go out of their way to highlight the worst of us, and they also, by the way, highlight the worst of white people too. They literally want to act like most people are like this, Black and white, that all we do is think about, you know, Black people think about white people constantly and how bad white people are and vice versa. And I mean, it's pretty much what YouTube does. If you go looking for the worst, you're going to find the worst. And I will never get why these people just they will dig through the cream at the top and they will go all the way down to the sediment at the bottom and then highlight the sediment. I just don't get it. And it makes for a miserable motherfucker. Hood Conservative comes off as a miserable motherfucker. And quite frankly, there are plenty of white YouTube content content creators who do the same thing. So, you know, Hood Conservative is not alone. He definitely has a white counterpart. And I can think of a couple, Be Brave and a couple others that are kind of the same way. You know, show after show after show, just same old thing. And they have audiences, they have fans, they have subscribers that just lap this stuff up on a Saturday morning. There are plenty of problems in the United States, but kids in a BD class fighting is not the only thing that goes on in schools, for instance. So I just wanted to highlight that. It was particularly dark, conservative show. If I ever want to feel, if I'm ever in a dark mood, go to a CT, or go to a John Galt, or go to a hood conservative show. If you're feeling blue on a rainy day, these people will be your personal dark cloud, and you can subscribe to it. So I don't know. I may come back to it, but I'm just not getting. These people are raising children. That's the other thing that's scary. So today's show, we're going to highlight some Eddie Glaude, who actually I of course I know who Eddie Glaude is, but I didn't know he had a YouTube channel. So, I've got 3 videos that seem pretty interesting, and want to listen to a little bit of it. And then I've got some other stuff that are along the same theme, but we will transition, out of this negativity into something positive at some point. But Eddie Glaude, let's have a look at this. This is called Eddie Glaude. Eddie S. Glaude Jr. talks American flaw. And I don't know, I think my view of systemic stuff is just different than the anti-black blacks view of the system, the American system, American culture, etc. So let's hear what Dr. Glaude has to say. And this is a more top-down view.
James Baldwin insisted that the messiness of the world was in part a reflection of the messiness of our interior lives. We got a lot of wounded people running this country right now. And this claim doesn't deny the workings of capital or the power of oligarchs or the pervasiveness of systems of racial oppression. That would be foolish and naive. Baldwin insisted, and rightly so, that human beings have a role to play, not as mindless pawns moved about by unseen forces or by the inevitable march of history or by the hideously petty nature of life itself, but that our choices matter because all is not settled. We matter because we are reacting, experimenting, feeling, concerned with influencing the direction of our encounters in such a way that will benefit and not harm. And those actions in turn shape our environments. As such, the question of who we take ourselves to be, a question of the character of the people making choices, becomes a central feature of democratic practice. I mean, Madison talked about that, yes? It takes a certain kind of virtuous person for democracies to work. And in some ways, what I'm trying to do here is think through my own pragmatist commitments. Those of you who are familiar with William James and John Dewey, you should hear echoes of that, but I'm trying to bring them across the railroad tracks. And those of you who don't know what that reference means, some of you are old enough to know. I just tickled myself. Baldwin believed, and so do I, that we have to become better people if we are to change the world. And he believed, and so do I, that we can be better.
And I'll contrast this with, a hood conservative perspective of the world, that becoming better, well, basically black people in particular, but people in general can't be better. You are who you are. Self-improvement, reading books, kind of even travel to a certain extent. You can never change who you are. You can't be better. You just have to dwell in the pit you were born in. And it's a fundamentally pessimistic view of life in general. Me personally, I prefer an Eddie Glaude or a Cornell West, or there are all kinds of people who actually think, more positively about. Well, let me put it to you this way. Dr. Glaude mentions democracy. And I think, you could substitute diversity, you could substitute a few different words, but, a more collaborative view of what a society and its culture could be. Conservative thinks that, hey, you know what? We are all just kind of monsters, and monsters is who we are. And, some of the mayhem and crime and stuff like that in the hood, that's actually what Black people are. And again, it's just so pessimistic that, the way hood conservative likes to project this upon all Black people in America, it's like, hey, you worked your way out of the hood, but you are hood, and your best bet, and this is a John Galtism, hey, you need to stop trying to pretend that you are something you're not. Just go back to the hood, and you need to just be in the hood, try to do the best you can in the hood, kind of support the hood, try and make it more economically successful, but you can't be something that you're not. And I think that people can change. I think people can, especially generationally. Yeah, there's always room for improvement. And I just don't get that woe is me sort of, in a way, it's kind of perpetual victimhood. You are a victim of your genes, basically.
By, quote, being open to the claims of different ends. That's Dewey's language. Of imagining a different way of living with others, and of doing the hard
Kimmy,
work ourselves of changing the world, not handing it over to
John
so-called
Galt,
prophets and heroes.
CT. No,
And
I
this
don't
is
think
at the
they
heart of
have
what I
a
call
growth,
Black democratic perfectionism.
my opinion, and it's just my opinion, those three in the anti-Black mindset is no. There is no growth mindset. You kind of stem the flow of blood. Not committing crime is the best you can be. And if you seek to grow, if you seek to see your kids, be more than you are, then you're not authentically Black. I hear that shit all the time when I go up on panels. When they go, well, Stanley, pro-Blacks like Stanley. Well, I'm not necessarily pro-Black, but I'm sure not anti-Black. And basically, that hood conservative mindset, Blacks are damned if they do, Blacks are damned if they don't, Blacks are just damned.
Black democratic perfectionism is that effort at self-cultivation of tending to the state of one's soul in the context of a society shaped by the value gap that distorts and disfigures our characters. In the quest to be better under such conditions, matters of justice become critical to one's efforts to reach for a higher self because unjust arrangements and practices block the way forward. James W.C. Pennington, who wrote The Fugitive Blacksmith, he was Frederick Douglass before Frederick Douglass, said, all that I ever wanted to do was to make myself more efficient for good. But he despised slavery because slavery had robbed him of his education, had robbed him of his ability to acquire the information necessary to become a better human being. So what he was saying is that in my effort to reach for a higher self, the world as it has been organized got in the way. So it's not enough to just engage in self-cultivation. The material conditions under which one tries to reach for a better self, a higher self, must also be addressed. Among the darker souls of this nation, that struggle for a higher self under captive conditions can be seen across generations. People struggling today, for example, in a world where concentrated power has distorted so much of what is meaningful and obscured so much of what is possible. Black democratic perfectionism insists on the role and place of the individual quest as a core feature of a creative democratic practice and a radical politics that foreground the transformative power of everyday people. We are not slaves or the mere objects of anti-Blackness. We are more than dire descriptions of a world predicated on our subjection and degradation and death with no room for redemption. Instead, we are the inheritors of a grand tradition, agent patience, confronted with the world on the verge of collapse, and what we do in the face of evils that threaten to consume us all matters for a new world desperate to come into being. And it matters in our individual efforts to reach for a higher self, to be the kinds of people that world needs. Obviously, I'm not an Afro-pessimist. I've argued for years now, before Afro-pessimism swept through the academy, that the pessimist is best perhaps understood as the optimist who has pitched his ideals a bit too high. The equivalent of Voltaire's Pangloss desperately trying to find his footing because this garden was not enough. Given that ours is not the best of all possible worlds, the pessimist concludes, as the philosopher Schopenhauer noted, that our world must be hell, where we are, quote, on the one hand, the tormented souls, and on the other hand, the devils in it. The pessimist has thrown up her hands and in some way resigned herself to the impossibility of the world becoming otherwise, and inadvertently has given license to unbridled selfishness. As a philosophical pragmatist, I reject this view. Not so much because I am a healthy-minded optimist, but rather because I understand that to act in the world involves suffering and possibility. This is the double connection of experience. It is, quote, primarily a process of undergoing, a process of standing something, of suffering and passion, of affection in the literal sense of the term. End quote. It also involves our acting, reacting, experimenting, and tinkering with the environment. That we can do, in fact, improve or transform our conditions of living. We are not stuck with the world where all is settled beforehand and where we are left to sit on our hands to praise or lament. Much more is required if salvation, rightly understood, is to be had. Mine is a faith that we act intelligently with imagination. That if we act intelligently and with imagination, we can change ourselves and our world for the better, but the outcomes are not guaranteed. The world is a fraught and vexing place, precarious and perilous, with a history that is a thicket of thorns. Acting in such a world is no sunny walk in the park, as James Baldwin wrote in The Fire Next Time, quote, to act is to be committed, and to be committed is to be in danger. I know that intimately. The world can be either saved or it can go to hell. Of course, there's the muddle of what Gwendolyn Brooks called the living in the along, but it all depends on what we do. One can hold a faith in the ability of ordinary people to fight for freedom without the comforting illusion that no matter what we do, all will be good. The illusion, that illusion, is a child's conceit. To resist conformity and to struggle for a more just world does not require that we deny living amid the wild beast, as Frederick Douglass said. We must acknowledge that the persistence of evils often frustrates our effort at self-cultivation. No matter, we must act anyway because a better world, if it is to be, depends on us and nothing else. I've always found Toni Morrison's novel, Beloved, illustrative of the view that I'm commending. Set in Cincinnati during Reconstruction, we are confronted with characters like Setha, Baby Suggs, and Paul D., who are shaped by the horrors of slavery and desperate to hold back memories of experiences at the Sweet Home Plantation. Those experiences inform who they take themselves to be and ominously shadow who they imagine themselves becoming. Denver, a child who never experienced slavery, but whose life has been shaped by the experience and the hard choices it exacted from her mother who murdered her sister beloved to prevent her return to slavery. Denver strains to imagine herself on her own terms as history distorts and consumes. Haunted by history, embodied in the ghost beloved, all the characters at 124 Bluestone Road struggle to reach for better selves. Denver remembers a conversation between Baby Suggs and Setha where her grandmother dismisses anything redemptive about white people, anything redemptive about the world that they've created. Quote, "Don't box with me," Baby Suggs tells Setha. There's more of us they drowned than there's all of them ever lived from the start of time. Lay down your sword. This ain't a battle. This is a rout, end quote. And with those words ringing in her head, Denver cannot leave the porch. She cannot step off the edge of the world. But then she hears the words of Baby Suggs, the grandmother who died pondering colors. You mean I never told you nothing about Carolina, about your daddy? But you said there was no defense. There ain't. Then what do I do? Know it and gone out the yard. Gone, end quote. Here, the past does not consume or occupy the imagination like a jealous maiden. Instead, Baby Suggs offers a realistic description of the world and its evils, not to elicit resignation or a pessimistic outlook, but to inform Denver's decision to act in such a world. Know it and gone out the yard. Go on. Know of the pain and suffering of Black people, the bones soldered to bone that undergird much of our way of life. Feel it in the marrow and act anyway. The past is transformed from cage to funded experience. After hearing Baby Suggs' word, Denver says to herself, it came back. A dozen years had passed and the way came back. Those memories would then inform her choices as she set out to save her mother. She would begin to live her life prospectively with the future in mind. But it's important to note here that the call to act is not overburdened with an abstract idea of resistance or imploded in a grand narrative of freedom and liberation. The injunction to act here is closer to the ground. It is bound up in the effort to respond to those problems that gum up life as it is lived. It emanates from the power of love that has survived the ugliness of this place and blossoms in the heart of a child who dares to imagine herself otherwise. My faith in our ability to engage in self-cultivation on behalf of justice assumes the nastiness of life. Afro-pessimist, the answer to the troubles in this country, as it had always been, and I use troubles on purpose for those of you who know your Irish history, as it has always been, rests with the willingness of everyday people to fight for democracy. Not to outsource the struggle to so-called prophets and heroes, but to realize that the salvation of democracy itself requires, in part, the creation, as Dewey says, of personal attitudes and individual human beings that affirm the dignity and standing of all people. It requires that we understand that democratic flourishing cannot be separated, quote, from the individual attitudes so deep-seated as to constitute character. We must become the kinds of people democracies require, finally, but to be better here, in this place, we must understand and recognize the distorting and disfiguring effect of hatred and fear and the exacting power of love. The world remains a cruel place, that much we know, and the United States today is especially maddening. But the words of the late Toni Morrison, with an exquisite riff on Annie Dillard, seem more resonant than ever.
Ooh, he
Quote,
knows who Annie
cruelty.
Dillard is. Ooh, I am
Cruelty
impressed.
is a mystery, but if we see the
I
world
guess-
as one long, brutal game,
Guess
then
he
we
would
bump
be
into
impressed that
another
I know who
mystery.
Annie Dillard is.
The mystery of beauty, of light, the canary that sings on the skull. Unless all ages and all races of men have been deluded, there seems to be such a thing as grace, such a thing as beauty, such a thing as harmony, all wholly free and available to us. And with that knowledge, going out the yard, all of us, and fly.
All right.
Must
Then
admit, I
I
felt
want to,
overwhelmed.
before I get into this video, like I said, I didn't even know he had a channel. If it weren't for Lupin, who happens to have been a classmate of Eddie Glaude, I probably, of course I knew who Glaude was, or is, but never would have delved this deeply into person of well, the dude's deep. Now that I paid more attention to him. So this is an appearance he had on MSNBC, and I actually haven't watched it. but it's called We've Forgotten How to Disagree. So I think this is going to kind of be right up my alley here. Obviously, very liberal in that, he's a believer in democracy, as imperfect as, the American version of democracy has been, basically a constitutional republic with some very democratic elements. This turn in Hoodservative, John Galt, CT, I believe, they are very comfortable with a more authoritarian form of government, and I am not. I actually do think that with the right education, the right parenting systems in place, democracy can flourish, but it is a very dark, gloomy, and doom scrolling way of thinking that we need a strong daddy. We need a daddy figure. I remember before Trump got elected during campaign season, where Tucker Carlson gets up at CPAC or somewhere and goes, well, Trump being elected would be daddy's home, and he's here to discipline those kids. I find that sort of thinking, frankly, disgusting. Okay, America does not need a daddy. And the Constitution does not prescribe a daddy. We the people.
Joining me now is Robert Papp, director of the Chicago Project on Security and Threats, and Eddie Glaude, Princeton University professor and MSNBC contributor. Robert, I know you've been conducting polls measuring Americans' attitudes toward political violence for years now. From your research, where are we?
We are more radical.
By the way, I'm sure I've talked to you, Black Knight. I've had hip issues pretty much since I was in my 30s and come through them. So I kind of, we're kind of brothers in that way. The medical science, medical technology is just effing awesome. If you're getting stronger every day, you're still young, so you'll get there. So you and I, kind of know, what that sort of stuff is like. But if you're in a good mood and you're feeling strong, keep getting stronger, my friend.
Radicalized as a country than at any time in the 4 years that we've been conducting quarterly surveys of support for political violence among Americans. Our most recent survey in May found that 39% of Democrats believed that the use of force was justified to remove Donald Trump from the presidency. We also found that 24% of Republicans supported the use of the U.S. military by Donald Trump to suppress protests against the Trump agenda. We also know from further detailed polling that when we say the use of force, 55% of those respondents mean lethal force in the form of assassinations, shootings, etc. This is much higher than we have found in our previous surveys, and this is why in June I warned in the New York Times we're on the brink of major political violence, and I'm sorry to say we're crossing that threshold, those watersheds now.
So, Eddie, which leads us to the questions that the governor just asked. We heard him ask, is this what 250 years has wrought us? Is this it? Where are we now, Eddie, as you see it?
We're at a very dangerous point. I think what Professor Papp just laid out for us kind of is a way of unpacking, Chris, that we've forgotten how to disagree. And we've forgotten how to disagree while we're awash in guns. There's a long tradition over this 250 years of political violence in the United States. But we're in a moment where there's a kind of convergence of that fact with the contraction of the public square, where people can engage in reasoned deliberation and debate and disagree. Instead of having citizens disagree with each other, Chris, we got enemies holding each other with contempt. Remember, July 3rd, Donald Trump said, "I hate them." July 5th, J.D. Vance said, "They hate you." Right? So there's a sense in which we have enemies drawing lines, rhetoric that isn't just about intense kind of caricatures of opponents, but rhetoric that really feeds on grievance. So we've forgotten how to disagree, and we have weaponry, right, to express those disagreements. It seems to me we're in a very dangerous place, Chris, as a country.
Well, Robert, the New York Times says the reaction to this shooting on social media fell into well-worn grooves. Prayers for the victim's life, condemnation of political violence, and sharply partisan takes. You know, when we talk about the convergence of things, are we in this place potentially because civil discourse, because the opportunity for us to talk to each other and disagree often falls behind the ability of people who feel the grievance deeply and may have a propensity toward taking it out, toward violence, can go into a place in social media or somewhere on the web or find people they wouldn't have been able to find before?
So my research shows that, yes, the rhetoric is a big problem. Incendiary rhetoric on both sides, by the way, is a big problem. But there are actual social reasons and social change reasons behind it. Studying political violence for 30 years around the world, social change of a big nature often leads to major political disruption and political violence. Here in the United States, we are going through a historic change for the first time in our country's 250-year history of moving from a white majority democracy to a white minority democracy. That's been going on for years, but we are now in the throes of what I call the tipping point generation, which started about 10 years ago, and that accounts for the meteoric rise of Donald Trump and why his signature issue was stopping immigration, because a lot of people on the right want to stop that social change from occurring, and also the virulent reaction by parts of the left to that Donald Trump and that movement, because many of them want to continue, possibly even accelerate that change. So that's the underlying factor, and that's why deplatforming people from social media isn't mattering here, because there are actual social change reasons explaining this. And I'm sorry to say, that's why I've called this the era of violent populism, and this will be another 10 years before we make that transition to a white minority democracy. So we really need to take this much more seriously and not think everything is just the violence going to fade away, or it's a one.
Well, of course, he's somewhat of a pessimist, but let me make a point here. This notion that the left is as violent as the right is simply made up. Okay, people like Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, and all the other players, Russell Vought, want to act like Antifa is running the Democratic Party, and that's simply not the case. No one really knows who Antifa is. It's not anywhere near as organized as MAGA is. I would argue that Antifa isn't a populist movement at all. And DSA is a populist movement. MAGA is a populist movement. They are organized and vying for power. You know, DSA through Mamdani in New York City. Trump is in power, as is MAGA. My assertion is the right, saying that the radical DNC, that's simply bullshit. MAGA is more violent, is a populist movement. The DNC is not populist at all. So it's simply people, if people are believing this sort of stuff, It's just because they are just inclined to believe that, and they don't want to do the hard work of actually like figuring out who's really violent and who's not. I don't buy into the notion that the DNC is radical. As a matter of fact, the DNC is probably more conservative than MAGA is.
Or it's just a problem on one side of the aisle or the other. This is the
No,
I'm
afraid Brooklyn. Yeah, I'll just
so Eddie,
let you,
you and I have
say this
talked
and
in
not even
other
address
ways
it.
about that
Soros
core
is a
reason
billionaire.
about violent
That's
populism.
inherently not
Where does that
radical,
leave
a
us
source
as
of
people once again
radicalness.
say we have to
Billionaires
figure
don't
out
tend
how
to
to
be
stop
radical.
this?
Well, I think we have to be honest with ourselves. It's going to be very difficult to do it now, because we're dealing with the fact that someone is dead, that children are going to grow up without their dad. We can't deal with the political disagreements we may have. We have to deal with the fact of life here and the fact of death here. But we have to be honest with ourselves, it seems to me. And what Professor Papp has just laid out is true. I mean, right now, Virginia, historically black colleges and universities in the state of Virginia are shut down because of bomb threats. There are rumors that there are bomb threats at Clark Atlanta University. Why? Because of the murder of Charlie Kirk? I don't know, but that's what's happening right now in real time.
This is Charlie Kirk's murderer. Literally, MAGA cannot seem to accept that this child grew up basically in a MAGA family in possibly the most conservative state in America, a rootin' tootin', gun totin' conservative. They just cannot accept that this kid didn't grow up in a leftist, in a DNC loving household. Okay, violence comes naturally to someone who grew up the way this kid grew up. Look at him looking all James Bond and shit. That's not a DNC baby here.
And then you have at the same time, you have a discourse, Chris, of the sin of empathy, of toxic empathy, of trying to deepen the divides as people justify their expressions of hatred. We have to be honest about where we are as a nation. And that's going to be hard to do in these immediate days.
Hey, you keep
And
up
if we
with
don't,
Georgia football
in the
more
near
than I
future,
do,
we may
Slick.
seal our fate.
Robert, for some people, maybe just of a recent age or people who know history, this is a little bit uncomfortably reminiscent of the political violence in America in the 60s. JFK, RFK, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers. Does your research tell us anything about what it takes to pull back from political violence, or with root causes maybe being different, there aren't lessons to be learned?
So yes, the 1960s were another example of what I call another era of violent populism, but the factors driving it were different. One of the key factors, of course, was race, but we had success with the civil rights movement. We had success in 1964.
Okay, you know what? Let's say qualified success. There are a lot of things that the civil rights movement was successful in doing. Ending Jim Crow would be one of them. But let's just call it, a socio-political movement. It had nothing to do with economics. The results, if you look at the economics, now the civil rights movement was not that successful. It was until it wasn't, at least. That wealth gap started narrowing a bit in the early 70s, and then it started widening again. And I just argue that indirectly it was backlash to the civil rights movement that started widening the gap. Now, that's kind of a hot take, but you know what? It's my opinion. I can do hot takes. I don't, in this case, I would actually have to go back and build an argument and all that stuff, and I'm not going to waste time doing that. I'll just do it a priori.
success in 1965 that helped. Did it solve absolutely not. But those were moments of true
I agree,
success. We
DiCaprio.
also had
Nothing
an
like
issue
the
with the
60s.
Vietnam War, and
And
ending
Luke, good to see you,
conscription
DiCaprio.
in 1973 was a way to weaken that driver as well. Then there's others as well. So we had different issues socially. And today, however, we have a different set of issues. The number one thing I would say is that this is a crucial watershed moment for our political leaders to stand up and to restrain their own constituents. We've been blaming each other, of course, a lot. That means Democratic leaders need to restrain what we're seeing on social media, all the celebratory videos here that we're seeing of celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. We need people condemning that. We also need people on the right condemning the idea of anger and then acting out violently against Democrats. We need the specific issues of violence condemned by by leaders on both sides.
Robert Papp, Eddie Glaude, thank you both. Two great people to have in this moment, and I'm sure that the conversation will continue.
All right. Well, let's see. What else do we have on the Glaude menu? This video is roughly 2 weeks old, so there's some things in here that are a little bit outdated, but it's worth hearing. And I subscribe to his channel. I think we all should, if for no other reason, even if you disagree with his politics, which I think is fairly centrist, subscribe so you know what centrists are thinking.
Wound over the last couple of days, having to step away from the news, feeling as if there was no exit, to invoke Jean-Paul Sartre. But you have to step away from these things.
Let me also make a point here. In some ways, some of his approaches are reminiscent, at least in my little uneducated mind, of someone like a Cornel West. This man is steeped in Western culture. Okay. And I kind of understand that mindset. My father used to say, hey, look, you know what? And I'm paraphrasing and kind of putting words in my father's mouth because he never actually said it this way. But this at 60, and he's in his 80s now. At 60, this is how I'm translating it. You need to be twice as good to do whatever it is you do. But I translate that into you need to know twice as much. Okay. You actually need to know the opposite sides of arguments. You need to know your opponent, his or her. You need to know what got her or him to how he or she thinks better than they do. And then you need to know your own argument too. That is the twice as good. And I'm taking some liberties, but I think my father would agree. You just need to know as much, if not twice as much, Western philosophy. And it happens all the time. People will come up here with some bullshit and I'll just know it better than they do because, hey, I take the time to know it. And I've spent 60 years doing it. I wasn't just sitting back in the hood smoking dope and ignoring my kids. I was actually out there working, and I was out there reading. I was out there raising a family. Yeah, if I get to sit here and be silly drinking a beer, what the fuck? I've done my time, and hardly anyone can come up here and not be engaged in some sort of way. Don't come up here with bullshit. And I suspect that's why a lot of times people are a little bit reticent about coming up here. Who knows what question they'll ask, which will open up a can of worms that they weren't ready to deal with. And I enjoy doing that to people, by the way.
Thanks. from these
What's up,
moments.
Speak
Gather
Radio?
yourself, because it's a long distance race, and re-enter the fray. And so we want to begin where we always begin, and that's with Israel. Well, you know, Israel is continuing its military incursions in Gaza City, and the devastation is mounting. The horrors are mounting in so many ways. And the U.S. has done it again for the 6th time in the UN Security Council. It has vetoed a resolution, the draft of a resolution for calling for an immediate ceasefire and an immediate release of all the hostages held by Hamas. So what this says to you and me, that we are complicit in this evil because our country refuses to rein in Israel in this moment, just refuses to say an unconditional ceasefire. Let's end the killing of innocents in the Gaza Strip and release all the hostages. No. They said it's not sufficient. There's not a sufficient condemnation of Hamas, not a sufficient affirmation of Israel's right to defend itself in the resolution. And, you know, that's a bunch of BS in my view. What we know is that organizations across the board have condemned what Israel is doing in response to the horrors of October 7th as genocide. Even Bernie Sanders, Senator Bernie Sanders, has finally come out and said he has to admit that genocide, Israel is committing genocide. Now, as I've said over and over again, you can get hung up on the legal term. What I'm more interested in, right, is ending the senseless murder of babies, the senseless murder of men and women in Gaza, and ending it right now. So let's keep our eyes on that region. There's so much happening in the news that we could lose sight of it. Let's keep our eyes on the flotilla and how Israel will respond to the flotilla. If they, many nations have warned the state of Israel not to respond with outsized force in this regard. So let's keep our eyes on this moral issue of our time. So turning to the domestic scene. Oh my God, so much has happened. And we're going to get to the Charlie Kirk assassination again. We're going to turn to Jimmy Kimmel and Karen Attiah at the Washington Post near the end. But I just want to begin with a series of stories.
A couple things. Karen Attiah, I think I was going to show, she was a Washington Post opinion columnist. And somehow or another, she got into the Washington Post fired her. And I still, to this point, cannot figure out why. They say she was inaccurate in something, but it was an opinion piece, and you don't get something published without it going through an editor. Or maybe she, is an opinion columnist because she'd been an opinion columnist for quite some time. Maybe she, didn't really, do editing. But anyway, it was a very esoteric reason, at least as far as I've heard. And Dr. Glad will get into it a bit. It's a problem when all of a sudden you get some racist dude who basically was a victim of the Second Amendment, and well, he was. It is amazing that how basically quoting someone can get you in trouble. We have a problem in America, and I honestly believe that the only thing that's going to save America from the TPUSA/MAGA crowd is going to be dying of natural causes. I'll just leave it that way.
Just really quickly, just to call your attention to them. Look at what's going on with Trump's request to the Supreme Court to allow him to fire Lisa Cook from the Fed. Now, I wanted to bring this up for just a basic comment. He lied. It was revealed that he lied. Remember the reason
for firing her was that she supposedly committed mortgage fraud. That was the reason. And it's revealed that she reported in the paperwork, Reuters, that she declared that home as a vacation home. He lied. But yet, and still, he asks the Supreme Court to allow him to fire her anyway. For what reason? For what reason? See, this is the thing. He gets caught in a lie. People say he's lying. It's proven that he's a liar. And then they move on. And he still gets what he wants. Boom. He still pursues what he wants. No one really lingers on the fact that he lied.
And see, this is the other thing. And I hate to pick on you, Kimmy, but you always say provocative things in this chat that I have to think about. What media is the problem? Trump literally is being paid $16 million. ABC settling some bullshit defamation suit. Same thing with CBS in that whole 60 Minutes thing. If it had gone to trial, Donald Trump would have lost. However, he is president and these companies had business deals coming up. So how do you get what you want? Well, Donald Trump says, oh, hey, I noticed you got a business deal coming up. Hey, it would be a shame if that merger didn't take place now, wouldn't it? The only thing that saved Jimmy Kimmel is that Disney cares more about its shareholders than whatever it is Donald Trump could do. And Disney's Disney. Even Donald Trump doesn't want to go against Disney. They just have too many creatives. Donald Trump versus Disney, I would put money on Disney. This idea that the media is pro-left, you know what? I think the whole Jimmy Kimmel, Karen Atia, she worked at the Washington Post and she's let go because she supposedly got something Charlie Kirk said misquoted. It is bullshit. This notion that the mainstream media is pro-Democrat. Not anymore. Donald Trump is in control of the media. And basically, I'm not even sure we could call it a free press anymore. So acting like the media is all pro-Democrat, read the newspapers, dear. You will get that notion dispelled. Sorry to pick on you, Kimmy. You know I love you. But no, you got some weird notions if you think the press. Dude, Donald Trump is the press these days.
And tried to destroy Lisa Cook. He lies repeatedly. He's pathological.
Oh, wait, hold it. Donald Trump is the owner of the press. What's her name? His little press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is the press. My bad.
In the way that the president lies. And yet, he's still trying to fire her. And we need to ask fundamental questions. Why? What is the basis? Now,
Kimmy,
be explicit.
You know what?
He's always
Kim, I'm glad that you're coming clean. It is incredible how Brooklyn Watson sees things one way when it serves her interest. Touche. You are right. It serves your interest to pretend that the media isn't Donald Trump Incorporated and the executive editor or the managing editor is Caroline Leavitt. I watch her press conferences almost every day. She is the media.
He's going after these black women. Some issues have arisen around Letitia James, right? And the same thing. So he's lying repeatedly. It seems to me our default position should be that Donald Trump is lying before he tells the truth. He's lying before he tells the truth, it seems to me.
I'm good, Tyrone. Good to see you.
Here we are. So I just wanted to to just kind of point your attention to that story. It happened rather quickly. That Reuters reported. It got lost in all of the other crazy stuff that we're dealing with right now. But he can lie and he can still get what he wants. Seems to be our world, right? Like a spoiled child, but he's more than a monstrous child in some ways. Let's not blame children. A monstrous human being in this regard. I'd also want to call your attention to a couple of stories. There's so much going on. A couple of stories around the Department of Education. They're partnering with 40 organizations, and this is part of the America 250th. And the organizations include Turning Points, Charlie Kirk's organization, and PragerU and Hillsdale College, in order to produce what they're calling patriotic civics. Patriotic civics. And this is that storytelling that they're going to engage in around the semi-quincentennial, right? Where they're going to tell a story of America that is what I call storybook America, right? It's going to be, it's going to erase or make and render invisible the sins of the nation. It's going to, in effect, affirm this fantasy of America as inherently good. And we got to see this evidence in the way in which they're going to educate our children. And I've always said that this is an important point to note.
It's always struck me as odd that a nation state can be inherently good. Now, I assume that there are actual human beings in a nation. And even if you want to be a Christian fundamentalist, there is such thing as original sin. So America being inherently good literally is goes against the notion of human beings being flawed and basically having an original sin. These people, this civic education bullshit, I'm going to be honest, and I said it yesterday, Donald Trump is basically going to be and is the architect of the United States doing a race towards the bottom. Okay, it's going to be China. It's going to be other places. If we let Donald Trump continue this Project 2025 bullshit, dude, America, it's Stanley versus the world now. By 2028, it's going to be America versus the world. And I don't care how powerful America is. If we are the most hated country on earth, that is literally a national security risk. What Donald Trump is doing is, in the end, a national security risk. So, we don't seem to have, as Americans, don't seem to have the ability to think beyond the next election cycle. And it's going to come back to bite us. Just like Democrats, there are people who say Democrats are the main reason we have a second Trump presidency. And I think that is a true statement. Democrats thought that, hey, America will never elect a monster a second time. And lo and behold, look at what's happened.
Because, when the lost cause took root, when redemption took...
Oh, by the way, Donald Trump is not the lead monster here. It is people like Stephen Miller and Russell Vought. Those are the unelected monsters. Donald Trump is the Frankenstein. The Dr. Frankensteins are Russell Vought currently and Stephen Miller.
Took root after the collapse of Reconstruction. Collapse is too generous. The the murder,
said
the killing of
Brooklyn.
Reconstruction.
Yeah, I said it.
Right?
And
Those children were
hey,
educated in the lost cause.
if you consider it
They were
disrespectful,
educated in the lost
I'm a
cause.
U.S.
And
citizen.
they then
I
turned out to
can
be
say
the
what I want
adults
to say.
resisting efforts. Resisting efforts at, for desegregation and racial justice in the country in the 20th century. It matters how our children are educated. And so they're looking at the long game, telling our children lies so they can believe in the fantasy.
Of Aaron C., come up here and ask me that question to my face so I can tell you how Donald Trump's race to the bottom of the barrel is disrespecting the country. Okay, this whole bullshit about disrespecting or trying to countermand the 14th Amendment, that is hating our country, son. And Aaron C., you know what happens if you come up with that kind of bullshit to my panel. I win. You're not smart enough, son. You need to go back to your boat and try and catch a couple fish. Leave the heavy, deep level thinking to me.
Of America as an example of democracy already achieved. And this is the Department of Education. They've been $137 million redirected from programs that were aimed at STEM and minority teachers and the like, redirected for this patriotic education. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. This is part of what I got. So why I got so overwhelmed. All the trains are running at once for a similar ideological end and purpose. Right? They're trying to, in some ways, browbeat us into submission as they build a world that affirms their view that this country must remain a white republic. And it's all going to come to a head on July 4th, right? July 4th, 2026. That symbolic representation of the founding of the country after 250 years, we're going to be awash in this kitschy, syrupy sentimentality about America's founding that justifies their autocratic leanings. Yes, I called it autocratic. Another story around education, of course, is the redirecting the $500 million that supposedly the Trump administration will be directing to HBCUs, and folk were all excited about it. But I think we need to first put it in context. Remember, the Biden-Harris administration invested $17 billion over 4 years in HBCU. $17 billion. So people are, Trump giving us $500 million. Right. But we got to put this $500 million in context. So where is it coming from? I'm looking at my data here. Where is it coming from? Right? Well, $500 million cut from programs supporting minority students in science and engineering programs, right? $350 million cut from federal grants at minority serving institutions, many serving substantial Black student populations. You saw that story this week. Nearly $140 million cut from teacher training programs that the administration claimed promoted racially divisive ideology. $140 million cut from those programs. And remember, he's directing money to this so-called patriotic civics education. As he's doing this,
Hey, when this is done, you know what? Maybe I'm going to let this finish. But of Aaron C., if you would, please stick around. That Massamy point that I made, I got a little story for you, son. You probably didn't learn it in high school, and you certainly wouldn't learn about this story on your own. So I will be here to teach you. What's up, Tamika?
$1 billion cut from gifted and talented programs. The administration claimed that these programs used racial targeting and recruiting.
No, it's not. It's a Frederick Douglass
We have to be
story.
very, very careful when we sign on to what Trump is doing.
This is only 9 minutes, almost 10 minutes into 25 minutes. So stick around.
Something comes in tow.
And
We need to
or
understand
hit
what
the
this
panel.
administration
There,
is
the link is
and not
pinned,
play
I do
games
believe.
with
Don't be
tinkering
shy,
around the
folks.
edges when somehow
I won't
something
beat you up
that
too
they
bad,
might be doing
especially if you're
right
of air and sea.
converges
I'll
with
be
something that you
gentle
want. No, 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 no. You
with my
cannot get
lessons.
in bed with these people at any time. Our position must always be in opposition to the Trump administration because they're not up to anything good, it seems to me, when it comes to American democracy. Now, all of this, of course, has been framed or is framed by the spectacle of Kash Patel and his performance on the Hill and RFK's performance on the Hill. You see incompetence on full display. The danger, Kash Patel, I'll see you in Valhalla, looking like an utter idiot. I mean, just being honest. And
yeah, that
we
was
know
weird.
that what RFK is doing with vaccinations is endangering the country. Both of them present, in my view, a national security threat. Right? Both of them, clearly. And, the spectacle, they were performing for an audience of one. It's disgusting on a certain level how these people in the Trump administration and around, the MAGA, we're in the MAGA
Oh, I'm
world,
having a good day.
right? Seemingly,
I'm having a good day,
so
Tamika.
sloven,
I'm just
kind of
hoping everyone else in
their
the chat is
in their
having a good
effort
day
to
too.
please this
Especially
guy.
Mike
I
One
don't
Two
get it
Three and
on a certain level.
well, especially Mike 1 2 3.
How they're
Of Air and
willing
Sea,
to
cool as far as I'm
grovel
concerned. If you fish,
and
you are
to
cool.
concede their
So
own
we'll just bump heads on
autonomy in
politics.
some ways to this guy, just to have proximity to power or to what they perceive to be power. The fired CDC chief was very clear about, the danger that RFK Jr.'s policies around vaccinations present. This is someone from the MAGA world. Very clear about the dangers, right? So we had to endure that spectacle. And I think what you took away from it is that there's deep incompetence at the helm of.
And Lupin, you may laugh because I'm not on I'm not an Eddie Glaude. I'm not on that level. But dude, I just, I kind of hear myself, and I am a little bit older than he is, so maybe I'll get away with this, but I hear, the surprise, the frustration in this video. And the problem, and I think the biggest frustration is there's not a damn thing anybody in their right mind can do. In my opinion, you just have to kind of let the fever break. You got a bunch of little kids who have a high fever, and you just have to dip that cloth in some cold water and try and keep their foreheads cool. If you've ever had a little child with a fever, that's what America is right now. And the Eddie Glaudes of the world, the Lupin Reigings for that matter. Yeah, the fever will break. These little kids they'll be okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll be okay. Just give them a little bit of St. Joseph's aspirin. And you might even have to run a cool bath and dip the little kids in there, trying to keep that fever under control. And it'll be okay.
Of much of what is going on in the Trump administration, but I've always been clear about this. All the trains are running.
Hey, Tamika.
And Trump, to my mind, is a kind of avatar.
Maybe I ought to be well groomed and all that stuff. Maybe I'll get me some. Let's see, what's the female version of a YN? Maybe I ought to be running. Now, Eddie Glaude's a family man and obviously a very religious person. So I am making the joke. I'm not comparing myself to Dr. Glaude. But maybe I should get a haircut and all that stuff. Maybe I should be running the streets.
For the greed, the selfishness, and the hatreds. He's allowed to engage in his grift. He's allowed to be petty. He's allowed to be the carnival barker as they, in so many ways, consolidate power in the executive branch, undermine.
The hell do you mean I need to comb my hair? Of course I comb my hair. TMKC, you need to stop listening to Nightish and all these fools. They're just mad that, look, John Gall, Nightish, they're just fucking mad that I'm 60 and I have a full head of hair. I don't have any bald spots. They're just mad that I have hair. And yeah, you know what? It's grown out a bit, but yeah, I comb it every damn day. All I have to say is I got a full head of hair. I don't have to wear a hat, motherfuckers. I don't have to wear a hat to hide the glare of that circle lamp in front of my computer. The shit is real. And hey, but anyway, what I was gonna say is that one of the things that someone, and I'm sure Tamika, now I'm kind of picking on you, so don't be mad. Hey, you're attracted to this guy because he's actually accomplished. He's actually well groomed. He's actually well spoken. He actually has a brain. He's everything that someone like a CT is not. He knows what the fuck in that bookshelf behind him. I guarantee you, he's read every one of those books and can quote them. So this Eddie Glaude should be the standard that every young lady, young black lady who's in college, Eddie Glaude is the standard. And if you're a man or your future man is not someone, so now everybody, he's not cookie cutter. Everybody can't be Eddie Glaude, but motherfuckers, if you are a YN and Eddie Glaude, at least, even now, I don't like the blue glasses that much. That's a little much. But, someone approximating an Eddie Glaude, well-spoken, well thought out, well-dressed, well-groomed, actually has a brain and can figure out how to get from point A to point B. Dude, if I had a daughter, this would be my standard. And if it's not every father's standard, then y'all are failures as parents. This is your standard, folks.
Fundamental faith and confidence in democratic institutions, right? Behind the scenes, there's Trump doing what he's doing, but behind the scenes, there are those who are implementing Project 2025 at breakneck speed.
And by the way, to my credit, I could split wood too. You gotta be able to do some outdoor stuff, fish, hunt, split wood. You can do both. And I don't know, outside of the public facing Eddie Glaude, there are people like Eddie Glaude who can fucking split a log too, or split around. So this is your standard, folks. And then you can add features, or take away features. But this is the basic model of what a young black man should be to a young black woman who's college age. And you know what? Don't settle for anything less. There are plenty of Eddie Glaudes, and I dare say Stanley Cross is out there too.
At a
young
speed
young
that is
Stanley
just
Cross,
mind-boggling. At a speed that is mind-boggling. And this takes me to
you know what?
What's going on with Charlie?
This will be the last time I fucking even entertain this low grade fucking bottom feeding logic of yours. Number one, I'm not ex-military. There's a difference between the military and the Navy. You were in the Navy. You should know this, of Aaron C. And no, I don't hate my country. I hate some of the idiots who are running the country. Look, when Hegseth and Trump were addressing the generals and admirals earlier this week, I was with the generals and the admirals. I admire their discipline and not like fucking turning this into a Nazi rally. In my opinion, the best of the best were in that room, and the two on stage were not the best of the best. Your fucking generals and admirals, those were the Harvard fucking PhDs. Those were the people who went to some of the best schools in the country, including the military and naval academies, the Air Force Academy. I don't hate the country. I hate the leadership. Well, let me take that back. I don't hate anything. My day-to-day life doesn't really depend on Donald Trump, at least as of now. This bullshit, this low grade white nationalist bullshit that of Aaron C. and others want to push on to people. Don't hate my country. I just don't like who's leading the country right now. So the last time I'm going to address it, you need to get a brain of Aaron C. and you need to understand who you're criticizing. This is not CT's chat. This is a higher grade, a higher class, if you will, of thinking and addressing dumbass comments like the one you make.
Last time we talked about, the public square, right? An anemic conception of the public good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got so excited and enthused by this comment right here of Aaron C. says, country gotta stay white or it's screwed. Dude, we don't need a bunch of motherfucking Gomer Piles running this country. And that's exactly what we have right now. We have a bunch of Gomer Piles and of Aaron C's running this country. And in my opinion, China's definitely going to surpass the US if MAGA keeps running this country. MAGA's not that bright. It's full of Be Braves, of Aaron C's, and their allies, CT, John Galt, and Hood Conservative. And by the way, I like CT. I think he's great. I think he is a really good content creator, but some of his ideas, even if they are just clowning, are a little bit concerning. But anyway, and CT's channel is Harvard level. Well, to someone like you of Aaron C, no doubt you actually believe that. So anyway, Gomer Pyle a bunch of racist Gomer piles running the country is sure to make sure China wins. If not, a couple European countries at that.
Our inability to disagree, what that inability means when we're in a country awash in guns.
Oh, CT is definitely the realist,
enemies,
but I don't think
not
being
fellows,
real has
where
nothing to do with
disagreement
being
is the
competent
point.
or capable of RNC.
And the object is
You
not
should know
to,
this.
in
You
some
were in the
ways,
Navy.
deliberate about what's best for the country or to get to a position where we may change our minds, but rather just simply to perform
Vice
our
President
ideological commitments in relation
That's a good
to
one,
another,
Black Knight.
to seek to own the libs or to own or to dismiss or demonize our opponents. We talked about that. And, we said that it wasn't going to be easy to actually engage in an assessment of what Charlie Kirk was up to, because we were witnessing in real time the weaponization of his death by those who claim to love him, those who say that they love him. They're using his death, right, as a cudgel, right, to attack free speech, right? Now, I've always been a bit unsettled by how the phrase free speech works. Oftentimes, free speech is invoked to protect hateful speech, right? To protect speech that I find, right, deeply offensive. Now, I've come to understand, right, the power of the absolutist position. As I said last time, I come to understand its power, but I also know that we have to be mindful, right, of forms of speech that seek to undermine our basic values, and we have to be willing to call it out. Now, you have some conservatives who are.
The most interesting thing is seeing white people in the MAGA movement literally disregard the very principles they seek or pretend to want to propagate. So you're going to be anti-constitutional to support the Constitution. You're going to get rid of birthright citizenship or attempt to do it by going against the 14th Amendment. This is literally like dumb ass Gomer Pyle fucking logic. It is literally stupid. And the other stupid thing is not realizing that 50% of the country disagrees with you. So let's demonize 50% of the country. Dude, even if, look, 60% of a country that is racialized white, a country that literally had no non-white male input in its founding and the constitutional framing, and y'all doubt that the country isn't white? What kind of stupidity? Y'all don't, dude, this patriotic history of RNC is literally going to make the country dive to the bottom of the barrel. And the other thing that really amused me was Vivek Ramaswamy got it right. White America, and I'm paraphrasing because he would never say it, white America, 60% of this country's population worships mediocrity. Literally. So if RNC, come back and talk to me when you've actually stopped worshiping white mediocrity, white male mediocrity. It's literally a thing. And this bullshit about, homogeneity, you need to bring me data. Okay, and just saying that a country's homogenous, that's why they're doing better, is bullshit. You need to go back. You need to go back to the 1950s. You need to come to 2025. America is America because it was diverse. And if you are so racist that you can't realize that, well, China's number two. China's number two because it's homogeneous. That doesn't make sense, sir. You might be a vice presidential candidate in 2025 with the, I'm sorry, in 2028 with that fucking pretzel logic. You could be the next JD Vance of RNC. Pretzel logic.
Responding to the attack, to the call, or to folks who are saying that they're being hypocritical. These are the folks who were so-called, free speech absolutists who are now,
What's up,
engaged
Frost?
in
How you
all-out
doing?
assault on their political opponents. Anybody who says a negative word about Charlie Kirk will find themselves without a job. They will have to face the consequences. I mean, this is coming out of the mouth of the vice president of the United States who's just making up shit. Right? Excuse my language. And so we see Karen Attiah at the Washington Post losing her job because she actually paraphrased or quoted Charlie Kirk. And, she used black women instead of the 4 black women he talked about. And they said she just made it up, not responding to the claim that that Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson or Joanne Reed didn't have the brain processing power, that they just took the place of white people. No, they're not responding to the substance of the claim. They're just saying, instead of mentioning those women specifically, he said black women, and he didn't say that. I mean, you can't, I know I'm being animated here, but you can't assume that these people are coming in good faith. It's a bad faith argument. She loses her job. Last person, black person on the opinion page, hired on the opinion of the Washington Post, gone. You won't see Washington Post links in the weekly wrap up this week and the weeks to come. Right? And then Jimmy Kimmel gets fired because the FCC chairman Carr, right, basically issues a kind of mob-like warning, utterance, and Disney immediately acts. Look, free speech is one thing, right? Free speech talk, and we know that private companies and free speech, private companies, you just can't say anything, and your employer don't expect your employer to fire you, to get rid of you. I mean, I'm clear about that, right? And we know, Nexstar and its efforts to allow, to convince the FCC to allow for this merger that will give it more than the 39% cap of audience share and all of this other stuff. There's this business stuff going underneath this, which is actually an indication of an attempt by the right to control mainstream legacy media, to control the very spaces within which Americans get their information, process their news, such that they can engage in informed deliberation about the country. It's an all-out assault on independent news. It's an all-out assault on mainstream media, as it were, it seems to me. Corporate takeover with particular ideological aims and ends. Jeff Jarvis made this point brilliantly on CNN, on Abby Phillips' show the other day. So these folk don't give a damn about free speech. And to my mind, many of them never had. They claim it. They just want to be able to say whatever they want to say without being held to account. And that's the irony, right? They constantly gaslight us. I heard one commentator say that the right has mastered stochastic terrorism, and at the same time, they've mastered being the perennial victim. Right?
I mean, it's a really powerful formulation, right? They can do the harm, and then they're so quick to clutch their pearls when they're held to account. But these folk are saying that we're no longer talking about cancel culture. We're talking about the consequence culture, right? The consequence culture. If you say X or Y or Z, there are these consequences that follow. We saw this in relation to students protesting, Israel's war in Gaza after October 7th. We saw it. We saw forces literally trying to destroy the lives of young people, many of whom proved to be right in their protest, given what we now know, right? And it's almost following a similar pattern, as it were. So there's this attempt to quell, to crush, right, opposition. And at the same time, there is this effort to coerce us, right, into conceding the mainstreaming of Charlie Kirk's views. Now, let me say that in a much more simple way. When we can't engage in an assessment of the positions that Charlie Kirk held, if we allow them to mainstream his views around diversity, equity, and inclusion, to mainstream his views around gender, to mainstream his views around sexuality, right? To assume that under the guise of free speech that these particular views, right, were held widely by a large swath of Americans, then we are conceding terrain that we ought not to concede. I don't just simply disagree with Charlie Kirk. I reject his worldview. I reject it. I don't, there's an.
And see, this is, in my opinion, well said. Maybe I should use that term more often. Dude, and the thing is like a Charlie Kirk and, more local to, my little small world. Yeah. You know what? Some things just shouldn't even, you shouldn't even bother debating. You hand, say, a Donald Trump a copy of the Constitution and then refuse to debate him. Like, dude, it is in plain language. Of Aaron C., another good example, and he may have self-deported from this chat. Dude, you coming and telling me, well, Stanley, obviously you hate your country. Dude, that shit doesn't work on me. I said nothing of the sort. What you're trying to do is that far right tactic of forcing me to answer something that I answer for something I didn't say. It's called a gish gallop, son. If I didn't say it, I don't have to address it, let alone defend it. You need to take that amateur hour bullshit back to the panels that you're used to being on of Aaron C. It works on CT's panel, does not work on mine. And part of the reason is I'm the only one up here, apparently, much to my chagrin. But dude, I simply am not going to do 9-person panels, and I love or used to love battling 8 people, 8-on-1 verbal fights. I'm going to win. I'm pretty sure I'll win. Not always, but most of the time. I don't have to do that anymore. People know what I'm capable of, at least the little limited audience that I have. I don't need to prove myself. What folks need to do is come up on a panel where it's just me and you, or me and 1 or 2 of you, and let's see how you fare. Let's see how you fare in a FAIR fight, a fair fight, because I will fucking rip arguments to shreds and laugh when I do it. And I don't give a fuck about you getting offended with ad hominems. Of course I'm going to use ad hominems, because a lot of times I'm not disrespecting the person so much as disrespecting the argument you present. And I do a bad job of separating the two, and I really don't give a fuck if I don't. And a lot of people take some of the things I say as personal attacks. If I say your argument is shit, doesn't mean you're a piece of shit, though it might, but not necessarily.
Example that always comes to mind, and this is David Walker's appeal in 1829. And he's responding to Thomas Jefferson's notes, where Jefferson, notes of Virginia, where Jefferson is actually thinking out loud that the question of black inferiority has to be settled on the operating table. Right? That these people aren't really human beings. We have to make this decision down on the ground, right? When, with science, right? In some ways. And David Walker in 1829 is not, I'm not going to argue with that position. How does one argue with the position that denies you dignity and standing? How does one argue with the position that denies your humanity? Right? And so David Walker says, how else do you expect me to respond when you treat us like dogs? And these are the people who are talking about consequences, right? Consequence culture. They want to be free to say anything that they want to say. They want to be able to express any belief that they have. And if I respond in kind to what they're saying, then I'm attacking free speech. But here, in this moment, they want us to consent to their mainstreaming of Charlie Kirk's view. Now, where I come from, how I was raised, you don't revel in the death of anyone. So I'm not making light of his assassination. I'm not making light of the fact that political violence, right, shadows our days, threaten the very foundation of American democracy itself. I'm not making light of that. But this is almost the equivalent of asking folk to accept George Wallace's views after he was shot. Why would people do that? They could be loving, right, and embracing his family and the like, and not wishing him death. But they don't have to embrace his position. They didn't have to embrace his position. But we're being, in some ways, coerced into embracing this stuff. People are being fired. They're losing their jobs. Huh? These folk who are so-called free speech absolutists. We're in a moment, y'all, and I don't want to take too much more of your time. We're in a moment. We're in a moment that all the trains are running at once. All the trains are running at once. There's this grift. There's the stuff with the tariffs. There's the stuff with the job market. There's the stuff that he's trying to do with the Fed. There's the stuff that he's doing with regards to the administrative state. He's not just simply dismantling it. He's replacing many of these bureaucrats with his loyalists. They're going to be around for a long, long time. Right? What he's doing with education. All of this is happening. And these folk who support him are walking around like zombies. It reminds me of Fela Kuti on his track on zombies. Maybe that's what we'll end with today, listening to some Fela and zombies. Well, we're not going to be zombies. We're going to call it.
Oh, by the way, I wish there's a modern interpretation of Fela. My mother was a big, like, Hugh Masekela. I don't know if I don't know about Fela so much, but I do know Hugh Masekela. My mother was a fucking huge fan. There is, if you go type in Afro beats on into YouTube, there is a version of Fela's Zombie with like a 40-piece fucking band. It is in the I think it's like a 20-minute version of the song. It's fucking intense. And I don't know that I've ever seen on YouTube anyway a video of a live performance. It is stunning. And if I think about it, I'll find the link and drop it into the chat. It's fucking crazy good. And I like Afro beats. I like world music, but it's intense. It's incredible. And I've probably watched this video like 10 times because every now and again it'll pop back up in my algorithm. So that's the other thing. Expand your tastes in music, kids.
Out. We're going to replenish. We're going to continue to fight. We're going to have to begin to use our imaginations to figure out how we're going to respond to all of this at scale. As I've been saying over and over again, the
Wait,
traditional
what do you mean the
forms
Pisces
of
women?
protest
I'm not
are
a damn
sufficient.
woman.
We have to do
Tamika.
something different. We have to do something to
The
match
Pisces
the
women?
scale of
Come
the
on now.
assault on this precious.
I'm tempted to watch this, though I have another one in mind. Let's just go with this flow.
Shakespeare. But we will see what we come up with in the coming days and weeks and months.
Dude's a class act.
We see Americans out in the streets pressing, pushing, responding to the assault on American democracy. I was on Nicole Wallace Deadline White House with Nicole Wallace this past week on Monday. And I made a basic claim that that the 78 million people who voted for Donald Trump, 77 to 78 million people who voted for Donald Trump, had to, in so many ways, grapple with what actually motivated them to vote for this man, to vote for someone who's in effect.
Now, I'm going to do an ad hominem here and make sure it does get back where it needs to be. This is what Bob should be, and I'll leave it at that, because he does kind of favor Bob, to be honest.
Shredding the Constitution, who's in effect throwing the Republic into the trash bin. There's so much James Baldwin would say, and I'm always willing to quote him. But
oh, that's all right, Tamika. You're forgiven.
The consequences
I'm the
of this
12th.
desire of the country to separate itself from Black people, right? To separate itself from others. The consequences, right, are devastating for the country, and we're living it in real time in our moment. And so I was asked, what did I think the motivation was? I said they would rather throw the Republic into the trash bin than elect a Black woman as president of the United States. And all hell.
I'll check it out.
I don't know what it's going to take for the American people, for 78 million Americans, to deal with what motivated them to make the choice to elect this man again, to make the choice that will allow these people to undermine every fundamental assumption we have, that you can just be disappeared, and then they can argue that, a court is getting in the way of their ability to exercise, foreign policy in some ways, right? I don't know what it's going to take for 78 million Americans to deal with what motivated them to make this choice. And the choice that they've made, we have to just be honest, is to literally throw the Republic into the trash bin.
Baron C, are you still in the chat? If you are, let me know. I forgot. I didn't see you type in a while, so I kind of forgot. I do have that story. It's Frederick Douglass and a slave breaker called William Covey. It's a whole story. And if you'd ever read, both of Frederick Douglass's autobiographies, you know about this story. And your point about, mastering, you mastered fishing and something about you mastering me, reminded me of that story. So type I am still here, Averency. If you are, I'd be happy to talk about this story with you. If not, I don't need you to do it, but I want to make sure you are here to hear it because it's dedicated to you there, Massa.
And this is just one example. The tariffs is another, right? They made the choice. Now, what was behind it? We have to grapple with it.
because it's the snake, it's the beast coiled up in the heart, the bosom of the country, as Frederick Douglass said. And the fact that they are doubling down on this shows you what kind of human beings they actually are.
Say more.
We chose a felon who is more interested in loyalty.
Oh shit! They
who's more
chose
interested in
a
retribution,
felon.
who's more interested in grift than in democracy. And we chose
Oh
a felon
shit!
because
He's
we
about
didn't
to
want
preach.
elect a black woman. So to read that,
What's up over there, and see?
to actually explicate
What's up,
that, is to say that we would
Well,
rather
this dude is
destroy
preaching
the
here.
republic
Let him
than for
finish.
that to have happened.
But actually,
And
I'm glad
until
you
we
came
grapple
up.
with it, there's no amount
And
of
look,
protest.
you know I'm just fucking with you. As much as you and I go back and forth, you're a fisherman, so I must respect you. It's the piscatory code.
Damn. All right. Well, can I just say this? Like, I don't understand why this guy. He's obviously a leftist. I mean, why is
He's
it the
a
left?
what?
I've noticed that this guy keeps using the term like constitutional, like it's a constitutional
Wait,
crisis.
hold it. Have you heard of the Constitution? Let me ask you a question, because you accused me of hating the country. Do you hate the Constitution?
No, it's like the greatest document ever. Of course not.
Okay, then why? Because I'm one of these almost. I wouldn't say that I'm an originalist, but pretty close. So if I actually believe that the Constitution is very important and basically is this country,
yeah,
why would I hate the country if I don't hate the Constitution?
You were saying that you're going along with what this guy was saying, were you not? Which is like,
Oh, you think this guy hates the country?
oh yeah, without a doubt, yeah. He's talking about the
Give
250th
me one.
anniversary.
Give me one reason. Give me one reason why you think this.
Sure, because a moment ago he was saying like, yeah, this patriotic like little storybook they give, which is of course positive, which is positive. We
Gotcha.
don't. What's the point of dwelling? We all had unfortunate things that happened in our
let
lives
me
personally.
tell
Why
you.
dwell on it?
It might be a weak analogy, but when you grow up, and I don't know, your parents are still around, I'm sure, and you loved your parents and all that. Do you think your parents were perfect?
Of course not. I wouldn't dwell
Okay,
on
whoa. You answer the question. Well, I don't think my parents are perfect either, but you still love them, right?
Why, yes, Stanley.
Okay, well then, so that's a yes. So you can literally love your parents and think they're the greatest people on earth, which I hold my parents in high regard, talk about them all the time, but they weren't perfect. There are things when I was raising my son that I did differently because I didn't particularly like it when I was a kid. So you can love your parents and still not think they're perfect. Am I correct? All I need is a yes or no.
The way that dude verbalized.
Okay, what I need
Marxist bullshit.
see, this is where these CT panels go way off track because people cannot literally do yes no questions.
Yeah, exactly. You know why? Because no matter what I say, you'll mute me anyway. I'm not stupid, Stanley. I already know.
This is not CT's panel.
Your question has nothing to do with the point I was
This
even
is
trying to
not
make. It's nothing to do with it.
CT's panel, and I don't
Okay.
debate, son. I do not debate. I debate
All right,
my
then I'll just
equals.
bounce then. There's no reason to even have
Well,
to
then,
go through
hey,
that.
you can self-deport, but I think I got my point across.
You make it sound like you want that
You
smoke,
can
and then I
love
come and you
your
don't.
country since you seem to be a bit slow. I know it's still early in Utah.
I am just getting my cappuccino, but no. Nah, man, the dude. And why are these guys? Why are
You
like,
can
the glasses
love
he's
your
wearing-
country and still criticize it. Is my point.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean,
What do you mean
yeah,
you
that's fair.
suppose? If you can, dude, let me tell you something, and this is in all honesty, no bullshit. I always considered Georgia the state that I love, my mother, because I was born and raised here. My mother's from here. Okay, but I got married. I married my wonderful wife in Virginia. So the joke was always, well, Georgia is my mother, Virginia is my wife. Okay, what I'm saying is that love of country can be compared to love of family, and you can love your family and still be comfortable identifying some things that should be changed. Okay, so this part about hating the country, in my opinion, you asking me that question is almost disrespectful. I love my country, but I don't think it's perfect. Just like I
This
don't
dude
think
you're
my
listening to hates
just like
America,
I
dude.
don't just
Sure.
like I don't think my family is perfect. There's always room for improvement. So now's your time to respond.
All right. So here's my response. Okay. I have a libtard mom. Okay. Total brainwashed shit lib mom. Okay. It's rough to talk to her at times. Now, I've noticed recently, because most of them, just like the gentleman that you're listening to, it's not like he's bringing anything cutting edge or anything.
Oh
He's
my
just
God.
repeating talking points from the mainstream media. Now, I've noticed as of lately, ever since Trump's reelection, I noticed there's a lot of leftists out there saying like, oh, constitutional, these in terms like constitutional crisis, attack on freedom of speech, all this other kind of shit. And it's just insane to me because historically speaking, if you look at the last 50 to 70 years, all the attacks on First and Second Amendment on constitutional rights is going to be from the left. So the fact now that they're trying to act like it's the right-leaning people that are pushing, anti-constitutional shit is just retarded. It's so stupid for a leftist to even say
do
that
realize,
shit is retarded.
okay.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
You just spoke gibberish. I have no clue what you just said.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. So sorry.
Frost, your mic is still messed up. So just hold on one sec. Let my buddy here of Aaron C finish.
So Stanley, you don't understand what I'm saying. Like, let's say traditionally.
No, I
attacks on,
don't.
like,
Please
let's say
do. Please do clarify, because I actually don't understand.
So all anti-gun legislation, Second Amendment, one of our beloved amendments there, the majority of Second Amendment, attacks are, of course, from the left historically. And then as far as the First Amendment, freedom of speech goes, it's always the left, historically that attack that as well with censorship. They're the ones that are completely behind all censorship online. There's certain things in groups that we can't talk about because of the leftist censorship on YouTube right now, not because of right-leaning censorship. And even the term hate speech, which is a literal made-up term. It's not even a real concept. That's made up by the left too. So they do nothing but attack our constitutional rights. Now that Trump's got reelected, whatever, all of a sudden it's we're in a constitutional crisis. They're trying to pretend like they're the patriots, like they're the conservatives. It's just so retarded. It's all just an act. You know what I mean? But this dude, as far as why I say this guy hates America, is like, huh?
Oh, you look like you were on a ski lift or something.
No, I will be soon, man. It's almost that time. I'm just checking out. There's some beautiful hoes around here. I'm in the land of the snow bunny, Stanley. You understand? But anyway,
hey, I've been to Utah with my wife, who was I wouldn't call her a snow bunny, but I've been there.
That's all good. All these hoes, whatever we please. We're masters and commanders of the universe. But anyway,
have you ever read the book Masters and Commander?
No, I didn't know that was a book.
Well, there was a movie too.
Oh,
but go ahead, but make it short because I have a response.
All right. I'll bring it to a close. I'll wrap it up here. So, like, this dude, the reason why I say someone like him hates America, he's not definitively saying, coming out proclaiming he hates America, whatever. However, he's talking about the 250th anniversary. It sounds like he's just already poised to like criticize, conservative events, stuff like that. That's why he just comes across, and he's even wearing the glasses. You have to understand, this stuff is like, it's like cookie cutter now. Like, this is all I had to do. If I met a guy like this in public, all I got to do is look at those glasses he's wearing, and I either know, one, he's gay, or two, he's just a commie. You know what I mean? It's just that easy. Stan, I've been in this game for a while.
What happened to judging a book by its cover?
Well, yeah, you got to judge a book by its cover. I mean,
Okay, well, no, you don't need. Hey, if that
Gotta
is
do
what
that.
you do, that kind of explains a lot.
Yeah, you have
But
to.
let me also say this.
Everyone does that.
I
What do you
think
mean?
compared to MAGA, this guy, Eddie Glaude, is more conservative than MAGA. And let me also say this, that, apparently MAGA has its own favorite constitutional amendments. The Second Amendment, number 1. I literally heard some MAGA woman say the Second Amendment should actually be the First Amendment. She was like literally criticizing the framers of the Constitution because the Constitution was not written to her satisfaction. So
Yeah, I can agree with that.
to finish my, well, you know what? That's like the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
The
In
don't judge a book by
American
its
say.
cover thing, though, is stupid. If I had
Oh,
face
no.
tattoos, you would
If
judge
you
me by my
literally,
cover.
if you literally want to think a document that's 200 and less than 250 years old, if you are literally going to tell, you're literally going to tell James Madison that the fucking Constitution should have been written this way. What is more revisionist a statement than that? The Constitution was written wrong. That's about as anti-American as anything I've heard. And the other thing I want to say is, look,
Well, criticism of it is okay.
Hold
Criticism's
on.
of it okay.
MAGA has its favorite parts of the Constitution, and thus non-MAGA people do too. For a black person like me and Eddie Glaude, that 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, that is the Constitution. Okay, and then the First Amendment. So first, 13th, 14th, and 15th. You can have your Second Amendment. Nobody wants to deny you your right to, have your kids have accidents that kill them. That is your right. If you want your schools shot up by your Second Amendment, have at it. I want the Second Amendment, and to be honest, I think the Second Amendment should be restricted just to white people. Black people shouldn't have a Second Amendment. Just let just let the white people have the Second Amendment, and then it will be easier, somewhat easier in 100 years. They will be ended by their disrespect of the Second Amendment and their abuse. Hey, you can abuse a right, and that's
Yeah, but that's
literally
not abuse. I mean,
that's
Utah might say it's not
hey,
abuse. You know what I'm saying?
shooting up a school, assassinating people. That's an abuse of the Second Amendment. Surely the
Those are some elite
framer,
professionals that killed
surely the
Kirk, not your average
framers.
citizen.
Hey, you will never convince me that the framers of the Constitution would approve of taking a gun and assassinating people. Are you saying Madison was pro-assassination?
Yeah, that they all. Yeah, Second Amendment. Yeah, that's what it's for. That's what it's for. Yeah, it's your last
So
resort.
the Second
Your last resort
Amendment
might be assassination.
So the Second Amendment is for assassinations.
Yes, I'm gonna say so. Yeah, it falls under that umbrella.
Okay, well then you know what?
It's your last
You know
resort. It
what?
falls under that.
I will stop asking you the
How's it
question.
not?
I just needed to confirm this sort of perverted view of the Constitution.
And when you say you say white folks abuse
it's
it,
literally
but the
it's
statement
literally
we don't abuse it. I mean,
it's
there's no
literally a perversion. It is literally the Constitution perverted. So let me hear you say this again. The Second Amendment was for assassination.
Yeah, can I explain? Can I get a minute to explain?
Well, motherfucker, you better
So you
make
just really
it
like the yes or no
crispy,
thing,
and
and then
you better make it quick.
Well, I'll make it complete and comprehensive there, LT. So the whole point of the Second Amendment is that if all other options fail,
Where does it say that in the Constitution?
Let's say I'll get there.
No. I want you to preface this with you are no constitutional scholar.
Can I just finish?
And maybe what you ought to do,
I don't need to be
would
a
it be an
scholar to understand
imposition?
it. I don't need to be a
Can I
scholar to
ask
understand.
you a question, a favor, actually?
Sure.
Can I get you, if it's not too much of an imposition, to read the Second Amendment and then tell us, after you've read it verbatim, hopefully, tell us your interpretation of it.
Hold up a sec, Stanley.
See, this is going to be fun. Read the motherfucking Second Amendment and tell me where it confirms political violence. This is literally hilarious. This is how you defeat.
I'll be
white
right back,
supremacy.
Stanley. I just ran into my homie. All right, I'll hit you back. I will be back.
You just, dude, this is literally, hey, dude, I hope he comes back because, motherfucker, I want you to read the Second Amendment and then tell me how it affirms any of this bullshit. Dude, it does not take a whole lot of intelligence to mangle arguments like the one that was just presented. This is fun. This is a great Saturday when I get to piss on white supremacy. So let's hear Dr. Glad out.
Amount of resistance that could come into play to actually force 78 million people to grapple with what motivated them to put themselves in this position.
And I think you're getting at how we're going to have to go through the next 4 years, right? Because I haven't on this show covered the talk of a third term because I believe it's a shiny object. I believe the things driving Trump's approval rating down are the man-made destruction of the economy, abandoning due process. But you're right in that 78 million people voted for someone who wants to shred the Constitution. Why?
That's the key.
What's the answer?
There is a sense in which the underbelly of the country, what Melville was writing about, right? That there's this sense, this tragic dimension of the American project, where the extension of basic democratic principles, the idea that dignity and standing should be accorded to anyone, no matter their gender, no matter where they're from, no matter their color, that has been challenged because some people believe that by definition they ought to be superior to others, and that the country should be organized in such a way to ensure that fact. And we have been willing to do monstrous things in defense of it. Monstrous things. And people have been using it in some ways, Nicole, for their own self-interest. They might not be monsters in that sense, but they might be unabashedly greedy. They just want to make money with and exploit people's grievances and hatreds in the way. But we've been dealing with this from the very beginning. And, you know, people will say, Eddie's on his horse again. He's on that more horse. But we've been dealing with
it. Ties everything together. I mean,
so all you have to do is look at my X feed, my inbox at Princeton, telephone calls. Breitbart covered it. Conservative social media. I don't even want to call it conservative. Right wing, far right social media covered it. People calling me the N-word coon, calling for me to kill myself, saying that I'm the racist because I am claiming that 78 million Americans are racist because they wouldn't vote for a black woman. The level of dishonesty in America, USA. The willingness to live in the fantasy that somehow this nation has left behind the ugliness that has for so long shadowed our basic principles. The serpent coiled tight in the bosom of the nation, as Frederick Douglass said, remains there, still there, eating our entrails. And the reaction, the vitriol, the hatred, proved the point. Proved the point. We are in dark times again. And it seems that at every turn, When we face the chance, the possibility of imagining ourselves otherwise, we turn a blind eye to those forces that insist that this remain a white republic. And if you dare to speak the truth, which we will continue to do, it comes with a cost. It comes with a cost. So it's been a rough week, a rough 2 days. As America USA, at least this ugly underbelly, the barnacled underbelly of the white whale, right, revealed itself to me intimately. But that's okay. That's okay. We will still bear witness. We will still bear witness with love.
Let's see here. I wonder. Oh, look, he is he does have a sense of himself, that is for sure. So I'll leave it there. And I have to do a little bit of ASMR. I love this woman. She is a pet groomer.
Hello, Melon. Do you like tubes? Do you like tubes?
Gotta have some ASMR, folks.
It's a tube. Are you really nervous? Okay, I will give you a minute. Maybe you'll come out on your own. Please don't jump off though, okay? Hello, Melon. Oh, that's very nice. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna take your carrier away. Okay, so today we are grooming Melon, the domestic short hair. And Melon, I have to clip your nails first because I was told you will try to climb out of the tub. Now Melon is overweight, and because of that, she is not thoroughly grooming herself. She has some dry skin. The owner had to bathe her once this year already to try and help her skin. So she's here today in the hopes that grooming her might help her out. I do think a lot of the reason why overweight cats have dry skin is because they're not self-grooming. They're not removing all that dirt and dander from their coat, and that can cause some irritated skin that gets a little bit itchy and starts to get flaky. If they were self-grooming, they'd probably remove all of that dander themselves, or dandruff, I should say. Right? But I was told that she is a fairly docile cat. She doesn't like grooming, but she's not aggressive about it, so hopefully all goes well. So far, she's being great for her nails. Now, for those of you who don't know, I am hosting a talent show fundraiser this year on October 7th at 7 p.m. It's going to be live on my YouTube channel, and it is going to be showcasing talented pets from around the world. During this live, I will be talking about the 2 rescues that we are raising money for and encouraging people to donate towards the rescues, I should say.
Well, it's because she's very well fed, Richard, apparently.
It is for 2 rescues, one that you guys already know, which is Happy's Place Senior Dog Rescue and Retirement Home, and the other one is my grandfather's cat. Right now, I'm already holding the fundraiser and starting to collect funds before the event even starts. So if you'd like to donate to either one of the rescues, please use the link below in the comment section or in the description. My grandfather's cat is a rescue designed to help rehome cats from people who are either moving into long-term care facilities, or they know they're going to pass away, or they have already passed away, so that they can ensure that their pets are well cared for after they can no longer care for them. And Happy's Place takes in senior pets and takes care of all of their medical needs, places them in forever homes if they can be placed, and if they are too sick or too old to be placed, then they are kept basically on hospice care with one of the fosters until they pass. Obviously, both rescues are dealing with older pets typically. So that means that there are a lot of medical issues that come with the older pets, and the rescues could really, really use the funds. So again, if you'd like to donate, don't forget to hit the links below, and make sure you tune in October 7th at 7 p.m. on my YouTube channel for a live stream of a bunch of talented pets. And for those of you who don't know, all of the pets you see featured.
You know, it's funny you mentioned this, Richard. I didn't know this until maybe a year or so ago, that cat reflexes are actually faster than snake reflexes. If you go out and somewhere out there on YouTube, there are cat versus snake, cat versus snake videos. It's like cats are like 2 or 3 or maybe even more times their reflexes are like fucking, they make snakes look slow, which is crazy. So there are videos out there of cats killing rattlesnakes and you feel sorry for the snake. It's amazing to see.
Featured on my channel are groomed for free. If you'd like to support the complimentary grooms, all you have to do is hit that follow or subscribe button. All right, so far so good. I'm gonna see if you will take some tube. Try some? You don't want no tube? You don't want no tube? Come on.
Oh yeah, I've seen like Maine Coons take on something like a
Now,
Chihuahua.
I am putting on my gloves today
you feel sorry for the
because I
Chihuahua.
was told that
I mean, feeling
she
sorry
doesn't
for the
love the
snake
bath
because
and
the
she will
cat
try
is just
to
having fun with it.
pull herself out of it,
That is
and in the
scary.
process of
Cats are-
doing that,
You know, the
she
whole
may
theme of
use her
cats
claws
just
and
waiting
scratch
for
my
the humans
forearms.
to die
So
to eat
while
them.
these gloves do not
I
provide,
might buy into
ideal
that.
protection from
They
nails,
are
they do provide
they are very
some
skilled
protection, and
killers.
obviously some protection is better than none. A happy hoodie is more for the sound of the water when I turn it on. A lot of cats panic from the sound
I've never
of
seen
running
that
water,
video.
so
Feel
this might
feel
help
free
to
to
muffle the
drop the
sound a
link,
little bit, and so
Napstar.
she isn't as
Let me
scared.
rinse you
Oh,
up.
you're
I
so
gotta
cute.
drop that link.
I'm going to keep
We
the
may
water
not watch it
running
today, but
at a
I will
low
at some point.
stream of water. If I keep the sound on, then it's not an abrupt sound that starts that might startle her. Keep your head out of the water though, okay? Good job. Good job. Very good.
Okay, well we'll watch this next, Richard.
Now, whenever somebody contacts me about getting their domestic short hair groomed, I always kind of question them on why their cat requires grooming. Because most domestic short hair cats do not need to be bathed. That's just the truth of it. Now, I always mention that it's ideal to get your kitten used to bathing. That way in the future, if they ever do need a bath, it's not so scary for them. However, calling me with your 5-year-old domestic short hair that's never had a bath and asking me to bathe it is not the same thing as getting your kitten used to grooming. So oftentimes, to be honest,
Damn,
I will
this
say
cat
no
is good.
to grooming domestic short hairs unless there is a good reason for it. So for her, the cat's overweight, not doing a great job grooming itself. The cat has some itchy, irritated skin due to dandruff. So there's reasons. But on top of that, she has bathed the cat before. She knows that while the cat doesn't like it, the cat does tolerate it. So it makes it a little bit more less stressful for the cat when I know those things. But if you just call me because you think you have the most adorable cat in the world and you really want to feature it on my channel, it doesn't necessarily mean I will accept your cat, because I don't really want to put cats through unnecessary trauma if they don't really need grooming. The only time I will really say yes to a domestic short hair is for the reasons I just mentioned, or if they are kittens because you want to get them used to bathing, then I will provide them with that service. But yes, a lot of the times I will say no, because if the cat's not used to it, I don't want to cause the cat stress for no reason other than just because you want them on my channel. You're doing very well. Very, very well. What a perfect cat. Good job. She's very scared with those big eyes of hers, but she knows that it's not that bad. She's not panicking. Because Melon is doing so well, I am going to put her in the rage cage today. The rage cage has the high velocity dryer, which will really help me to remove a lot of that dead skin and shedding coat. I'm only putting her in there because she's showing me that she is quite tolerant of grooming. If she does panic in there too much, I will switch and put her in the easy bake oven and she can finish her drying in there. Come here, pretty kitty.
Easy
what a good
bake
cat
oven.
you are. Are you perfect? I know a lot of you have been asking about Purdy and why you haven't seen her on the channel in a while, because I do groom her once a month. I don't film every time I groom her, and I don't always give her a full bath when I am grooming her. But the reason why I haven't shown you guys her in a grooming video yet is because she has gotten so big, and I'm kind of waiting for a little bit of a reveal to show how big she is and how floofy she is. It's hard to imagine that she doesn't have half the coat that she's going to have when she's full grown at 3 years old, but she has so much hair. Into the rage cage we go.
Poor thing.
Okay. How you doing? You need a little bit of a brush? Brush you up? She did very, very, very well for grooming. It's okay, I just gotta brush that hair. She's a little bit damp. I was going to finish off her dry with the handheld dryer, but I think she went through enough. She did really well. She will dry, she will air dry pretty quickly because she's not wet or anything, just a bit damp. Right. The only thing I have left to do is go over her with the equity groomer. It's okay. And then she is finished. You did a good job. You're a very nice cat. Very placid. Definitely not aggressive in any way.
Placid.
If you guys liked this video and you want to see more complimentary grooms just like Melon's, don't forget you can hit that follow and subscribe button because that helps to support the channel and allow me to provide more free grooms. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you again in a few days. Go back in your house. Come on. Go back in your house.
Oh, now she likes it there. I'm good.
Thank you. Please come again.
Yeah, that cat definitely needs a diet, but I like this cat. She's seems pretty cool. All right, so
President Donald.
We're gonna leave that there. Let's have a look at this. All right, let's see here.
Yet one bite from the rattlesnake would kill her in minutes. But this ordinary bird is the fastest draw in the West.
Beep, beep. Holy shit.
This is just not the young rattlesnake's day.
Holy shit.
He dies a virgin.
Oh, wow. To be fast enough to fucking catch it with its mouth open? That's fucking insane. It's like that poor snake. It might have survived had it not opened its mouth, which is kind of symbolic. And you know what? Actually, let's see. We're gonna watch this right quick because since I don't know if anyone noticed, but I asked of Aaron C to like give me his ideas on the Second Amendment after reading the Second Amendment, and all of a sudden his homie was there. I hope that there's someone out there who noticed the self-deport. You always take people who claim to know shit and make them do the hard work. Oh, wait, he's still in the chat. Of Aaron C, the invitation's open. I was gonna, well, you know what? Let's just not fucking delay anymore. We'll play this Trump clip, and I'll find that Edward Covey, Frederick Douglass story.
Donald Trump is now openly embracing the conservative blueprint he desperately tried to distance himself from during the 2024 campaign.
Project 2025. I've never read it. I don't want to read it because that way I can be honest with you. I don't want to read it.
In a post on his Truth Social site Thursday morning, Trump announced he would be meeting with his budget chief, quote, Russ Vought, he of Project 2025 fame, to discuss which federal agencies should be cut and whether the cuts should be permanent. Trump's comments represent a dramatic about-face after he and his campaign spent much of last year denouncing the massive proposed overhaul of the federal government that was drafted by many longtime allies and current and former administration officials.
And they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is, it's Project 25. He's involved in Project, and then they read some of the things and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme.
Since his swearing in, Trump has been pursuing plans laid out in Project 2025 to dramatically expand presidential power and reduce the size of the federal workforce.
That I will faithfully execute.
Slick Rick, I'm not sure the July 13th hoax. Remind me of what you're talking about, or drop the link. That'll work too. So anyway, of Aaron C, our friend of Aaron C., mentioned something about he mastered fishing, so now he's going to master me. And I assume that means in some sort of like panel dialogue. Son, you will need quite a bit to do that. But anyway, my response was, you mean you want to massa me? Which was a joke, but not that good a joke. So he made me think of, he wants to master me. And by the way, of Aaron C., it just reminded me of this story. I'm not saying you're anything like an Edward Covey. So it just reminded me. I'm actually not even making the comparison. So relax. So in 1833, Frederick Douglass, then a teenager, was sent to Edward Covey, a man known as a slave breaker, by Frederick Douglass's owner, Thomas Auld, because Frederick was kind of uppity. He learned to read the Bible and all that. Thomas Auld, who viewed Douglass as difficult to manage and suspected of planning to escape. Covey subjected Douglass to severe physical and psychological abuse, whipping him frequently, often at least once a week, and attempting to break his spirit. Yeah, that chattel slavery, that comparison to horses and cows and sheep. Yeah, that chattel thing can be something that patriotic education will not teach you. So Frederick Douglass described the experience as completely dehumanizing, stating that Covey succeeded in breaking me. I was broken in body, soul, and spirit, and that he lost his will to read, his self-confidence, and his sense of self. This period left Douglass in a deep depression, feeling powerless and reduced to a brute, which is what America, and I'm not even sure that I'm being hyperbolic here, Americans, like, be brave with this whole, hey, Black people should just be grateful to be here. Hey, you're second best. Be happy because you live like kings. That is basically treating Black people like brutes. So the turning point came when Douglass, weakened by exhaustion and illness, was kicked and beaten by Covey for failing to rise from the ground. After being sent back to Covey despite seeking help from his master, Douglass resolved to fight back. The following day, when Covey attempted to attack him, Douglass seized Covey by the throat and fought him for nearly 2 hours in a physical confrontation that ended in a draw. Douglass emerged victorious in spirit, having bloodied Covey and refusing to submit. He later stated that he told Covey, "Come what might, I was determined to be used no longer." After the fight, Covey never attempted to beat Douglass again, and Douglass even defied Covey's threats, warning him that any future attempt would result in a worse beating. This moment marked a profound transformation in Douglass's identity. He regained his sense of manhood, self-worth, and determination to be free. The fight became the climax of his autobiography, and he wrote 2 of them, symbolizing the liberation of his mind from the psychological chains of slavery. And I'll end it there. But when I hear fools, and now I am talking about you of Aaron C., when I hear fools like you talking about mastering people, motherfucker, I simply am smarter than you are, more experienced, meaner, and tougher. You are the Edward Covey. And I said I wouldn't make those comparisons, but now's as good a time as any to break my promise. Dude, you got to do better. If you're going to fucking come up on my panel, I will make you read the Second Amendment, and then you, like a pussy, will run away. It works every time. I only debate my peers, son, and you are not my peer. So let us move on. We wouldn't want to delay the fun I'm having. So this is from the Center for Heirs Property, and this kind of strikes home. And you'll figure it out. But this is what happened in places like Hilton Head, Sapelo Island, Defusky Island, to a certain extent, St. Helena, Sea Islands of Georgia. And I will remind you that the Sea Islands of South Carolina and Georgia are probably the most, the closest Black America as a concept has roots back to Africa. And, you know, I would call Gullah kind of a Creole thing. A lot of similarities between, say, Gullah culture and Caribbean culture. And I can't remember whether it's Jamaica or one of the other islands. A lot of ancestry in South Carolina, both white and Black. South Carolina was settled by Jamaican plantation owners. And believe it or not, one of the charter members of South Carolina was John Locke himself. A lot of people don't know that. So John Locke, you know, at least in my mind, you know, one of like the architects of what we call the Scottish Enlightenment. John Locke, the Scottish Enlightenment, and one of the problems with classical liberal, you know, that sort of orientation is it was very permissive, if not embracing, of race and racism. Liberalism and classical liberalism, the John Locke's of the world, were the architects of racism, specifically in America. So anyway, with that said, let's watch this.
Charleston County is the place where 40% of all enslaved Africans arrived in the U.S. The historic landmarks, settlement communities, and land of these Gullah Geechee people, the descendants of the enslaved Africans, are being lost to development and gentrification. Consequently, their culture, experiences, and contributions are going largely undertold, which often leads to a lack of awareness and appreciation of their contribution to the community. Charleston County has experienced unprecedented growth over the last few decades. And as more people move to Charleston County, the need for new development threatens existing cultural resources. Within the past couple of years, Charleston County's historic African American communities have experienced a lot of challenges. However, ownership and connections to the land remain a vital component of their Gullah identity. The foundations of the Gullah cultural traditions in the Lowcountry were extended family associations, religion, and strong connections to the land. Churches and cemeteries served as a central land within these communities. Historic preservation advocates stated that cemeteries and African American buildings and sites are the most threatened types of historic properties in the state. The Center for Heirs Property Preservation has a Gullah Historic Preservation Project that is centered around historical African American communities in Charleston County. As part of this project, community mini grants were awarded to 9 historical African American communities. Let's take a look inside each of these communities and experience how they are planning for their future by preserving their past.
Oh, Esther, see, this is our original congregation who started here at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church. This is a picture of our deacons and our pastor. This is Pastor Jakes, Deacon Jacobs, Deacon Bugsby Sr., Deacon Gathers, and Deacon Trotter. My name is Sheila Fields, and I am from Friendship Missionary Baptist Church. My organization is a historic church which was built back in the 1800s. Friendship Missionary Baptist Church came to 75 America Street back in 1960. They acquired the property because they had to move from 2 other sites where they were located in the Charleston area.
Are you seeing gentrification in your community? And if so, what does that look like?
Gentrification has already occurred, and many of my neighbors, they have been displaced from the gentrification. And at our church site, which is an old historic site, we would like to preserve and renovate our building, whereas they still can come back and worship at our church. We needed this grant because our church was built back in the 1800s, and over the years, with the wear and the tear, we had been fixing the roof, but it would be really nice if we had a new roof for this historic site.
How is the community going to benefit from this project?
The community would benefit from this project very much because we would still have a historically black church in the community, whereas where gentrification has come and occurred, they could still come to a church that has been in the community since the 1800s. We have quite a few seniors in their 90s. We have a coding program for our kids. We have computers for the youth. We have a golfing program through Deacon Jacobs, and this grant would allow us to still be the cornerstone of the community.
It is the mission of our committee to let the entire world know about the great heritage that is a part of our community, known as Liberty Hill. And for that reason, we just want them to understand that the legacy lives on, and they have a responsibility to pass on to their children, that we have got to be completely vested into the community because there's a ripple effect as a result of that. My name is Hester McFadden, and I'm from the Liberty Hill community.
I'm Lisa Robinson, and my descendants are from the Liberty Hill community.
And I'm Carolyn LeCue, born and raised or reared on Liberty Hill. We are members of the Liberty Hill Improvement Council, and more specifically, we are on the steering committee for the Liberty Hill Reunion Committee. The Liberty Hill was originally acreage owned by free people of color, Paul and Harriet Trescott. Paul's father, we're told, was a slave owner. He was white and he was a slave owner, and he married Harriet. And apparently Paul inherited the property that is now known as Liberty Hill. In 1861, St. Peter's A&E Church was established at the Navy Yard, what is called Turnbull. This is where they set up a tent there. In 1864, Paul and Harriet Trescott donated 2 acres of property on
What's up, Mr. Bardwell?
To St. Peter's African Methodist Episcopal Church. In 1871, 4 freedmen, Aaron Middleton, Ishmael Grant, William LeCue, and Plenty LeCue, purchased 109 acres on Liberty Hill. They thought they purchased 111 not knowing the 2 acres had previously been given to the A&E Church. So it was actually 109 acres that these 4 men purchased for about $900. They worked and paid the money off. They subdivided the property between friends and family, and the rest is history. We're still there.
Remember when y'all was talking about gentrification? This is a very good idea of being able to see like how close these things are happening.
This historic community has been such an established community for so long. In fact, it's the oldest established community in North Charleston. And we're talking about a lot of folks who invested their entire lives in trying to promote economic growth and stability and faith and family. And we're seeing all of that dissipate because of gentrification. We've seen houses that are built up around the
I
community.
want to make one
it grieves our
point,
spirit.
and it is going to sound so shallow, but the one thing I've always appreciated, these women, Gullah, roots, are good-looking women, and I guarantee you they are all in their 60s, if not getting close to 70. I used to see when I was a kid, like people living healthy lifestyles. They'll get out, they'll they'll garden or raise their chickens or, whatever they're doing outdoors. These are fine looking older Black women. And this is just some documentary about Charleston, heirs property and, Gullah people. These are just normal people where I come from.
Houses that are built up around the community, and it grieves our spirit, as I said before. And we are really trying to get our children to understand that because our predecessors invested so much of themselves, their heart, their soul, their spirit, everything into the community, we are trying to stop this influx of economic growth without us being a part of that growth. And so this is our mission, so that our children and future generations will understand that this is a strong historic community, and we're going to hold on to it at all costs.
Right. And speaking of this strong historic community, that leads us into the project that y'all are working on. So if you wouldn't mind, could you tell us about the historical preservation project that you're working on?
Well, using the term that you said, preservation.
And Tamika, I'm sure some of it is like lighting, but literally these are the type of older ladies that I grew up with. These are my grandmothers, my aunts, my mother's my mother's aunt, my great aunt, lived well into her 90s. And at 90, when we'd come over, she'd already have dinner started. It was like, this is what I grew up with. And like it or not, these are the types of people, at least over on St. Helena, because I'm from Savannah. I grew up in Savannah, but this is Charleston, another city I love. This is Sea Islands, Georgia, Sea Island, South Carolina culture. This to me is exciting and vibrant. And, I have roots in this type of community.
Community to take your hand in this project. And so two of the things, one being that St. Peter's A&E, the cemetery, is, to our knowledge, the oldest Black cemetery in the North area. And for us, that is huge. And so to honor our ancestors and those who came before us, we want to beautify the cemetery. We want to preserve the cemetery because we know every headstone that is there, there's a story behind the headstone. There's a story that is just screaming to be told. People want to know about their ancestors. People want to know
just
about
beautifully
this town,
preserved.
this place called Liberty Hill, because for 100 years or more. We're going on 150
Yeah, Tamika.
years
Now
coming
this,
up,
I
and
think
that's
this is a
150 years
fairly
of powerful
old
stories.
video, but
So we're going
just
to
looking at
beautify
this,
both
it
St.
fucking
Peter's A&E
excites me.
Cemetery
So,
and Grant Cemetery.
I'm standing here at Grant Cemetery,
what's up,
which
Aver
was
and C?
established in
Hey, what's up?
1915
What? Any
by
comments
the
on the
descendants of
video?
Ishmael Grant
No, no.
Sr.
From
There
earlier,
are
my homie
maybe
showed up.
50
I know y'all thought I was
60
running. No,
graves, I
sir.
believe, out here. And the
Oh
So no,
no!
I
founding,
don't.
Well,
Cause show,
not only did I think it, not only did I think it, I said it and made fun of it. Now, hey,
okay.
maybe maybe I was embellishing. That could be possible. Funny
Yeah. The
how
only thing
those
I was,
things happen at just the right times.
yeah, the only thing that I was getting at was simply that I noticed as of lately, people on the left, they're trying to act like right wingers were like 10 or 15 years ago with, oh, our constitution's under
Well,
attack. They're
you need to
secretly after us. It's
understand.
all just fantasy, dude. Like,
Well, you need to understand, and once again, nuance is lost all over on both sides of American politics. When I criticize Republicans, and shame on me because I'm never very specific. Hey, I grew up watching people like Bill Buckley, George Will, and read them to today. I own uh, uh, um, um, of God and Man. I've read William Buckley. I've read Edmund Burke. MAGA is not a conservative movement. Okay. It
how
is
so?
on the right. Oh, well, first off, um it's anti-constitutional. Okay. If when a president, and let me give you the perfect example, when a president thinks he can overturn um, a provision of the 14th Amendment with an executive order, that's literally anti-constitutional. It's not how it's done. If you want the 14th Amendment changed, there is a whole amendment process.
Yeah.
It's literally disrespectful of the American founding, supposedly the right wing reveres. So MAGA is not conservative. And I'll end it here and let you speak. MAGA as a movement is faux populist. And it was literally a bunch of billionaires dressed in jeans and flannel shirts who rode the back of the actual white working class into office. And then all of a sudden, farmers are complaining. Okay. It was a faux populist movement. It has some conservative ideals. It is not a conservative movement. And even MAGA, quote, intellectuals will tell you this.
So you agree with you're saying the process of going about changing the 14th Amendment is not, I guess I agree with that if it's not the constitutional process laid out therein.
Executive orders aren't even constitutional. It's an interpretation of the Constitution.
Yeah.
Article 2 does not even talk about executive orders. The process of making executive orders is more statutory. It's not constitutional. It's not mentioned in the Constitution.
But you yourself, you still ultimately want that 14th Amendment changed, don't you?
No, it's fine the way it is.
The birthright citizenship?
It is fine the way it is.
You really want all these migrants to just come up
It
here
is
and get the
literally,
same thing that we get,
hey,
man.
dude, here's the deal.
Shouldn't being an American be a
Okay,
cool club,
no.
man?
See, what you're not understanding is on top of birthright citizenship. Okay, the 14th Amendment is the 14th Amendment. People not following the rules has nothing to do with the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is not about immigration law.
I'm so sorry,
Literally,
Kenny. I
it's
ran into
not.
someone else I know.
Okay, I need you to understand that the 14th Amendment isn't about immigration. It's about who is citizens, and it is very clear in that amendment who citizens are and how you become one. So while you're there dealing with whoever it is on mute, we will play this video, and I might come back to your bullshit.
We'll be there. My apologies, Stanley. These people
Well,
keep,
you should.
I keep rendezvousing.
How about well, no, you can say, excuse me. Did white people forget that Emily Post was white? Yeah, okay. Well, you're only going to ignore me a few times, sir.
No, I'm sorry. I'll hop back on. I'm so sorry.
It's also out here.
Oh, an apology? Well, thank you, sir. Bottom. Oh, well, he's gone. So let's get back to the festivities. He ran again, sir. Hey, folks, he ran again when I started reminding him of, aren't white people polite?
And when we do the garden, we want to again engage the whole community to come out to help plant the seeds.
Would you mind talking about the role Charity Foundation is going to play with this garden?
Absolutely. Students from our
Hey, Chris M,
North Charleston Elementary,
I need better
Northside
friends
Middle, and North
if those
Charleston
are my
High will be
friends.
actually tending to the garden, learning more about horticulture, and learning how to grow their own food.
And speaking of the food, what kind of stuff do you think is going to be grown in this garden?
We're going probably into the fall season.
What's
so
up,
maybe
Eggman?
a lot of leafy greens, squash, things like that for this season. But it's definitely going to provide an opportunity for healthy options. And I know anyone who gets a chance to put their hands in the dirt
God damn.
and see the
I'm
fruit of their labor,
between
it really
telling
is
her
rewarding.
to wear a bra and
Health
telling her,
benefits, and
hey,
also
you
it's
look
something
nice.
mentally and emotionally to see the fruits of your labor.
Personally, what I want the world to know is that we heal from kings and queens all the way from Africa, and knowing that South Carolina, Charleston in particular, is where 40% of the slaves came from. When they left Africa, they landed down at the wharf in Charleston, and inevitably
Ashley River,
some came to
baby.
Liberty Hill. And so as the descendants of that rich heritage, we don't want to just honor the past. We want to create a future that will just make a powerful testament so the world can see how beautiful Liberty Hill truly is.
What they want to do and whatnot. But this is the site of Frederick Deming's industrial school, probably the first one in the whole state of South Carolina for blacks. And this is, you're standing on what is probably the oldest street
Oh,
in
was
the
I?
entire
Oh,
state of
God
South
damn it.
Carolina. Because this
You know what? Man, I'm gonna have to start controlling the apparently controlling the mute button from the app instead of my microphone. I want to say that this documentary was shot during the pandemic, so you will see people wearing masks, and I think they said that at the very beginning. I also want to say that the sponsors of this Saturday show, and it apparently seems to be getting out of control because I can't figure out where the mute button is. Black Knight, Lupin Rigging, VCKJ3, and DiCapriono. It's all their fault. And hey, the Sovereign Beer Fund is open for contributions. Do not feel shy about contributing to the delinquency of an elder. I'm of age. So at some point, I will have to go out and get some more Sovereign beer. So consider this. What's up, Tamika?
Hi, Stanley. I was just coming and tell you were on mute. But
Well,
you beat me before I got all the way up there.
Well, no, someone mentioned it in the chat. So, well, thank you. Since you're here, what do you think of the show so far?
I like this show. It looks kind of spooky though. Like every time when I think of down south, I think of Tiana, Princess Tiana, and Princess and the Frog with the voodoo.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why. Especially with the sleepy trees.
Well, you see the sleepy trees here? That's Spanish moss. And I don't know, having grown up in Savannah, it's anything but spooky. Those three ladies, who were, at least up to now, kind of the main characters of the show, that is honestly, they are the South for me. Vibrant colors, healthy people who do get outside and, speak their mind, solid people. I literally grew up with women like this. So, older women, my mother would be one of them. She might have been a younger version when I was growing up, but this is the South for me.
Yeah.
Nothing spooky about it.
I never got lucky to have older women in my life besides my mom and my grandma. But
well, I guess I was lucky then.
Yep, you're very lucky. I know they taught you how to cook, didn't they?
You know what? As it turns out, my father was probably, a more adventurous cook. But yeah, I mean, I had a younger sister, not by much, and then I had a much younger brother. So it was one of these deals where, both my parents sometimes had to leave before, they'd wake us up. And then my mother was a teacher. They have to be there sometimes fairly early. And my father was a policeman. Sometimes, their shifts started early. So once I got up a size, well, yeah, hey, this is simple. We have the instant grits, or you can cook grits. And, scrambling an egg is not that difficult. And I'm sure they tested just to see, hey, can he handle himself? But yeah, I did. So,
Yeah,
I mean, that's sometimes.
My dad was a firefighter, so I completely
really?
understand
Wow.
about the long shifts thing. I actually have his whole fire suit and boots and hat downstairs in the basement. I asked him, can I have it? But he doesn't want to let me have it.
Well, I mean, not until he's gone. Letting
Yeah.
you have it would be kind of letting go.
Well, I kind of have it because it's in my house. So I got
Oh,
his
hey.
boat too, but he don't want to let me have that either.
No. You have it, but you don't officially have it. I kind of understand his point. When I'm gone, you can have it. But
Yeah.
that it's in your house does not mean it's yours.
He did buy me like the fire outfit jogging suit that they wear all
Oh,
over the
nice.
city and stuff. So I got that. That's the only thing that I have.
Is he still doing it or is he retired?
No, he retired after
Good for
25
him.
years. Mm-hmm.
Good for him. It was probably mandatory. Usually police and firemen, there is like sometimes around 60 or, maybe even 55. No, you got to retire. It's a hard job. And so.
Oh, he definitely retired before he turned 50.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
What did he start when he was a teenager?
He came out of the air, I think it was the Air Force, but he only stayed for a
Oh,
little while.
okay. So he had time in. Good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, all of his brothers was firefighters too.
Nice.
Yep.
Good for you. So you come from good stock.
But you know what? He hated me cooking though, because I started cooking when I was like 9. Because the times when he would go to work for 24 hours, my mom, she would just give us bull crap to eat, and he was the cook of the house. So I used to call my grandpa and ask him how to make stuff, and the very first thing he taught me how to make was pot roast, and I was 9.
Yeah, well, pot roast is pretty nice. I mean, how did you cook it? In a pot or in a crock pot?
It was like a casserole, one of those casserole dishes that we had or was it a casserole or the cast iron casserole? Yeah, it was a cast iron
Well, that's a
casserole.
Dutch oven.
Oh, I don't know the names
Like
of
the
them.
tall, it's got tall sides with handles on the side and a heavy top.
Yes.
I suspect it's a Dutch oven. And yeah, that's like the classic way to do a crock. Well, it was a crock pot before there was a crock pot. But yeah, you can bake bread in those Dutch ovens. You can do all kinds of things with them.
Guess what I made the pot roast with?
What's that?
Brown sugar and cinnamon.
That's not that surprising.
It's not, because every
No.
time when I still make it that way, and people will be so shocked when they like see me doing that, but it is so good. It is fire.
Well, the interesting thing, something like brown sugar and cinnamon is something you would use with venison or any sort of like roast. You put venison in brown sugar on something like a leg of lamb. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Now, beef tends not to be very gamey. But if you do a leg of lamb, a lot of people don't like lamb because it just has kind of a gamey taste. And wild game, like venison, especially if you can have good venison, but you got to bleed it right. You got to prepare the meat right. But it's always going to have a tad of a gamey taste, which is like a really sharp taste. And that cinnamon and brown sugar just mellows it out. It's a good, in cooking, like on the Cooking Network, they'll call it like balancing the flavors. That's what that does. The sugar and the cinnamon, yeah, it'll balance out, a more sharp kind of skunky taste. So
I wonder, should I do that to Cornish hens? Because as a kid, I
no,
liked them,
no,
but
no,
as
no,
an
no, no.
adult, I hate them.
No,
Oh.
not Cornish hens. As a matter of fact, Cornish hens will be kind of sweet tasting. You almost want to go the opposite way. Now,
do it
this
with
is just
salt?
my taste for them. something like a hot paprika, but very light. You do want salt, not over salt, but young fowl, it's gonna have a sweet taste just because it's young. It's kind of the same thing with veal or like actual lamb. A lot of times they'll call something lamb in a grocery store, and it's actually not. Young meat like that, especially something like veal, and they back in the day, I don't know if they still do it, but they used to milk feed veal. And you don't want to know how veal is produced. It's just pretty much cruel.
I
But
won't be eating it anyway. I don't mess with lambs and goats and stuff.
goat is wonderful. um, however, the younger, like veal, Cornish hens, which tend to be young, if I recall, that meat is just kind of naturally sweet. You don't need to you definitely don't want to add brown sugar. Cinnamon, if you want it, but don't be adding anything sweet to a Cornish hen. You want it. You actually want it. I'll tell you the best way to do a Cornish hen, light salt, and do something that's herby. Like, have you ever heard of herbs de Provence? It's like an herb mix.
Is
You
it
can
from
get it in
France
the
or
grocery
something?
store. No, you can get it in the grocery store. Let me see, can I find it? And you were taking me way off base here.
Oh, okay. You don't have to talk about.
No,
Let's
that's
talk
all
about
right.
this
No,
one.
you got me into it now. Do something like, and I should probably do what All Recipes wants me to do. You can make this stuff yourself. And I usually just buy it because you can actually get it fairly cheap. But look at these look at this. This is what it looks like, and you can actually buy it at the grocery store. It's just an herb mix, dry herb mix.
Oh, I got
So,
all of those ingredients except for the
well,
tarragon
yeah, well, now
and
I've talked
lavender
about
flower.
making these herb mixes myself. If you have the base ingredients. Now, the one thing I don't have tarragon. I don't have lavender.
I don't either.
And
I got
those are
some lavender essential oil. I wonder would that work?
nah, well, it could, but you're not going to be able, you would have to do like a small mix just for the dish and mix the lavender oil. However, tarragon, excuse me, and the lavender are the only things I don't have. And you could actually get both of them, tarragon especially. You can get that on Amazon. But my point is that even because I don't use it a lot, but this works extremely well with olive oil on something like Cornish hens. Because my father used to be into Cornish hens and quail also, which I wouldn't say they're similar because they're both small birds. But now put this with some olive oil. Don't use even butter. Butter would work, but use olive oil and then salt, and you're gonna have some really good tasting. Now you can baste it with butter. It's somewhere during the baking process because butter will give it a good taste. But this herbs de Provence and olive oil and salt. That's literally all you need, and it'll taste fine without the butter. And the reason I know this is when I was a kid, my father especially, but my mother too. We used to eat Cornish hens. It was like a thing.
Yeah, we ate it too, and that's why I don't understand why it's so nasty to me now. But I am going
Really?
to try it though. Yeah, my kids
Well,
don't
don't
like
cook
it
it
either.
if it's nasty.
Well, I mean, it's because it's gamey tasting, so I just need it
Really?
to not taste like it tasted so bad just because of the aftertaste and stuff. It was
When's the last
disgusting.
time you had it?
Probably like 4 years ago.
Okay, you know what? It's sort of funny. Gamey would not be something I would have described Cornish hens as tasting. Now it may be that at my age I'm kind of used to it. Like you give me a deer roast or venison roast or something.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of develop a taste. So I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just Cornish hens and gamey, especially in the grocery store, like Tyson's, I think makes like you can buy 2 Cornish hens in the freezer section. Gamey would not be one of the things I would ever call. So it may be a taste I don't notice. But try the herbs. It actually all works, at least in my idea of it. Or go online and find a recipe. You can also do that. Oh, there are 2 of you now. There are 2 of you. What are you logging in from a different phone?
I don't know what's going on because my screen timed out. I don't know why StreamYard be doing that. It just, act like something's wrong with it. So I opened another browser and I just closed it when you said, "Is there 2 of me?"
Interesting.
I know, that was so weird. But yeah, I am gonna do that. And I do actually like All Recipes website because I actually make a sweet potato pie from one of their recipes.
Mhm.
So it's really good. That website is.
Yeah, it actually is. Do you know who Chef John is?
No, I never heard of them.
Okay, well, do yourself a favor.
Mhm.
When you think of it on Google, look up Chef John. He's been doing this like YouTube host or YouTube cooking thing for
Mhm.
probably definitely over 10 years, possibly closer to 15. The dude is excellent. Now, he's a little bit of an acquired taste, especially his delivery.
Mhm.
However, um, he's possibly the best, like, and I'll lump good YouTube chefs with like Food Network style chefs. He's
Mhm.
possibly the best. And I've been, watching cooking shows for 30 years or more. Well, shit, since I was a kid. So let's just say 50 years. He's possibly the best. So,
Well, my favorite one, my true favorite one, which I have her cookbook, is Rachel Ray. I love making her recipes because, like, if you have leftovers, she'll show you a way to convert the food into something else. And then also on YouTube, my favorite cook is Smoking and Grilling with AB. Oh my God, he's
oh yeah,
got
I
some
know
great.
that show.
Yeah, he's one of my very favorites. And then when he be tasting his food, he be making me so hungry. But I got a good lemon pepper wing recipe from him. And my
Mhm.
kids love the mess out of that. Cause like every holiday, especially like on Thanksgiving, they always want me to make it. Cause we don't really celebrate the holiday. So we kind of like just stay together and do stuff. And
Mhm.
every year I make those lemon pepper wings. Actually, I make them more than just then too, but that's when I make a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, Rachel Ray has never been, because I know she had a Food Network show for a while. She is peppy, but
You gotta get her cookbook. Her cookbook is so creative, and she teaches you how to measure things without having like the proper measuring utensils and stuff. I don't know, 'cause I
well,
just
if
like
you're
her.
talking about a tablespoon of salt in the palm of your hand,
It's so
I
easy
I
now.
knew that stuff way before Rachel Ray.
I
So
kind of did too, but I still like it though, because I use it with my daughter all the time, because we cook together all the time.
well, good for you.
Mm-hmm.
She's just not my cup of tea.
Oh.
All right, well, let's get back to this beautiful. I miss the Spanish moss. They don't have it in this part of Georgia.
This road, this street, actually takes you directly into where the Lord Proprietor's Joseph West's home was. It ends there at 5th and Main Street. And some of the research says even with the physical boundary line, that it still is evidence that it's the oldest street.
In South Carolina or Charleston?
South Carolina.
Wow.
Remember, this is where South Carolina began.
Right, fair,
1670.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. All right.
That's crazy.
Let's go check out these other spots.
Okay.
I'm Diane Hamilton, president of the Maryville-Asheville Neighborhood Association.
I'm Donna Jacobs. I live in West Ashley. I wrote the book on West Ashley and Burns Downs, and I learned about the community of Maryville-Asheville during my research for the West Ashley book, and that's when I met Diane.
I'm Charlie Smith, also live in West Ashley, and we have all three served together on the West Ashley Revitalization Commission and began to work together on things of historical interest.
This was the home of the last mayor of the town. The town's charter was revoked in 1936.
Looking at my community started with a question I had about 10 years ago, and that is, what did my neighborhood look like before the construction of St. Andrews Boulevard? And so I went to Avery, and I found a thesis there that told me about the background. It had some interviews of individuals that I recognized, and then I started interviewing some of the oldest members in the community in order to determine what it looked like from their perspective. And that's what started me on this journey and brought us to where we are now. I found out that I lived and still live in a historic neighborhood, which is Maryville-Asheville, that there was actually a town created in 1886. In 1888, it was incorporated by the General Assembly. And it was interesting too, we know that there was an organization prior to 1888, the incorporation, because in order for the incorporation to take place, they had to give up their current charter. So we know there was something there, and we date it to 1886. For some reason, the News and Courier, as it was called in that day, reported on things that were happening in the town of Maryville. For example, at a town meeting in 1881, we saw where Mary Matthews Just was named the postmistress. We also know the town was made up, the officers were all people of color, because they used the term colored people. We discovered the police force, and turned out I knew one of the gentlemen. But I remember Mr. Bill, but I was a little child, but I didn't realize that he was just the old man I saw going through the neighborhood, not knowing what he had done early in his life. But I had no idea that he was a part of something that was of a historic nature. But he was a police officer, a Mr. William Wigfall. It was founded on the peninsula. It's over 100 years old. It's a private club, African American professionals. When I was a child, There's no way I could put foot in that building.
Why?
I was not of that social class. It was for the professionals, the doctors and the lawyers and whatnot.
Wow, and it's still in existence today?
Still in existence today.
So you still have to be of the bourgeoisie to get in there?
Yeah, I can get in now.
Given the rich history of Maryville, this is going to be a very interesting question for y'all to answer. Let's talk a little bit about gentrification. We've been asking everyone, have they seen gentrification take over their neighborhoods? And if so, what does that look like? I mean, for a town whose charter was revoked, I mean, this is a whole different question. So if you could, though, what is Maryville, Ashleyville, the neighborhood now, not town, what does gentrification look like in that area of West Ashley?
I think we're seeing more signs of gentrification that are more visible nowadays. And some of the issues that come up are heirs property issues that come up in the neighborhood because you have families that have been tied to these properties for generations, but now the younger generations are not here. There are lots of people who are involved in the ownership of the title because they all have interest in it from having inherited those interests. And then once the older generation has gone, there's nobody living in the property, and then the physical property begins to deteriorate, and you begin to see these things kind of shifting. And there has been some strong interest from investors in buying property that's beautiful property, very close to the water, very close to downtown, that all the reasons that everybody has always wanted to live in that area.
And Maryville, to me, is a treasure. I would sort of say it's probably a national treasure from many aspects of it because of the formation of the town, the timing of the town, the involvement of Mary Just, this woman who was an incredible woman, incredible business, forward-thinking. I can make the argument it's the first platted subdivision for a neighborhood in West Ashley. That's unique. What is everybody wants to own a piece of land, own their own home. This was specifically platted on a map so that people can do this. It wasn't just an organic, random, specifically for African Americans to come and have that sense like everybody does of home, a place to plant a garden, just to have a sense of community.
I want you to talk about the project that you're working on. Tell me about this book and give a little detail for people who don't know anything, because I don't know. I want to learn.
Okay, as I collected this materials, I was thinking, what can I do with it? And my primary purpose is to educate the public as well as those who live in Maryville. Just like I've lived there all my life until 10 years ago, I didn't know what historic spot that I was living in. It's such an important place. So I think this knowledge needs to be available because once you know this, you behave differently. Now you have power when they say power is knowledge, or knowledge is power. And once you have that knowledge, it gives you power. So I guess I'm trying to empower the people who live, whether they were the original or not. In the community.
My name is Beatrice M. Pinckney, Jacqueline W. Young, Josephine Brown, Eleanor Pinckney, and our association is called Fleming Road, Central Park, and Riverland Drive. This community was founded by freed slaves. So
James Island. Let me make one comment here, and let me back this video up a little bit. And I'm thinking of John fucking Ghetto Boy Galt. This is a Black community, folks. There are a lot of them on the Sea Islands. My mother's great aunt, we used to go over there all the time. Black community. And she had maybe 2 or 3 acres. My crazy father had a garden that was half an acre. And he you know what? He just did, and we would help him with it. This is a black community, folks. And I'm sure there is probably crime there, but it just doesn't look like Southeast DC. And this is what morons like John Galt can't fucking accept. It's clean. There are trees. And it is a South, apparently, that he, over maybe them Bamas don't know this sort of shit. There's grass, there's trees, there's sunshine. Dude, so these anti-black blacks have no fucking idea what being black is, in my opinion. They know their particular version of being black, but I don't see a whole hell of a lot of pathology in this particular video. And, someone like a hood conservative will go, whoa, well, that's just a video. Well, motherfucker, y'all show videos all the time. And apparently, if the videos or the narrative don't fit in with your literal hatred of black culture, black people, and in my opinion, of yourself, it's a lot of self-hatred involved with a hood conservative or a John Galt. So if being pro-black means I don't hate myself, then I guess I'm pro-black.
Slaves, freed slaves. So the freed slaves came to this community, and it's actually several parts of it. This property has been here for over 120 something years. This whole area here. The house up there is where my great-grand-in-laws stayed. And the house next to that was where the great-great-great-grandfather stayed. So this area is really rich with, our heritage. And we love our area. Others have come in and like Ellen said, have changed things. They don't mind changing your values. They don't mind changing what value, what we consider being valued to us. And so the Central Park Road has really brought in a lot of change in our community. And the change is not what we're used to. By placing the sign in a different place and different areas, it'll help those that are coming in to understand the strong heritage of this island, of this section. They will understand and have an understanding and a knowledge of the historical places that blacks owned, blacks started. Education was a value. That's why we had we started with just the small schools, the elementary schools. The education is very important. They will know that we were spiritually sound and that we knew that we know where our help came from. And so we wanted to establish that. We had our church and also even with the store. There was entrepreneurship here. There was people who cared and who wanted to help the community. And so with that, the growth of
Oh, look, black people in a non-ghetto situation. Ooh, I bet John Galt would ghetto this fuck up, this fucking neighborhood, him being there. This is the neighborhood that people like John Galt and CT and hood conservative. These people are clean, articulate. There's grass on the ground. Ooh, look at that grass. It's not the ghetto. Dude, these motherfuckers sound so stupid when they start their fucking bullshit about the blacks can't have green grass.
And the women can't wear their natural hair because he probably be talking about the women
Yeah,
too.
I'm like, I think I've seen one woman who might have had a wig. Look, this is the black community that people like a John Galt or a CT, and I know fucking John Galt, he's from Alabama. He must know that not all black folk live in Southeast DC. This woman isn't even fucking thinking about the ghetto. Dude, this is what I grew up with. This is the black America that I know. This could be the backyard behind the house I grew up in. So, no, dude, I'm not kidding. Fuck, I had a backyard and a front yard. Now the only reason I laugh is because at some point I had to mow both of them.
I'm scared to mow my grass because there'd be snakes back there. So,
well, don't let the grass grow tall. There won't be snakes.
Well, this guy, he used to come by and cut it, but then he wanted to start charging me. So now I got somebody else doing it.
What's up, Yeti? Again, I'm kind of reveling. This is actually kind of a weird sort of homecoming. This is the black America I know. This women like this lady. I grew up around them. Clean clothes. Fucking look at her fingernails. No false nails.
Right.
Looks like she cleaned under her fingernails today. But you know what? Hey, don't care if fucking, of Aaron C wants to make fun of my hair, but it's my goddamn hair and I'm among friends and they are just okay with me. Clean.
I wasn't making fun of your hair, Stanley. I was just joking around.
Oh no. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people like of Aaron C and John Galt and Be Brave. First thing they would do is like, oh, well, she looks like Whoopi Goldberg. And I'm like,
no, she don't. Why do you always say that shit? That makes me mad.
My point would be, who gives a fuck? She's sitting on a green on a lawn. Okay. See, these people like John Galt and Hood Conservative, they actually do care about what white people think of the black community. American Man, I honestly wish American Man were here, because some bullshit that he spouted, and I just said, yeah, well, and he actually made some good points, but what people like a Clarence Thomas, and yeah, that's kind of a surprise swerve, but American Man and I were talking about Clarence Thomas. Yeah, they want the best for the black community. They want the black community to thrive economically, but they want second-class citizenship. In the end, they want a black community that thrives under the white gaze of fucking people like a Donald Trump. Hey, as long as Donald Trump thinks we're successful. Ooh, look, Donald Trump says we're rich. Motherfuckers, y'all are the real slaves. This Democrat plantation that y'all want to talk about, the Candace Owens of the world. Well, what they're actually proposing is black people should go from the Democratic plantation to the fucking MAGA plantation or a larger Republican plantation. The problem with American politics is, to a certain extent, there is a uni party, Both sides are full of fucking racists, and some of them black.
People pick this is a nice area. This is wonderful. And with that, our connection, we grew. This area crosscut, just like they say, was built from the
Ooh, look, it's the hood. Ooh, look, it's the
we had several
hood.
people in this area that was teachers, doctors, lawyers, and that comes from the
Now
heritage
look
of
at this
how
lady. Is
we
she
were taught
wearing a wig?
and the value we needed to put back into our history by giving in different areas. And also we had two seniors that died about a couple of years ago that was 100 years old. And we have one gentleman, Mr. Bowles, he's 93 now, and he retired from the Navy, and he's real strong in his neighborhood. He still plants vegetables. He calls us or he brings it to us. You can get collard greens, cabbage, squash, whatever. And this is from
This is my black community. This is what I grew up with. Hear the accent. I don't hear Ebonics. This is Stanley Cross territory. Southern, polite, well-dressed, well-mannered, well-heeled, but black. you know, dude, these are my people. I might just pack up and head to Savannah now.
where he came from. To keep giving and let people know you give to the community what you have grown to help the community build a strong way of helping each other. And when somebody's in need, you're there to give.
See, I hate to pause this here, but there will always be some motherfucking virulent John Galt white boy. So Palomino Ricky Z writes, so the sun shines there, meaning sunlight, grass, etc., and Stanley thinks it's black excellence. LOL. 12 minutes without gunshots and he's bragging. See, what dumb fuck Horsey boy doesn't understand, and apparently he just joined the conversation. This is, dude, I spent a whole childhood into early 20s without gunshots. Motherfucker, I can honestly say I grew up in my house, which my father is still there. Dude, I never fucking heard a gunshot in my goddamn neighborhood forever. I can literally say where I grew up and it was a black neighborhood. Nope, never heard a gunshot. Palomino Ricky Z, you need to take your trailer park trash logic back to wherever it is. Go back to John Galt's channel. That's the black people that you like. Go to CT. That's the black people that you think all black Americans are like. Go to Hood Conservative. That's the kind of black man you want to suck dick on. Dude, I'm black and I grew up a different way, and you literally have no clue what you're talking about, you racist fuck. And don't make me time you out because I don't like racists in my chat. You are an avowed racist. I know who you are, Ricky. You need to pipe the fuck down. Keep doing this racist shit, and you will be hitting the showers for the day. Self-deport, bitch. You racist.
I'm Devetta Sanders Richardson.
And I'm Edward Lee, and we're both from the Scanlonville community.
better known as Remley's Point by the Charleston residents. Stanleyville was a community started in 1868. It was new for the South. It was new for the United States. It came out of necessity.
614 acres purchased at the height of Reconstruction by a freed man named John Scanlon, who founded the Charleston Land Company with 100 other former slaves.
Well, we can go this way since it's kind of clear. But this
Oh,
is
and
like
by
a
the way,
we will be
Horsey boy,
actually
I wasn't the one who timed your
so we'll
dumb
have a
ass out.
roundabout
So
because
don't
right
blame
now,
me. One of the
and as you can
moderators
tell,
did
we
it.
recently
Don't piss
buried
off
one
the
of our,
moderators,
as we
Ricky
call them,
Ticky Horsey boy.
just passed away. So we are actively still burying.
Well, like a lot of communities
of
that time, we had to take care of all our own
Tamika,
needs.
you
Everything
did
was
the right
segregated.
thing.
So even the cemeteries
I
were
appreciate it,
segregated.
quite frankly.
But the community had its own cemetery. And after Hugo, we had a lot of down trees, had a lot of debris in the cemetery. So we banded together to get it cleaned up.
This project has taught me to look at cemeteries totally differently. You know, I have Mexican friends, and the way they treat
Mike,
the way they
get your
treat their
ass
dead
timed
and
out
and
along with your
cemeteries is like a
boyfriend.
party almost.
Tamika
like,
has
it's a
made
big
a
celebration,
decision.
and I've been brought
You
up to
don't
believe
get to
that,
tell her
you
where
know,
to what
cemeteries
to
are
do.
scary places. That's where all the
You have no
boogeymen go.
status here
A lot
other
of
than
cemeteries are by waterways.
snitching back to
Usually on the west side
AAE
of the
and
water.
fucking John Galt.
But in
You
our
are the
case, we're on the
snitch.
eastern bank.
Do
So a
not be
family
given
was
instructions.
Cruising the waterway, saw the cemetery, and thought it was abandoned. Didn't realize that there are different burial cultures and traditions. And when he saw the property, right, and then he thought,
Hey,
oh,
what's
that might
up,
be a nice
Lawrence?
site to have to build a house. So when they went back to the boat landing and took the boat, put the
Listen to
boat back
those
on the trail, they came
cicadas.
around here and walked the area, and they saw a few graves in here. But they thought the property was pretty good. I mean, look at it. You got graves here, you got a creek that's
Nice
surrounded by water.
motherfucking marshes. There's
So
fishing back there.
they looked up who they thought owned the property, and of course, this person that claimed to own the property. He said, "Of course, I own the property. I'll sell it to you."
Yeah.
So miraculously, here comes the deed and title, transferring it from one person to the other. By
Now
the
this
end of
has
the day,
got to be fall.
had,
They would be swatting
what
mosquitoes.
do you call it was a quick claim deed in the morning, and it was a warranty deed by the end of the day.
What?
Right.
Nice.
So they
nice.
sold it over $1 million, and it ended up in a court battle, and we won the court battle. The outcome was that it would always be a cemetery. Then later on, we got awarded the actual property, so now we own the cemetery. What we're doing is we're trying to maintain it, keep it clean.
And that award that you
Look at
received
these
from the Center for
people.
Enhanced Property Preservation.
This is awesome. These are my people. I'm sorry. I'm kind of fawning. Yeah, I've had a couple beers, but these are my peeps. To use a horrible word, I hate the word peeps. They're my people.
It's helping you maintain that lot, or it helped you open it, or what specifically did it help?
It's going to help us maintain it. Mr. Scanlon is actually buried in the cemetery, and he's got a small marker. And since he's the founder of the community, we like to do something more prominent for him. And access to the cemetery needs to be improved. And there are a number of items.
Let me once again, little foolish white boy wants to come in here. If Palomino Ricky Z is going to come into this chat, and Tamika only timed him out for 5 minutes or so. Coming in under Palomino 1, that won't be allowed anymore. Palomino 1 is done. If you want to come to this channel from now on, Horsey Boy, you come as Palomino Ricky Z. Okay, don't come as Palomino 1. That's not going to happen. So now you're on my territory. Stop acting like this is John Galt or Be Brave. Their rules don't apply here. If you're going to be here, I'll repeat it. Palomino Ricky Z is how I want to see you. And I recognize your style of trolling. I'll ban your ass if you want to regenerate is another account. Don't make me be an asshole, boy.
All right. And so how is the community in general, do you think, going to benefit from the work that you're doing from this award that you received from the Center for Heirs Property Preservation?
We're looking to definitely let everyone, and especially the community, be more aware of what's going on, because a lot of the new residents, should I say, have no idea about, no clue about the history of the community in general. Because, as Mr. Lee mentioned, with the building codes now and half an acre, I mean, average builder would come in there, try to put 3, 4, 5 houses on.
More great looking, older senior citizens, and unfortunately, unfortunately, I'm one of them now. But well dressed, clean, well the fuck spoken property owners taking control of a cemetery, bought a corporation, got a judgment in their favor, and now they own the property. This is the Black America I know. Not rich. Not like CT is saying, what do you control? What institutions do you control? But motherfucker, the institution that they're in control of is their life and their heritage. And I guarantee you, they are in charge of their family institutions. This is what John Galt and Be Brave and Chaotic Truth and Hood Conservative and others are afraid to show you. This. And this is, again, this isn't like billionaires or millionaires even. These are people who are in control of their lives. And I argue your life is an institution. And people like CT who ask dumb questions like these, they're simply stupid. They have no clue about much of anything. How would these people take a fucking JP? They would look at him like, motherfucker, can we help you? Not a JP amongst them. And I just wonder all the time, why don't we ever see something like this on a John Galt channel, on a CT show? Because they don't know where to look. I have friends, look, it was Sin 7. This isn't actually the documentary I was thinking of, but Sin 7 said, hey, I think you're talking about this. Fuck, I didn't find this. And this is why I love having people with wrenches who actually have brains and can help me with content for this show. I did not find this documentary. Sin 7 did. Y'all help me out. Let me tell some positive shit about, the proverbial Black America. I see everything to be proud of. Watching this documentary, shit that I would show my son or my grandkids. Motherfucker, this is my Black America. And all you fucking John Galts, who, by the way, because it's not even his real name, Chaotic Truth. For some reason, he's ashamed of his parents' name. The parents who gave him his name, he's fucking too ashamed of to even tell us. Hood Conservative, I don't know fucking Hood Conservative's name. I know he has a lisp. um, when you look up at the top of the show, the channel name, it's my goddamn name, and it's the one that is on my birth certificate. And I've told the story. I wanted to use my middle name in high school, and my mother pitched a bitch because apparently it was my grandmother who said, "Hey, you know what? Let's call him this." Oh, my mother. Oh, fuck. When she didn't even lose her temper. She was just my usual mother. Very sharp. If you annoyed her, she was very crispy in her language. And she when I remember Sister Johanna was my chemistry teacher in my junior year, and also a great influence. You would never believe, some white nun, but she was my chemistry teacher. I was governor's honors chemistry. I was actually really good at it. And I met her years later, and a couple times years later. And one of these days I'll get to, that story. But she was also my homeroom teacher. And being the good homeroom teacher, she's like, hey, she's doing grade reports and all that stuff. So she asked, the guys, and it was an all boys school. So she asked the guys, well, how do you want me to put your name on your report card? And I thought, I'm being all like Hemingway and shit. Well, just put S. Eric Cross, because that sounds pretty writerish, pretty Hemingway-ish. So she's like, okay. So she does it. And then the report card got mailed home. And my mother, now back then, they didn't address like report cards to the kids. They were addressed to Mr. and Mrs., And so my mother opens the report card, and the grades were actually good. She didn't give a fuck about the grades. She's like, who is S. Eric Cross? And I was like, well, it's me. Don't you recognize? Oh boy. You know what? My pithy little remark, oh boy, it was not taken very well. So Hurricane Dolores starts spinning up. I'm like, I thought I was gonna just like, well, it's me. It's kind of how I want to be addressed. That did not fly. And needless to say, the next report card was not S. Eric Cross. And it sounds so trivial. It sounds so just blah, 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 blah. But no, it was my mother. There was something my mother wanted me to understand. And the first thing was like, we didn't give you this name lightly. There was some thought put into it. And, we went with her mother's name. So the name meant something. There is a tradition. There is a reason you are called who you are. And my mother didn't even go into all that shit. She just looked at me, the few comments she made, and you know what? That was transmission of tradition just in those few words. That's how I grew up, folks. Not like a John Galt where I have to fucking hate myself. Just in that short little conversation was, hey, you got this name because of tradition. You should appreciate your grandmother. And by the way, by that time, her mother, my maternal grandmother, had died a few years before, maybe 5 years before. So, she's invoking a tradition, and I loved my mother's mother. Shit, we were shit. I don't know that she taught me to read, but she expected, me to read. I can't even describe how much I love that woman. So, anyway, it meant something, that little short story. It didn't have to be like a knockdown drag out. My mother was able to communicate the tradition in a very minimalist number of words, and I get it. So I do not get the John Galts of the world who hate themselves, hate the Black community, hate Black culture. What I'm watching on this screen, and I'm hoping people in the chat get, this is my Black tradition, and it is more powerful than any ghetto bullshit that a John Galt will present. These people, again, they control an institution called their lives.
Such a strong community or sense of community, then how is gentrification kind of eroding at that sense of community?
I think we used to know majority of our neighbors. And like you say, family, we knew one another, we played outside, and we ate. I mean, but now some builders, when they come in, they put up privacy fences. We always had an open community, and now some try to make their own little private community.
So like communities within the communities that aren't really servicing.
Yeah, we've got that going on.
Yeah.
Yes. And one thing that you mentioned, I want to follow up on, something small, privacy fences. Mm-hmm. The way we grew up, you had a fence if you had animals.
Oh, okay.
So the fence kept the dogs in, or somebody had chickens or had livestock, then you had a fence. Otherwise, you didn't have a fence.
Mm.
And if you wanted to go somewhere in the community, you didn't necessarily go down the street. You took the shortest route.
Yeah.
So you would walk to somebody's backyard, and that was common.
Right.
With newer people moving in, that presented a conflict because the older folks and the kids, they were still used to just, if I want to go to somebody's house that lived on the other block, I wouldn't walk around the block. I just walked through your backyard.
Right.
And that bothered a lot of folks.
Yeah. And it's those little things that you lose when the neighborhood starts changing and the community starts changing. You don't realize it until it happens, right?
Right.
Yes, 'cause some had farms, some had, gardens, all of that. It's just a cultural thing that we're trying to maintain.
And you think with this new sense of direction that you'll be able to alert not only the new residents, but just people in general of the importance of that area? Because I'm from North Charleston, and before having this conversation with you, I mean, I knew the place exists. I didn't know any of what you're telling me today. So is that one of your goals to make sure that more than just the people who live there know about the history of this place?
Yeah, that's exactly. The court case in which we won the cemetery back, that had a good deal of coverage, and that generated a lot of interest. And working with the Gullah Geechee corridor folks, that generated a good bit of interest. So we've been getting folks calling, wanting to see the place. A lot of folks wanted to see the cemetery. So we want to have a more formal tour. And we've had interest from actually some international interest. LA Times has been there, and some of the larger newspapers have been there.
Y'all famous.
So, a lot of recognition, but some recognition probably didn't receive. Yes.
Well, before we depart, is there anything else that you think people need to know about the work y'all are doing with this land?
Well, I think mainly the history and the founder, Mr. Scanlonville himself, being buried there, and us looking into placing a monument in his memory, because, I mean, if it wasn't for him, Scanlonville, as also known as Rimley's Point, I mean, just would not have been there.
I go to the trails. I can feel the residue of what my parents and other friends of my parents are, and that what they left there, it's you can feel the spirit that's still there, that Holy Spirit that's still there. I am Magdalene Mitchell Glover. I am the program coordinator.
I am Gloria F. Mitchell, the treasurer.
I am Charles E. Mitchell, the Assistant Director of Faith, Hope, and Charity Society.
The organization was started in 1918. When I joined, it was under the leadership of Reverend Joe Edwards. We had a great time for the many years that we were there, and we did a good job helping out people in the community.
Okay. And could you tell people who aren't familiar, what is the aim of the project you're working on for the Center for Heirs Property Preservation?
As of now, it's an old prayer house that is in our community, and it has deteriorated quite a bit. We wanted to restore it, to have it back to the original place where we will feel comfortable going in and have service, prayer, meeting where we could get together and tell our experience about life, and hopefully when we talked about what we have went through.
Hey, what's up, Stanley?
How you doing?
All right.
Good. Enjoying the show?
Do what?
Are you enjoying the show?
Oh, yep. I'm sitting out here on my balcony watching my pigs and with my shotgun.
Oh, really? Good for you. Well, this is, some of my heritage, believe it or not. So the title of the show is An Empaneled Stanley is Pro-Black. Well, right now I am pro-Black. So I'm enjoying the show. So hopefully you and the chat will too.
I like my white heritage too. My shit
that
is
they may
amazing.
be able to understand that they can go.
Well, good. Do a show about it.
So as of now, we are trying to get it back
Yeah.
and make it
I think
a
that's
place
starting
where
to
people,
white
when they
privilege.
pass by, they would see.
Yeah, well, sit back and think about your white privilege show while I show my black privilege.
Go ahead and handle your business, bud.
Trying to give them an appetite.
I
that they
always
would wanna
do,
come
bud.
and be a part of it.
You mind if I do a show on your channel one of these days?
Sure.
All righty, I'm gonna hold you to it.
Oh, you should.
Yeah, continue.
We do need a hot water heater in there, one of the improvements, because we do know now with what's going on, we have to have the hot water in there. All public buildings require to have hot water. We need to have blinds put up to the window. There are some deteriorating boards on the outside that needs to be fixed up. The
I got a lot of
that
stuff lined
house
up in
what
my
we
sub
have
stack.
in there to keep everything safe, they need to
I
be
want to talk
replaced
about.
also too. We are looking at painting the exterior of the building. So we're looking at
All in good time,
and
JB.
trying to also have a nice
Let me
little small
let me
kitchen on the
pause
side for
this
those who
to address this. All in good time, but do not overtalk this video. Don't yuck my young son.
may
You say
come
what?
out to the prayer house and have some.
Don't yuck my yum, sir. I'm enjoying this. Why don't you sit back and, okay, what I need you to do is think in your head about the show you want to do, but don't disturb
Oh,
my
I already
show.
know what I want to do, boy.
Good. Well, keep it to yourself for now. Keep it close to your vest so you can surprise us.
I haven't
kind of
seen Mike
medical
in a
issue,
while.
they would be
Where he
able-
at? What he been up to?
Dude, do you understand that you're over talking when you shouldn't be?
I'm asking a
Didn't
question, but you won't answer my question. But go ahead on, boy.
Okay, motherfucker. Let me put it to you this way. Don't become an enemy of the good.
We'll be able to have something in there, or for them to keep the medicine for the blood sugar or whatever it might take. So we wanted to have it where it would be a prayer house, but almost like your house also too, where you could sit in and relax and enjoy yourself.
That was a good line. I wanted to be a prayer house, but also like your house. That's good. You might want me some T-shirts. I'll buy that.
Community will benefit from this project by coming together, not only the elderly, but even the grandchildren and the great-grandchildren. who
Oh,
come together
CT,
and
welcome
teach them the
to
Our Father
people
prayer,
who
even have a
actually
meal
like
together.
Black
Sit
people.
down at the table.
That's
We
the
don't
theme of the
do nothing.
show.
Sit down at the
Feel
dinner
free to
table,
hit
put
the
cell
link if you
phones
like
away,
Black people.
and let's talk about life.
In so many areas now in community, we don't have places where the elderly feel comfortable or safe going. We also want it to be a safe haven for them also too, that they would feel safe coming there. And if necessary, if they want to bring their sewing machine, if they're still sewing, they could come and do a little sewing there, or a little knitting or crochet or whatever they might feel like they're doing. We want them to feel at home and want them to know that because they're old, we haven't forgot them. We are still looking out for a place for them also too, to feel safe and comfortable in.
Is there anything that you want the outside world to know about this prayer house? Something maybe that you hold special, something you hold dear that you want other people to know about?
I remember my father telling me that the person who was over him while he was on his sick bed called my dad to his sick bedside and asked him, Ernest, whatever you all do, do not let this prayer house go down. When my dad was getting ready to leave this side, he also called and talked to some of us too as a group. Said, whatever you all do, keep the prayer house going down, because there's a lot of history in it there. And the older one needs some place where they could go and feel comfortable and just get a meal or just talk things over at time. Because a lot of time people just want a listening ears that they can talk about some things. You can't do nothing, but they would like for you to listen. Yeah.
Like for example, this lady was a Sunday school teacher here, and one Sunday morning she sat down in church and went on home to be with the Lord.
Wow.
But everybody here has a story. They were a family member of somebody, and we would like to try to get pictures of them, to tell them something about them, where they come from, to go along our history, because in order for us to move forward, we have to know where we came from.
One by one, two by two, three by three, and four by four. No one can read them like
My name is Reverend Danita R.
Hey, Mike, you are absolutely right. You need $300 to give me if you come up to this panel. It's free on CT's panel or John Galt's channel or Questions to Ponder channel. You can go up there for free, but you said you would never come up to this panel, so all of a sudden you're moving goalposts. Let me correct this. If people will contribute $300 to your Cash App to give to me, yep, $300 if you ever want to come up to this panel again. Enjoy your time in the chat. I trust my moderators to deal with the likes of you, but you're right, $300 if you want to come to this panel. That's the ransom, folks. And Mike is very supportive of my business model. There's certain people, if they want to be on this panel, y'all got to pay to see them. So good luck with that. I'll see you once I get $300, Mike. Otherwise, stay in the goddamn chat where you belong.
Davis, and I represent Grace Chapel Baptist Church in Adams Run, South Carolina. Adams Run is a rural area. The church was founded by Reverend Joe Young in the late 1800s. The date is actually kind of unclear for sure, but we know the church property was deeded like in 1901. And he served the community before he passed, and all the older people said that he would gather all the children in the community and teach them how to pray. So our church is unique in the fact that it sits right on the fork of the road. It's a little white church, which we like to call the Holy Ghost headquarters.
All right.
And so we serve anybody going out of in front of coming in, got to kind of pass the church. So we try to serve all the community in that area. We fellowship with other local churches in the area, and we just try to spread the gospel.
That's great. Speaking of which, Charleston is growing. Is Adams Run experiencing any gentrification?
Not particularly so much at this time. I know like in that area, Parkers Ferry area, which is where near where the church is at, is also there's a lot of development going on in the area, so we expect the influx of people in the near future. It's like a lot of churches in the black community, a lot of history is lost. So we've got graveyards, headstones in the back that date back to the 1800s. Due to lack of care, the debris and the shrubbery is overgrown on some of them. Some of the headstones are cracked. You can only see partial dates and names. The founder of the church, as well as his wife, are buried behind the church, and they were born like the late 1800s. They were in the army at the time when they could only be cooks and things like that, and all that information is on the headstones. And we've got quite a few members who date back to the 1800s. But like I said, people are unaware of it, that it's back there. There's, not much upkeep. So we just like to preserve the history and let us know that, from where we started to where we are at now.
That's awesome. Is there a benefit that the community can expect to see once this project is completed?
The benefit will be historical. Like I said, we were only allowed to be cooked at a certain point in time. Now you can see where we are generals and things like that, but you have to know where you started from to know how much you progress. And in other areas, some things for our community hasn't changed at all. So that's an example for us to say that we've not completed the fight. We have to push forward and educate our black community of all the possibilities that we have.
The community was started, the subdivision in 1956, and it was started for African Americans during that time. They had intentions of building.
I want to point out, does this look like John Galt's? Does this look like John Galt's neighborhood? I suspect it doesn't, but this is a black neighborhood. Not exactly like the one I grew up in, because I grew up, in a more citified, but this is the black America I know. There's grass to mow. This is the black America I grew up in. And I'm sorry that fucking like Ghetto Galt and CT, good to see you, CT. This is the black America y'all don't know about, apparently. And it literally exists. I grew up in it. Too bad y'all just see the worst in the black community. Some good people here. Y'all are just looking in the ghetto places.
And it was started for African Americans during that time. They had intentions of building houses, new homes for people during that time. And so that was one of the starter homes, the first home on the corner there. But Mr. Davis built his house himself, and he told me that when he moved, it was just about 4 houses here, that one included. And he had to pump water from a house that was way in the back.
Ooh, look!
To his house.
It's the ghetto!
Cinder block home here. My name is Anna Johnson, and I am County Council Member for Charleston County District 8.
My name is
Ooh, look!
Frazier Mentor,
Ooh, look!
and I actually am not living in...
Ooh! There are people who are speaking English. Oh, no AAV. Oh, these can't be black people. These can't be black people.
the James
What
Allen
fucking
community
fools.
at the moment, but I grew up there, and I feel like I never left.
The community I want to talk about has been in existence since the late 1800s. And
Hear that? late 1800s? What the fuck are these ghetto loving morons who don't understand the proverbial black community? I would love, and I suspect there will be a show like, oh, Stanley doesn't understand the truth. Those aren't black people. That doesn't exist in America. It's all ghetto. It's all drive-bys. Dude, these motherfuckers, the John Galts, the chaotic truths, the fucking hood conservatives have no fucking clue about the black America. Hey, it's not my fault if y'all grew up in the city. There are black people who exist and make a very good subsistence outside of the city. These are my people.
Including the subdivision, Carver subdivision, which was created in 1956.
It is just amazing the things that these people did, that freedmen, that sharecroppers.
Thank you,
They
Dirty.
created a community
Thank you for that.
against
This
all odds.
shit.
They created
Someone
something
has to.
lasting, loving, that
Dirty,
is worthy of preserving.
dude. I
And during this
appreciate you
project,
so
we've done
much,
some
sir.
research where, we went back to find who were beginners in the late 1800s, and also like a second wave of land purchase for the Carver subdivision in the 50s. So this was 50.
Ooh, look, let me go back. Ooh, that looks like a deed in Charleston County. Ooh, it's the hood. All black people, all we know is ebonics and violent crime. Dude, y'all sound like fucking YNs. Y'all don't know shit about American history. You don't even know the history of black people, but y'all do what you do. I know better.
Like a second wave of land purchase for the Carver subdivision in the 50s. So this was 56. And here you're talking about a new subdivision being built for African Americans. First one, I think it was 40 lots there. So to have that was
Ryan, I have no
divided.
clue. Basically, the reverse business model, which Deacon Dave, I haven't seen Deacon Dave. Has anyone seen Deacon Dave? I kind of miss him. But the bottom line is to come back on this panel. I don't know, is it a reverse bond? Mike said he would never come up on this panel again. And then all of a sudden, it was something about $300, which gave me the very perverse idea. Mike, no one's going to pay $300. Or you can pool the money. You just need to have $300 into my PayPal if you want to come back up here. And I don't need the $300, Mike. This is all on you, son. I don't need the $300, but you will pay that. Let's call it a matriculation fee. Let's consider it a schooling. If you want to come up to benefit from the type of education I have been trying to give you, Mike, it's $300 tuition. Let's not call it bond. Let's not call it ransom. Let's call it tuition. So if you can raise the $300, let's be like Booker T. Washington. You need to work for your tuition to matriculate at Stanley's version of Hampton Institute. Let's just call it your tuition.
By a quarter acre, putting in roads and drainage. That was unheard of.
So this project involves signs, historic signs and markers I worked
No,
with
I'm not
this council member,
negotiating it
Anna
down.
Johnson,
I
and
will
it
always
was
listen
actually
to you,
called
dirty
about the
dude,
project
as a
and just
voice of
felt like it
reason.
was timely.
I will
Actually,
listen
I
to
felt
you.
like it was
But hey,
overdue.
I didn't use the $300 term.
On that corner
Mike
there,
did.
or right on this corner here.
It gives the community an opportunity to show some pride about the community, talk about the name of the community, and the people who helped to create the community.
What the plan is to move this point of the fence and move it back as far as we can without violating any of the Grand Oak laws regarding the trees. And we plan and hope to put a sign right in the center here as the traffic approach this fork in the road.
You know, a lot of the children now who are inheriting these properties, they don't know who the original owner was. A while back, probably around the
Yes,
80s,
Mike,
there was
to
some
open up
clearing,
the
land clearing
panel
going
for
on
your level
for
of
a piece of
schooling,
property across from
basically
the
it's going to be
subdivision,
remedial
Harvard subdivision.
education.
And
Yes, I
this
do
was
need the
land that was
money
being cleared to
to take
possibly
the
build
time
housing,
and the
but it ended
patience
up
to
with
fucking
a school being there.
educate you up to
With
a
a great big
level
pond. We
that's
love the pond and we love
acceptable.
the school, but here again, this was farming land. Now, recently, I noticed there have been several pieces of properties that went up for sale when the original owners passed away. And so their children are now selling these properties. And the land is being divided, some of them, where there are new people coming in the community, and also there is a higher concentration of the use of the property. Preserving the community is one of my number one things now to do, and it's something that I think the new heirs or the ancestors, grandchildren, great-grandchildren of people who purchased land in that area should become more familiar with the original property owners and the importance of why they should preserve the Grimble community and the Carver subdivision.
Once we get the signs and notate these areas, I think people will start inquiring as to who are these people. In 1899, my great-great-grandfather walked off of a plantation in Santee Cooper and made his way to the Grimble plantation, asking the Grimbles just to be a sharecropper first. Later, by 1899, he had amassed property to pass down to his children and his children's children. Remember, this is a former slave who amassed so much property that he could divide it among 7 girls. How did they accomplish this when all the odds were against them? When they were former slaves and sharecroppers? It is an incredible story of courage and of love.
Ooh, this ought to be interesting.
My name is James.
Ooh, look, it's the ghetto. Let's go back to this school. Ooh, it looks so ghetto. This is fucking beautiful. This is the Black community that I'm used to. 1953.
My name is James C. Hampton, and I live in Lincolnville, South Carolina. And I've lived there for about 46 years.
Is there a way to, like, you know how they radar seabed? Can you, like, radar the ground and see where all the...
Well, my wife and I were talking about that because there is a instrument that can detect where remains are.
Got you.
They'll be able to do that either through the metal caskets or the metal or whatever, or either they can, I guess, the radio.
And CT, if you're still in the chat, this is an institution. family heritage. Like I mentioned, family is an institution. Family heritage, taking care, even if it's not building a Google or anything, motherfucker, Grio, knowing where your relatives are, taking care of your property, building schools. Last I checked, schools are institutions. The question was, what institutions? I'm sorry, this is not Facebook, but it is being black and taking some pride in it. Something that does not get propagated on a John Galt show.
That comes from the bone. Yeah. Lincolnville was actually established, a gentleman by the name of Richard Harvey King. He was a minister, AME minister in Charleston.
Mike would be welcome on Mike's channel. Mike, I encourage you, make a channel, set up your own channel. Please, Mike. Please, Mike, 1, 2, 3. Please set up your own channel so you can stop darkening my channel's doorstep.
And they were looking for a place to settle. So the train left Charleston, headed out west, and came to a location which is now
Let me make a point.
That time.
There's even a dimple in this elder's tie. There's a dimple in it. He knows how to tie a tie. And I guarantee you, look at the way it's sitting on his collar. It's not a motherfucking clip-on. Now, I never approve of short sleeve dress shirts, but you know what? The motherfucker knows how to put a dimple in his tie. I need not say more.
And Pump Pond, and it was actually a place where the train stopped to water up and also take on firewood for power. And while there, those 7 men, Richard Harvey King, those other 6 men, were standing outside looking around, and they were also looking for land to purchase, which that land was owned by the railroad company, and they chose to buy 620 acres of land. And it was established then by that settlement of gentlemen and many other people that they brought on. And it has been operating ever since. I can't even tell you exactly how many people are actually buried here because I don't know. I might go to the Aiken Funeral Home or Albert Glover Funeral Home in Somerville and see if I could get some information from them, like the historical. The cemetery actually started back in 1860, about 1869. So
4 years after the Civil War, black community, people well dressed, people well spoken, dimples and ties, clean clothes. This ain't your John Galt hood.
So the cemetery was established because naturally as people live, people die. And they had some place to bury.
Oh, and by the way,
that,
who the fuck, John Galt? These people are black. These are the black people that John Galt or Hood Conservative either willingly don't want to talk about. I know John Galt is from the South, so I know he knows this sort of shit. So he is a willing fucking bottom feeder. He's ghetto by choice. I can't help that. Hood Conservative, one of these northern people, they don't know shit. CT, I don't know. I know CT knows this because he was what? African American Studies or African American History at a quote liberal arts college. Shit. He was probably taught African American history by white professors. So I know CT knows this sort of stuff. So, yep, Mike, Just to reemphasize, you better take up a collection plate in the Church of Mike. And I hope you do start your own channel. I encourage you to do it, but me coming up on your panel, it's the same thing. I'm not fucking coming up on your bottom feeding channel. $300 as an honorarium just to come up on your channel and or your panel. And same thing here. I bet no one has sent you $1. Nobody, dude, you're not coming up on this panel. And the thing that's thrilling me is I should have thought of this instead of banning your ass. I should have just used natural, the natural human instinct. Nobody wants to hear you on my panel, Mike. Dude, no one ever did. If you're so popular, Mike, then you need to get amongst your peers and take up into your motherfucking chat. Prove you are Mike 123 and you're that popular. Motherfucker, you know how to get back up on this panel. And there will be, and you know, Dirty Dude is actually a gentleman. He's actually a good person. And I have to give Dirty Dude his props. He's your best lawyer. He's like, well, Stanley, no, motherfucker. Dirty Dude, I will always listen to your advice. But my mood right now is this little fucking cocker spaniel that we've named Mike 123. Motherfucker, you're not even that popular in these parts. $300. Unless you get Dirty Dude to take your side and negotiate the price down, but it won't be you talking to me about that shit. It will be someone of the stature of a Dirty Dude trying to convince me. And I'll listen to Dirty Dude, but you're a dumb, yapping cocker spaniel ass. Dude, $300. I'm wondering why you're still in the chat, to be honest.
The cemetery was actually deeded over to the town of Lincolnville as the Bible Sojourn Society Cemetery. However, it was not kept up. As a result of that, and for some reason, it also went on tax sale.
I'm not motherfucking doing a poll. Motherfucker, raise your own money. I'm not going to help you.
Knowing that there was limited
Mike 123,
with the cemetery,
dude.
He was asked by myself
I thought,
and the
what's
mayor
this
and the
thing
town of
about
that he would consider donating
working hard?
to the town.
Pull yourself up by your
decided to do
bootstraps
that.
in this
After Hurricane
chat.
Hugo, the cemetery was cleaned by myself and my neighbor, Enoch Dickerson, and another gentleman. Many years later, another hurricane came through, and we, the town, utilized a group of students that come from Boston every year to work in town Lincolnville during their spring break to clean the cemetery. After they left, another hurricane come through, trees down, so therefore the VFW, the town of Lincolnville, and others commit to clean the cemetery, however, never really cleaning it thoroughly. So the Civic League, which is a group that was a part of Lincolnville, was really appalled by the way the cemetery looked. So as a result, the mayor and council now and the citizens have come together to decide that we need to do our due diligence. First of all, we need to look at the historical marker for it because it's a historical cemetery. Second, we need to look at for is having it actually surveyed off to make sure we know exactly.
Well,
what
let me
we're dealing
ask.
with.
Let me ask.
The next thing we need to do.
Let me ask. It sounds like there's such a thing as a town of Lincolnville. That's a motherfucking institution. Sounds like black people are in control of this institution. Ooh, boy. It's not Facebook, but it sounds like an institution.
Just to make sure we clean it and then we fence it and contain it to make sure we maintain it. And that main purpose is for three reasons. One is to make sure that we secure it to the point where it can be utilized.
Sounds like black people in control of an institution. What the fuck? Why don't these fucking morons on a panel know about this institution? Why do I know about it and they don't? I thought I'm just some dumb pro-black boomer.
By citizens there now, and also the second would be the family members of the people that are buried there now will be able to come back to it, and then the final thing would be historical.
That is hilarious.
Put on the Gullah Geechee Trail.
Joe Rogan, whoever you are, that is hilarious. Love this comment. Oh, wait, let me go back. This is the ghetto? Let me replay this. This is the ghetto? Yeah. The blacks don't control institutions.
And that main purpose is for three reasons. One is to make sure
not
that
an
we,
institution do the blacks control.
By citizens there now, and also the second would be the family members of the people that are buried there now will be able to come back to it, and then the final thing would be a historical marker there to be put on the Gullah Geechee Trail, and that's what we plan to do.
Sounds like that Gullah Geechee Trail could be something. Is that an institution? No ghetto, but green grass. Look at it. Trees. It's a black neighborhood. These motherfucking morons. They are the white man's treats. Yep, that looks like the ghetto to me. Is that? Oh, god damn it. What's that in this boy's hand? Ooh. Oh, look, it's the hood. The hood, folks. Them crabs, those are ghetto crabs. Those are the crabs that keep black people in that basket. Well, I enjoyed this.
It's white lightning, I'm gone to my head.
I am sure. I hope I don't get struck for this, but I bet I will. I'll have to edit the music out. But so we go. You know what, motherfuckers? It was worth it. I love roasting me some dumb black children. And I have had a whale of a time roasting some dumb black fools. Mike 1, 2, 3. Dumb black fool. Hoodservative. Dumb black fool. John Galt. Degenerate baby daddy. Dumb black fool. CT. He will get grace because there would be no dumbass Stanley without a chaotic truth, I guess. So you get grace, sir, but please stop. I hope that, dude, we are not all fucking John Galts. We're not all JPs.
You could be anywhere else in the world, but you are here with
Oh,
me.
and
I
by the way,
appreciate you, so thank you.
This young lady's channel has drifted into my Wonderful algorithm. No idea, but she looks cute,
you
so
so,
I'll
so
go with
very
it.
much. With that being said, let's be active participants. Let's tap the screen, share the live. Let's do all of the
Tough
good
guy,
things. That
what's up?
includes taking care of the gift goals. And I'm trying to find one here. Let's do the Chili's. Actually, let's do the I love you so much because it's Friday and I love y'all. All right, let's go ahead and knock out our penny goals, all of our gift goals. Doing so again helps get us on the FYP page so that we can have these debates with these Trump supporters.
Let me help this dumb pony boy out. Yes, I think 12 viewers is a smash hit show. Dude, you just do not you just don't get me, you fucking moron. Hold on one sec, tough guy. Dude, 12 people who rock with me, who kind of get me, who just put up with my stupidity. That is a hit show, motherfucker. I don't need 100 fucking racists in my chat. I'm not going to say shit that is fucking like drama queen to get 100 people in the chat. It's not me. I celebrate being black. I think being black is cool. I came from a part of the country that, hey, I'm used to the smartest people I know are black. Motherfucker. And I'm sorry, you're little. I can't be human, so I will pretend to be a horse. Fucking gay white bullshit. Sorry. Don't be on this channel if you can't handle it, you little horse. Stanley thinks 12 viewers is a smash hit show. For me, it is. I don't need the motherfucking money, but I do need the money from Mystery Mike. dude, Mike is so funny. Mike 123, you are a hoot. And I'm sorry and I apologize because I just didn't get it. I didn't need to ban you. I let my chat ban your dumb ass. What's up there, tough guy?
What up, player?
Oh, nothing much. Just drinking a few beers and having fun abusing stupid people.
I'm about to make me some breakfast for lunch.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What you making?
Some hash browns, eggs. I don't know if I want to make
Now wait,
toast
did
or
you make the
tortillas.
hash browns from scratch?
With potatoes, right? Grater.
Dude, if you're not making those, dude, you have to cut your own potatoes.
Yeah. You know it, sir.
Oh, good. Well, you know what? I'm sorry I doubted you. I hear the knife. My bad. I truly apologize. To be honest, I shouldn't have doubted you.
Hey, man. I'm from Kansas.
Touche. Oh, by the way, Tamika, TMKC is from Kansas or thereabouts. So you got a kindred spirit somewhere.
Yeah, we everywhere, man. Kansas City is.
Are you now?
Oh yeah. Kansas City's everywhere, bro. We got Kansas City fans everywhere. And people that's from Kansas City. Yeah.
Well, no, she's actually from there. She
She lives
might be a
there.
football fan.
She lives there. Or she's
You
just
know
from
what?
there.
You'd have to ask her. I'm not doxing her. So she's around. She may be busy now, but you and TMKC should know each other. I'll put it that way. Like on a panel, I think y'all would get along.
Thinking about making these biscuits, but I know, Stanley, you make your biscuits from scratch.
Always. It's too easy.
It's a lot easier to just pop this motherfucker open, put them on the
Oh,
motherfucking
come
tray.
on. No, they don't even taste close. Look, I'm a little bit
Here
of a
we go,
snob.
Stanley. Here we go.
No, you at least tell me they're grands, like the
Yes.
flaky, the stuff
Yes.
that will separate into layers. But you
Yes.
do know you can do that at home. You can make the biscuits with the layers at home,
Yes,
and
Stanley.
it's not that hard.
Yes, Stanley. We know. But I bought those motherfuckers for a reason, and I'm gonna eat them. So,
Why is that?
although that may be true, I'm about to eat these motherfuckers.
I'm sorry. Not sure I understand. One sec here. All right. Well, let's see. What are we going? Oh, this lovely young girl. I have no clue, but I suspect she's not a Trump fan, and she's cute. So that's good enough for folks like me.
Right. And everyone, if you missed Spud Time, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You did miss a good time. I low key, I sweated a little bit. I ain't even gonna hold you. I did. I sweated a little bit. I did. Okay. All right, Allison, you're now a mod, so you have mod privileges. All right, guys. So tap the screen, share the live, take care of the gift goals. We are working on our daily donation goal of $150. Links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. I also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9@gmail.com. If you want to support on the tube, the best way to do so is via a super chat. And speaking of the tube, hi tubers. Hello. Hi everyone over there. Hi, thank you so much for being here, guys. Remember to like the stream. Remember to
Ooh,
like the stream
apparently
because a lot
she's
of people will watch but
multimedia.
not like. And I want to know what that's about. I do. I want to know. Anywho, with that being said, guys, let's keep doing all of the good things. And thank you again so much for being here. I can't say it enough. If you are
By the way, moderators, please make sure don't just like time people out just because you don't like what they say. Time them out for an actual reason, like if they're just brutally offensive or something. Don't time them out just because you don't like what they say.
Okay.
Please let
Now, I'm about to hook up these
us use our
motherfucking
brains and not be. Hold on one sec, tough guy. Let's not just abuse the wrenches. If they say something that's very offensive, do that, not just because they say something you don't like. So, tough guy, go ahead and speak. I'll be right back. I'm listening, but I'll be right back.
No, I was just saying I'm about to hook up these motherfucking eggs, and these motherfucking hash browns, niggas. And I'm about to motherfucking rub in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Because Stanley be making everything from scratch, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But I'm about to just cook, nigga. I don't give a fuck. Remember that? I'm hungry, nigga. Yeah. Nigga talking about, you can make these shit biscuits from scratch. Nigga, I got some grand biscuits and this motherfucking loopy wop. I'm about to pull them bitches out, nigga. I'm about to smash, nigga. It all goes to the same place, whether you make it from scratch or whatever, nigga. I'm about to eat. That's what I'm about to do, nigga. While y'all niggas sit there and be hungry.
Well,
Or if y'all already ate.
besides, I really don't like it when the N word is used so liberally
Here
up
we
on this
go.
panel.
Here we go,
Oh
Stanley.
no, I'm going to stand on it. However, you know what? You said something to me the other day. I could just throw up like a video or something and just put whoop-de wop, which is what just reminded me of that. I could just loop it if I had to go out and grab beer, right? Just put up,
Yeah.
you know what? God damn it, you are a creator. When you said whoop-de wop, I'm like, well, wait, hold it. Whoop-de wop will play on a loop I could literally just go out for 15 minutes and call it an intermission. God damn it, you are a genius.
And then all you gotta do
But
is put
don't
intermission.
use the N word.
But all you
Please
gotta do is
don't.
put intermission up
Yeah,
there
you know what?
while it's
Hey,
playing,
look.
so they know you'll be back, and it's not just like, well, where the hell did he go? You know what I'm saying?
You know
And
what?
nigga, you know how I talk, man. Why you expect me to change?
No, I'm sorry. I seek to change how you talk on this panel. You can do it
But
anywhere
you
else.
okay?
You
Well, I seek for you to let me
respect
be
your
myself.
elders. Respect your
Let me
elders.
be myself.
Respect.
You remember
No,
that song?
you can be yourself.
You remember that song,
So
Stanley?
wait, I remember the song, but let me ask you a question.
Let
Using
me
the
be
is
myself.
using the N word
Yes, yes. This is who I am.
using the N
Yes,
word is
this is where I come from.
essential.
Yes,
Dude, come from somewhere else. I didn't
that's where I'm
come from
from,
there.
bro. Why you hate?
Is it not should I
Why you hating on
sacrifice?
me
Okay,
and
what I
my
need you
and
to
how I grew
do,
up in my
what I
culture?
need you to do, what I need you to do is listen to what I'm going to say.
No, because
So
I'm like,
no,
you know what it is, Stanley?
sorry.
I'm the
I'm sorry.
contradiction.
You're
I'm the
gonna have
contradiction to what you
no,
always try
dude.
to
I
preach
will
about
put
black
you in
people.
the back. I
Is that the
will
truth?
say what I'm gonna say uninterrupted. I'm
But you hear
not
what I'm saying?
going. Okay, I'm not going to not be myself. See, you're basically saying you want to be yourself while not letting me be myself. And myself, as the owner of this channel, does not like the N word used just every other sentence. So I'm not going to sacrifice Tough Guy being himself while not being myself. Who I am, myself on this panel is greater than you being yourself. I need you to understand this. So I'm not seeking to change you. If you want to be yourself, I'm not denying you being who you are, but myself, who I am, is the greater good on this panel. You need to understand it.
I don't agree.
I don't care if you agree. I
But
didn't
you hear what I'm saying, though,
I
right?
did not ask for your agreement.
But you have to.
No, I actually don't.
It's the best. It's the best way to be, Stanley.
Literally do not have to.
Stanley, it's the best way to be,
I'm
bro.
not sacrificing my principles
It's
for
not about
yours.
you. Why is everything got to be so
It is
selfish nowadays?
literally
Why is it
about
about you?
me on dude, look at what's the name of this channel, Tough Guy? Is it Tough Guy? What's the name of this channel?
No, okay. So wait a minute. Wait, don't
What
say
is
nothing.
the
Don't say
name
nothing.
of
You gotta
this
let me. You
panel?
gotta let me
Please
say it. But you
answer
can't say
the
nothing.
question.
You
Answer
can't
the
say nothing.
question. What
I'm
is
about to
the
answer.
name of this channel?
Are
Answer
you
the
ready to let me
question.
answer? Are you?
I
Are you?
do not need to.
Why
You
you
know
act
the
like a
name.
damn teenager? Your ass is 60 years old.
You know the name of this channel, right?
Yeah, it's called
Is it
Against
tough?
the World,
Is the
nigga. You
name of
against me,
this
nigga, because
channel?
you're going
Is
against
the
me.
name of this channel?
Against the World, right?
Who's against the world?
You.
Well, then don't be the world.
Well, I'm sorry that
The
I have to
world
be at this
wants to
moment.
use the N word. Why are you being like the world?
I am a part of the world because I'm not Stanley.
Well, then it is literally me versus you and the world. Don't use the N word.
It's not me and
Try
the
and
world.
do
No, it's just the world.
try and do better.
You can't be doing
That's
that, Stanley. You be trying to change. You be
yes,
trying to
I
move the
actually
goalposts.
can. Dude, I actually can.
No, I don't
Hey,
agree
wait,
with it.
did you not see this fucking racist bastard here
Who?
saying, well, Palomino Ricky Z, he's a racist bastard.
Why are you worried about weirdos?
Well, I'm using him as an example. He says, well, there are 12 people in the chat right now. And he says, well, Stanley thinks that 12 people in the chat is a smash hit show. Well, yeah, actually, I do. And if it means that racist bastards like Palomino don't want to be here, that's a victory. It is a smash hit if the people I rock with are in the chat and the racists gallop off somewhere else. That's a hit show.
That's like a win, actually.
I would think so. But only that Palomino galloping racist wouldn't understand something like that.
Well, I mean, with a name like that, I mean, who cares what anybody says? Like,
Well,
with a name like that.
sometimes who cares about mosquitoes, but they're so annoying.
Oh yeah, so are flies. When you're trying to eat outside and shit, you know how they just be buzzing around and shit. Zzz. You know, you try to fly swat them away and shit. You know, while you trying to eat. You know, that can be very annoying, Stanley.
I'll bet.
Very.
I've been outside in the South. And Mike, you know what you need to do to come back up on this panel and talk about it. 300 smackaroos.
Damn.
My boy.
Damn.
No, this mother.
Man, he ain't got that. That nigga broke.
I know. This motherfucker's gonna
Look like he ain't gonna be
smolder.
coming up here for a while.
Hey, I was stupid to ban him in the first place. I should have just said, motherfucker, you can't afford to come up to this panel. And
Yeah,
by the way,
basically.
let me make it very obvious. It's free for anyone else to come up here. You don't have to pay a cent. But Mike, you have to pay to come up on this panel. It's
Well, damn,
like
Mike, you just fucked your shit up, players.
he can't afford it.
Damn shame.
But hey, that's fine. The show's better off without him here. So, sometimes people in poverty are a good thing.
Yeah.
And I see, God damn it. I see T is live. I should go.
Yeah, she talking about the football player they tried to blame for that crash. They said he's innocent.
What crash? Is this the University of Georgia player?
It was LSU, I think.
Okay. Now I don't know anything about that. I think I'm vaguely familiar. So good for her.
Yeah.
What the fuck is a panel slave? Dude, I don't even, what is a panel slave? Can someone tell me? You'll have to define what a panel slave is there, Mr. Rogan. Zhang Wei, good to see you, sir. Salute. He's the best troll I got, to be honest. Hey, Zhang, can you go teach Palomino Ricky Pussy how to be a good troll and clever? At least you're clever. Even when you piss me off, you're pretty clever. Palomino Ricky bitch is he's just like yuck. Just so obnoxious and I don't know. Maybe I should make him pay $300 just to be in the chat. Now look at this motherfucker. Are you looking at the screen, tough guy? Or are you busy cooking?
I'm cooking.
Okay. Tough
While
guy
laughing.
sends Stanley music and thinks he has a right to do and say anything. Oh fuck.
Well, there's
You
some
know
people
what?
that do deserve immunity. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
He wouldn't be one of them. But let me put it to you this way, and let me broaden this out, folks. let's for Mike 123 to come up to this panel ever again, he needs to raise $300. Either he pays it or he raises it from his peers. And for this dumbass comment, I'll split it 50-50 with Tough Guy, because Tough Guy, you do deserve half of this. If he's gonna bring you into his fucking personal misery, $300, we split it, and I think we'll get it at some point. It'll be split down the middle. So folks, or Mike personally, I invite Mike 123 up to this panel. It is now complimenting Tough Guy for his talent and Stanley Cross for his simple, stupid bullshit. But Mike, if you're gonna come up here, now it's split between two people who don't think you're worth a shit and you're too poor to pay. I'm gonna dog this motherfucker.
Well, I mean, $300. You know, most people can't afford that. Family.
Nah, I don't give a fuck. That's why it's 300. But Tough Guy, I didn't come up with the number just by myself. It was Mike who came up with the $300.
Oh, okay.
It was Mike 123 who started talking about $300. So you know what? Otherwise, I don't really care that much. But you know what? I love to take dumb fucks like Mike 123 and throw the words back in their face and fucking make them eat their own shit. It makes my day when I get to fucking abuse dumb fucks like Mike 123. The dude's a dumb fuck. He is his own worst problem. And I just need to make himself a bigger problem. So let's get back to this lovely young lady. Damn it. One more woman that makes me wish I were her age again.
A Trump supporter, go ahead and request up so that we can get these conversations in. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up my alternate account. I should say. There we go. All
Now,
right,
she gotta be in her 20s.
So, and let's get this party started.
Hello.
Oh, you came in. Happy. Hi.
Yeah,
Where's that
Wilhelm.
from?
Yep.
Where's that from?
He's the last emperor of Germany until World War I ended in World War I. So
there you go.
Yeah.
The Weimar Republic. Okay.
no, right before the Weimar Republic.
Joe Rogan, I just rather Mike go away.
Yeah, so it's like
I don't want him to
the guy
change
for
his
the
name.
Weimar Republic's name?
To be honest,
Oh, I mean they're different.
if he
There-
left
there was-
tomorrow,
before
Hindenburg.
that would be
Hindenburg.
worth $300.
He came later in the Weimar Republic.
You want to do me a favor?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you turn your mic down? It's loud.
Oh no, I have to talk less loud. That's
Okay. Oh, that's just your voice.
I don't know. It's probably my mic is very sensitive, so I have to talk less loud.
Oh, okay. All right. So, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I'm for
Okay.
Trump.
And how
And
old
I are you? think that
Let me
like,
pause this
22.
right quick.
I think like
JB, unless you are the carrier or the carrier pigeon or the courier with $300 for Mike, you can stay in the back too.
a political camp that talks about destroying whiteness cannot tell anyone you hate America because the United States was created by
he's still
Europeans.
Talking. Can you hear me?
With a European political philosophy
Can you hear me?
by ethnic
Hello?
Europeans. I can hear
Hi.
you.
Hello?
So
You
if
can't
you
hear me? Oh, why
talk
you keep
about
talking
destroying
then?
whiteness, you
Why
hate
are you
America.
still talking? Time out. Hold on. Goddamn. What are we doing? Like, if you can hear me, like, stop talking, please. I beg of you. I didn't want to mute you, but you kept talking. All right, let me do my thing here, okay? May I do my thing? Okay. So as the prompt says, Trump hates America. Why do you support him? All right, you're mentioning
That's
whiteness
pretty
and
funny
saying
there,
that
Joe
destroying
Rogan.
whiteness
You're
would
far
be
from
something
poor.
that would mean
You're
that
homeless.
that party hates
That's a good
America,
one.
but it's
That
getting
is
that
a
you don't know what
very
whiteness
good joke.
actually is.
That's a
Do
good
you know what
one-liner.
whiteness is?
Yeah, it's a dog whistle for Europeans and
It's the dog whistle.
European way of life. Yeah, like the whole
What is
Western
European way
political
of life?
Western politics was created by British common law. Like Britain created our system clearly, and other countries, people from the Middle East, from Asia, have different.
All right, JB, I'm not mad at you. I just want. I suspect this is going to be a very limited engagement. How are your pigs?
I had to shoot one of them.
Did you really? What you going to
Yeah.
do with it?
I fixed to smoke it. Fixed throw it on the spit and smoke it.
You know what? I hear Mike could use some pig because apparently Joe Rogan says he's homeless. So I hope once you butcher out the pig, hopefully it's hanging up and you're bleeding it.
Yeah. That's what
is
I'm
it
doing.
pig?
I'm
Is it
cutting it
pig
out right
picking?
now.
Wait, hold it. You're in Texas, right? Do they do pig pickings in Texas? You don't know what a pig picking is?
Who you talking
You
to?
haven't. You don't know what a pig picking is?
I ain't said I didn't.
Do you? It was the
Yeah.
question. What is it?
None of your business. Find out.
Motherfucker, I'm from South Georgia. I know what a pig picking is. And
Don't
fall is
question me
about
about
the
some stuff I know, bud.
fall is about the time you do it when it starts getting cool. You said you shot a pig.
Don't tell me how to do what I do.
And by the way, real Southerners, we call them hogs.
Well, I call them pigs. Well, finish your
Well,
goddamn show,
maybe
boy.
you're a Northerner putting on a fake Southern accent. Now, for the benefit of the chat, will you tell us what pig picking season is? What a pig picking is? Would you educate this chat?
Hey, who the hell is this nigga, man? Who the fuck is this weirdo you got?
Oh, he left already. Oh shit!
I was like,
Apparently,
who the fuck is this?
he thought he shot a pig, but it missed the hog. This motherfucker shot a pig and forgot the hog. And then I reminded him, oh shit, it's pig picking season. It's hog picking season, you fool. What a motherfucking fool. Oh, these fake Southerners. Stanley's a confirmed carpetbagger. That's funny.
Cultures come from different cultural contexts,
What
have a
is
different
white
family
culture?
structure, and are not compatible with the system.
Sir,
So
You know
mass
what? I might
migration,
just have to
taking
marry
people
this
in
woman.
from people that are not.
Fucking Christ. Oh God. Jesus, is this going to be
So
the
United
whole
States-
thing?
Yeah,
The whole
motherfucker.
night? Like,
You know
when are
what?
we gonna do the-
Let
the
me
whole-
and this is actually going to be the last time I even look at the chat for a minute. Mike, I'm laughing because you know what you need to come up here and talk your shit. How about you go back? Because, dude, I woke up at 3 a.m. and your dumbass was talking to Questions to Ponder on John Galt's chat, and John Galt wasn't even there. Okay, your fucking weak ass snitching bitch of a man. Fucking. And I didn't listen. I just saw you were there. I don't really listen to the show. Mike, you are literally a limp noodle. You need to go over to John Galt's show or wherever it is. There are men here like the men who are in this chat, the men who are on this panel, you don't fit in, boy. That's the bottom line. You want to talk about Mike 123? Well, Mike 123 does not fit in with real black men. So fuck you. $300 to join the panel, and I might even get bored with your fucking weak ass in my chat. You're not a man, Mike 123. Hold on one sec, tough guy. You're not the type of man who can even stand up in this chat, Mike. You need to assess. You need to do a self-assessment. You may be more comfortable in fucking a place like the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. That environment is more conducive to people like you, black people like you, or whatever you are. You belong there. You do not belong here. Now, you're in this chat because I'm in a charitable mood. Don't make me get Tamika to bounce your ass. So keep it light. I won't even have to do it. I'll just get TMKC to bounce your ass. That'll be even more satisfying. You fucking lollipop licking faggot.
You lollipop liquor. You lollipop
So-
liquor.
Yeah, I'm getting out of control, aren't I? Let me play this. I'll be right back. Gotta deal with the oven right quick.
Freaking night, like stop it. Okay. Stop.
It's because you can't deal with these points because you've never heard.
You're not actually making any points. That's the problem. Like, chill the
Because
fuck
your
out,
side
dude.
hates America.
No, that's not what's happening. You don't know what whiteness is. Whiteness is actually a social construct. Whiteness is not a culture. There's no culture with whiteness unless the culture is violence,
Whiteness,
raping, and
no.
pillaging.
I mean,
Yeah,
black
you
people
don't
are
know
way
what
more violent.
you don't know what whiteness actually is. Now, you may have culture as an
Whiteness is
Italian.
technologically
You may
developed,
have
not-
you may have culture as an Italian, as an Irishman. You may have
White,
culture as a German. You may also have culture, as an
democracy
Ethiopian.
is-
You may have it as
No,
a Puerto Rican, as let's see, a
rule of
Mexican.
law, that's
You
also
have
whiteness.
culture there, but
The thug not being-
but whiteness, no culture there, sir. That's why I know you don't know what it is that you're talking about.
No,
Okay?
you're trying to.
I'm just gonna keep muting you because I already
Like,
told you that you're
culture
loud.
superior.
I already told you that you're loud, and I already told you to
created this
turn it
world.
down. And you didn't create a damn thing. You created absolutely nothing.
Do you
created
realize
nothing.
that Europeans created the system? Do you realize that or no?
They unfortunately did create this system. Yeah, this
Which
system of
led to
oppression in which that we live in. So, like
prosperity,
I said, all right, if
unbridled
you want to
prosperity.
say that whiteness is a culture of violence
oppressed.
and
You're
raping and
privileged.
pillaging people, then
privileged.
by all means, yes, sir. Yes, colonization also, Jazzy. So yes, whiteness that is the culture of whiteness.
Why
But whatever
do
it
you
is
think
that
white
you're
people were
spewing
able
is
to do it?
absolutely incorrect. Like, you're just
Why do you
wrong.
think white people were able to colonize?
Oh, because they were violent and they had weapons. Without those weapons, they literally would have unalived.
Well, let me put it to you this way. She's getting a lot right. And whoever this moron is she's talking to gets much more wrong. And funny enough, I was actually going to talk about, let's see. I was actually going to talk about, let me switch pages here. And we'll stop it and we will, I don't know. I'm testing other platforms, or should be, other than StreamYard. does a lot of things right, but it does it at a cost I'm not sure I want to pay. So this is what I want to share. And the book is called, if I can figure out, because I'm just getting into using Kindle on the computer. Somewhere in here, it's go back to cover. There we are. Here. At some point, and I thought I might get to it today. It's Charles W. Mills. I kept saying Charles M. Mills, but it's Charles W. Mills. At some point, some of what this young lady and her little opponent is talking about is a racial contract, and I don't think I'm going to get to it today. But it's fascinating, and it describes a lot. Charles M. Mills, W. Mills, died of, I think, around 2014, and I'd heard of him, but never got around to reading him. So, so much gets explained, at least in theory, and also gives me more jokes to deal with sad black men like a John Galt. John Galt is fucking just so sad. Makes me cry. Well, not really. So anyway, we'll get back to no, honestly, dude, to be this miserable in 50, motherfucker, when I was 50, I was raising a child that I lived with 3 years after my wife died. And this motherfucker doesn't even live with his baby mamas. Doesn't even live in the same city as his baby mamas. That's got to fucking. And I have theories which I won't get into because I don't want to open that can of worms. But dude, there's a reason a man doesn't live in the same city with his own kids. and it has nothing to do with black culture. It's personal failure. This motherfucker has more to talk about with what was the dude's name last night? Mike, help me out. Was it fucking Salvatore Reyes? Like John Galt did a whole motherfucking show on this dude who wrote him a letter asking to come back to the ghetto. John Galt literally did a fucking show on it. And then, he was talking about John Galt in the third person, the same way Mike 123 does. Like, this motherfucker considers himself some sort of great man because some fucking reject from society wrote him a letter and is begging to come back. The motherfucker lived in one room. It wrote John Galt a letter to come back to the hood and live in one room. And John Galt did a whole fucking show on it. Oh, John Galt's great. I'm the best landlord in the world because some Spanish man named Reyes wrote me a letter. It was embarrassing. And all the time, dude, I've got still shots. John Galt was drinking out of some fucking like cup that was cloudy and had fucking like roach poo or something like that at the bottom of the glass, dude. And then he was on camera close up where you could see the bottom of the glass and the sediment and shit in there. Dude, it was hilarious. And it's like, he talked about my messy room and telling Stanley, well, Stanley, some arty, what do they call him? Smarty arty, living in a nasty room, dude. And then the following week, the motherfucker, that fucking tumbler, that glass tumbler he was drinking out of, that shit hasn't seen a fucking Calgon or Dawn or a dishwasher. And I don't know, the shit was so dirty, it was cloudy. And he was drinking some fucking shit out of there. And someone said, well, maybe that's just the weed ash on the bottom of the glass. No, it was inside the glass. Every time this motherfucker close up, you could see his fucking Adam's apple bob up and down every time he took a swig of that shit. And dude, the sediment, it was going down his fucking gullet. Every time he took a swig, there was less sediment at the bottom of that fucking disgusting thing he was drinking out of. And this motherfucker wants to call my room, my messy room, nasty? Oh, motherfucker. He didn't even have the good sense to put the camera up high so we couldn't see the fuck. This dude was guzzling down roach shit. It had to have been. What the fuck is wrong with these John Galts, these Jay Princes? I suspect that Jay Prince has had a big influence on John Galt. So John Galt has decided that Jay Prince is the real black man. So he's just let the shit go. It's like John Galt wants to live like Jay Prince. That's all I can figure out. Hey, fuck it. I'm just going to let myself go. I'm going to let my hygiene go. I'm going to let shit. I don't have to wash a fucking glass out. The alcohol will kill the germs. It was fucking disgusting. I might just fucking pull that shit out and show it. Oh man, John Galt, you're a nasty motherfucker. Drinking out of that fucking roach poo filled sediment. Ugh, yuck.
Exactly.
You
can't have.
And that's
need to
not
stop
superiority. That's
thinking
violence.
like a Jay
That's like
Prince.
saying, "Hey, why are you bringing your
You're
fist to
just
a
Jay
gunfight? Like, be
Prince
so effing
with a
real."
couple
The
rooms
rest of the
sticking
world,
out.
the rest of the world did not have those weapons outside of Asia. The Asians introduced the Europeans to those weapons, and those weapons were then taken to other parts of the world, and they used violence to colonize people, to enslave people. So your
Quick
culture
question.
is
One
definitely a
question.
culture of violence.
One question. Do you
Yeah,
think
if
the
you
people
stop
that white
yelling,
people
I will answer your question.
Quick
Lower
question.
your voice.
Do you think the people that white people colonized did not fight?
I don't like that either. Try again.
They were just not able to technologically advance like other civilizations.
No.
And didn't adopt their
Nope.
systems because they weren't able
Nope.
to do it. So
Nope.
keep crying.
Yeah, no. I bet you can't name anything out of something that is rooted in violence, all right, or rooted in hate that white
Rooted
people
in
created.
violence. What
What
why
did
is
white
it
people
rooted in
create?
violence? It's rooted in technological progress. It's rooted in Christianity. It's rooted in science. Like
No,
Christians
it's not.
literally invented science. What are you talking about?
Sir.
The scientific method was invented by Catholics, madam. Like, I don't know. Like modern
have
technology
white people-
comes from Europe. Europe
No.
literally
Are you
dominated
serious?
this world.
Are you
Wait,
you're
why
really
do you
serious?
think
You
Europe
never
was
heard
able to
of
conquer
Mali? You never
Africa,
so you never
only
heard of
losing
Timbuktu.
4,000 soldiers.
Hey,
And by the
are
way,
you serious? So you
the
think that
places
win
that
a
were
war?
colonized,
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up!
the
Stop
places
talking
that
over
were
me.
more
I don't like
colonized
it.
are better off. People were able to create a better system for those people, and you can't.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. Yo, I get to choose my peace. Yeah, I know that, right?
Sorry, I was in the kitchen and I heard this moron say that the scientific method was invented by Catholics. It was invented by Protestants. You do know that the Catholic Church, fucking Copernicus, Galileo, the Catholic Church fucking, they weren't big fans of the scientific method. Nothing galls me more than white supremacists who don't know anything about their Western culture or European history. And I was looking at something that Chris M said. Good to see you, Chris M. I didn't say hello. Good to see you there, bud. So let's see, Stanley, you can't be whiter than brave and a real black man at the same time. You're confused. Dude, I don't consider Be Brave white, and I certainly don't consider him like the pinnacle of like European culture. He will tell you himself that he's a fucking bottom feeder. What he doesn't tell you is that he was lucky. You know, if you sweep floors for 70 years, you will have Social Security and build outhouses. Hey, you know what? This is the greatness of America. Bottom feeders like Be Brave can eat and afford internet.
Right? This is my juke joint. Is it not my juke joint? It's mine. Okay, it is my juke joint. I get to choose my piece. I'm not going to deal with a petulant 22-year-old who has no impulse control. I'm just not doing it. I refuse to do it. I'm not doing it. Fuck that. Nope. Not on this Friday. Not on this Friday. One thing I do not have to be on a Friday, all right, is bothered by a subpar white person. I do not have it. And also white people, all right, I do implore you. I implore you, all right, to learn what whiteness actually is, the construct of it. Seriously. Like, learn what it is. Stop going to black people to teach you what it is. Read a book. Read a book. All right. Ashby. Yes, it is Ashby. You get it. Okay, guys, let's keep doing all of the good things. Tap, tap, tap that screen. Share the live. Share it. Well, like within reason. Don't do too much. You know how I am. Okay. Also, let's go ahead and work on the high bears and get those up out of the way. Also, shout out to Sean for the $5 over on the tube. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sean said, veteran looking out, Queen E, doing the good work. Your biggest fan. Big love to you. Oh, thank
Are you barbecuing the pig yet?
Stanley, why you don't want to hear Mike out, but you got this tough guy up here, you hear him out. You should just hear Mike out. He's making some good points.
Whoa. Don't ask a question to keep talking. Let me answer the question. I think more of Tough Guy than I do Mike 123. He knows how to get back up on this panel. Plus, he said he wasn't coming back up. So you need to go, you need to go down to the chat and talk to Mike 123.
I was just asking a question.
Okay, dude. You're done with question time. If Mike wants to come up, you and the other people who are fans of Mike 123 need to do a pep rally or a bake sale or whatever you need to do. It's $300 for Mike to ever come up to this panel. It's firm, can't be negotiated. Any other dumb questions?
Well, don't you think that's wrong? Because if he
No, I don't think it's wrong. If I thought it was wrong, I wouldn't be doing it.
But when he's come up here,
I don't give a fuck. I know. Did you hear what my terms are, JB Smith?
Yeah, but you won't let me finish.
Okay, well, no, up. All I needed was the yeah. I don't need anything after the yeah.
But you asked me a question. At least let me finish my question.
No, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Dude, wow, dude.
Yes, wow, dude. $300. Mike dug his own pit. Let him roast in it.
Mike was telling nothing but the truth.
Well, you know what? Then so be it.
Wow, dude.
He can tell the truth in the chat.
But you asked the man a question
Hey,
and then you cut him off.
truth. Okay, answer the question since it's burning in your little heart.
You asked him, he get on here and then you ask him a question and then when he start talking, you want
What was
to
the
cut him
question
off
I
and cut
asked
them
him,
out.
JB Smooth? What was the question that got you so
No, I'm saying
up in
you do it
arms?
all the time. When he's on your panel, you ask
Damn it, I
him
do
something
it.
and then you
But
cut
guess
him off
what?
and cut them out.
I will not be able to do it anymore. You want to know why I can't do it anymore?
And what is the reason?
Because to do it again, it will cost Mike $300, or I can not do it for free.
Stanley, you taking it too hard on that man.
I don't give a fuck.
That's wrong, dude.
Hey, if it's wrong, so be it. Any other, now that you're his lawyer, any other thing before
I'm not a
start this
lawyer.
video?
I'm just saying what's right is right, wrong is wrong, and you're wrong.
I do not give a fuck. Let me go ahead and say it up front. I am doing Mike wrong, but Mike mentioned $300. Mike wants to talk shit. Mike, if you want to come up to this panel, I don't care if I'm wrong. I'm gleefully wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. But to prove it, to prove, motherfucker, now I'm not asking you. Now, let me tell you, JB, for Mike to come up here, he knows the price, and I don't give a fuck what you think or Mike thinks or anyone else. The price is the price. Now you go do a hootenanny. You go do your pig picking, raise some money, bake sale, whatever you have to do. But for Mike to come back up on this panel, I've already stated the price. And actually,
so what did he do wrong to you?
He just, motherfucker, why does it matter? Why does it matter to you now? Where were you when Mike was acting the fool in the chat? You should have told him, Mike, don't do that. Why don't you get your dumb ass? I need you to get your Mike dick sucking dumb ass into the chat and ask Mike these questions.
See, look how you talk to people. I'm a man. Do it look like I
motherfucker? You are JB Smooth on this panel.
But I don't suck dick. I don't roll that way, buddy.
Well, then I'll take your word for it. You need to go talk to
It ain't no taking my word for it. I don't do it, buddy.
What I need you to do is stop wasting your time trying to change my mind. You need to go and raise some money if you want to see Mike on this panel. Now,
so your feelings hurt about something, Stanley? That he said?
Oh no. The only feeling I have is Mike needs to be a man of his $300 word.
But you don't hear him out. What you gonna do when you get it? You gonna ask him something, and then when he start talking, you ain't gonna do nothing but cut the man off.
You know what? It's just $300 to pay. It's extra if you want me to be nice. Kick in an extra $100 and we might give him 100 minutes. But motherfucker, you're not changing my mind. I'm going back to the video.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you. Yeah, draw some hearts in the chat for Sean. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. That is so sweet. All right, guys, with that being said, Sean kicked us off with that $5 dono. So we are now at, I did that math all wrong. We're at 145. Name, PayPal, and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9@gmail.com. And if you voted for Donald Trump, get in the box. Go ahead and request up. Because why not? Request up. And, hey, have a conversation. Like, what are you guys doing? Or go ahead and request up. Anywho, yeah. So the Senate
You
went
just
back
don't like being
today
wrong.
to
That's what
vote
the
on
problem
a
is.
continuing resolution, guys, and they didn't pass it. All right, which is expected. Simply because of the fact that the Democrats again are standing on business, as stated before. The Democrats are. I don't like when people say "let me up" because it means you came here to be a chaos agent. All right, so exercise some patience. I don't trust people that say "let me up."
Stanley, you don't like being
So,
wrong?
anywho, yeah. So the Democrats finally have gotten a backbone and have decided that they are not going to pass the continuing resolution without the ACA subsidies being protected, extended, without those being extended. And I think that is fair. That is fair. It's going to force the Republicans to come to the table and actually work.
Oh, I'm sorry.
on
What
a
were you saying?
resolution.
I stepped away from my computer to make a
I
sandwich.
said you don't like being wrong on anything.
Oh no, who likes being wrong? That's why I'm never wrong.
Well, you are wrong on most parts, buddy.
No, I don't.
I think you confused.
Okay, let me speak. I don't like being wrong. That's why I'm never wrong.
That nigga said
So
confused.
JB,
fuck you,
dude.
tough girl.
Okay, before you pick a fight you can't win, don't. Let me tell you right now, JB. You can use all the little backwoods mind tricks you want to, but I'm not Gomer Pyle. Your buddy Mike is Gomer Pyle.
No, I'm just standing up for what's
No,
right.
motherfucker, do not interrupt me when I'm talking. What the
I'm just
fuck is
standing
wrong
up
with
for
you?
what's right.
Hey,
And you don't like
motherfucker,
to
I
be
will
wrong.
say what the fuck I want to say uninterrupted. Don't do that. I am not wrong. Mike is an asshole and he will spend or collect, do a church plate, whatever the fuck he's got to do, bake sale, pig picking, whatever he's got to do. Do a fucking GoFundMe. But $300 if he ever graces my panel again. And hey, I don't like being wrong. That's why I never am. And Mike, oh look, it's Mike trying to get up to the panel. You know the rules. And dude, I might just double it if JB Smooth fucks with me one more time. Dude, you better fucking know thyself. I'm not wrong on this one. So stop talking smoke, son. JB, you're back.
Yeah, I
Got
see it.
more to say?
Nah, I ain't gonna say nothing.
Good.
Because
That
I
is
see you
why.
in your little feelings.
That is very
But
wise.
you trying to paint the wrong narrative on mine.
I love how smart you are.
Shut up, tough girl.
Dude, you know what? Say tough girl one more time so you can join Mike in the back. Now, I'm going to go finish making my sandwich. Tough guy, you know what? Just go ahead and teach JB Smooth that back-asswards country fucks never win.
So would you call me?
What you say? What you say, boy?
Would you call me?
I called you tough girl.
JB Smooth, huh?
No, JB, what it look like?
JB Smooth.
Hey, I ain't heard you talk since I got up here, but all of a sudden you want to talk to me?
So you're a comedian?
No.
Yeah, you a funny ass nigga.
Is you a comedian?
Yeah, JB Smooth, you're a comedian.
I bet you look funny.
Yeah.
I bet you look funny as shit. I bet you got bifocals.
Yeah.
But I don't want to talk to you. You sound slow.
Yeah.
Where is that boy go?
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want it with me, sir.
What you say, boy?
Yeah, that's
Well, you got why you jump in our conversation anyway?
I was just laughing at your dumb
But
ass.
I don't want to hear you laugh when I'm talking to him.
I can laugh at whatever the fuck I want, nigga. I'm a grown ass man. Who the fuck is you?
You stay in your place.
Yeah, no, stay in your place, little girl.
To a grown man talking, you stay in your place.
Shut your little bitch ass up, homie. You don't know me like that.
Listen,
You better go brush your teeth, nigga, before you fix your mouth come talking to me, nigga.
I'm just saying,
Fucking
you just jumped in two grown man
Yeah, nigga, go
conversations
put some
for no
deodorant
apparent
on before
reason.
you come hollering at me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Get some money in your bank account, nigga.
You just started talking to two grown men
Yeah, nigga, shut your
without
bitch ass
nobody's
up, nigga,
business.
because you don't know who you fucking talking to. Pussy.
Shit.
Yeah.
All right, just be
Go brush
quiet,
your
boy.
teeth, nigga, before you
Be
talking
quiet.
with your dirty ass. You stinking
Shut up and be
motherfucker.
quiet.
Yeah, now I'm slow, huh? Yeah,
Yeah.
shut your ass up, nigga.
Well,
Shut up, boy.
let me make one
Let me make
observation
one
here.
thing clear real quick,
Okay,
Stanley.
let me put your
Let me
dumb
make
ass
one.
to the back. Okay, what dumbass doesn't remember is that I said I'm going to finish my sandwich. Tough guy. See, these little, what is it with these back asswards white country fucks? What the
I don't know what the
fuck
hell
is
wrong with him, bro.
wrong with him?
He don't even know who he talking to, Stanley.
Well, I don't think he understands shit. He doesn't understand himself. Like I literally said tough guy, and this motherfucker acts like you butted into the conversation. What the fuck is wrong with him? You know what? All I have to say is JB, with all due respect, Mike 123 is in the back. I don't see $300 in my fucking Cash App. He doesn't know, he thinks that I'm kidding. You need to
So why is this so much?
okay, you need to be in the back with
Why
Mike.
don't you pay it, you broke motherfucker?
Maybe hey, it's because Mike said $300. I'm just
Bitch ass
going with
nigga.
that poor motherfucker. The motherfucker talked bigger than the gap in his fucking bank account, and I'm going to hold him to it. What a dick. This motherfucker thinks that I'm John Gall. Dude, I don't give a fuck if you never come back up on this panel, Mike. And JB, you need to talk to your boy Mike. So let me again start this video. She's more entertaining than both of you, JB and fucking Mike.
So I think it's fair. Am I happy about it? No, because Donald Trump is going to use this to fire thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of workers. However, I mean, it's going to save people their insurance. So sometimes we do have to do what's right. But we have a lot of activity going on over on the tube. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Feisty, for sending out those 5 memberships. Thank you so much, love. Niels, Eden, Rainy in the Desert, Cherie, Lude, and T. You all received a membership from Feisty. Awesome. Thank you so much, Feisty. Drop some hearts in the chat for Feisty. And drop major, like massive hearts in the chat for Jonna for the $50 super chat over on the tube. Jonna said, today was hard because of white culture and their need to try to stay in power. I know that's right. I'm an environmental scientist, and with the government shutdown, it's going to harm our country beyond belief because they don't believe in climate science. Love you, Erica. Love you more, Jonna. And I'm definitely sorry that this is all happening. I really do wish there was something that we all could do, like right in this moment, to, you know, help each other, you know, try to make sense of what's going on and to even stop this madness that's happening, y'all. Like, just big hugs to you, Jonna. Seriously, big hugs to you. Because we're not going to get anywhere by being deniers. We're not going to be able to have any type of progress in this society, in this world, if we deny that we actually have an impact on climate. We do. We just do. All right. We're not going to get anywhere if we keep denying that racism and systematic oppression is real. So there's that. We're not going to get anywhere by denying that Donald Trump and his administration solely wants a fucking working class in this country, and they want to be the rich guys that benefit All right. We need to start facing reality. Stop living in this world of delusion. All right. Just because you think that everything is okay with you right now. All right. You need to look at the bigger picture. Think big, bitch. Think big. All right. So with that being said, guys, keep tapping the screen, sharing the live. And I think I just saw something else come through. So I got to take a look there. But let's see here. And if you voted for Donald Trump, get in the box. And if your name is Quandale, I'm not going to let you up. So there's that. Okay. Anywho. Hey, Feisty. Thank you so much for the $40. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. Guys, I have to do math. This is me doing math. All right. That is so awesome. Guys, if I'm doing my math right, that was 90. All right. So that actually puts us at 55. So we're now just $55 away from our daily donation goal. Thank you all so very much, guys. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Drop some hearts in the chat for Feisty, y'all. I need to see hearts. What hearts at, y'all? What hearts? And again, if you voted for Trump, go ahead and request up. So let's see here. I don't think this person is a Trump supporter. 45, 47. Is this man taking a poop?
Bruh. On your phone.
Black, do you know that you're here? Hey, yo. Black. He doesn't know that he's here. All right, he's trying to go bye-bye, which is understandable. I dropped him down. All right. SJ, please. SJ, no. No, SJ, no. All right, let's see here. Okay. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Keep doing all of the good things. Hi, Dame. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I like him.
No, but you like him. So who did you vote for?
I'm from Australia. Oh yeah, no, hey, guess what? You've still got 1,200 days of Trump being in office. So how does that make you feel? Are you gonna still?
Boo. Go find some kangaroo fascists to love or something. I don't know. Get your own fascists, you Vegemite. Anywho, tap the screen, guys. Tap the screen. Share the live. Keep doing all of the good things.
I'm
All
liking
of
this
the good
girl.
things. That was weird. I live in Australia and I like your fascism. Hey, mate. I don't know. I don't know how Australians talk. I don't do accents. I'm really bad at them. Yes, the Vegemite, because that's all I could think of. Anywho, guys. If you voted for Trump, go ahead
Mike,
and request up. Get in the box.
I told
We
you
were talking
how to
about
come
something.
back
Yeah,
up.
we were talking
Your
about Medicaid and
respect.
then not
Let me
Medicaid, but the
stop this
ACA.
because I need to make sure, Mike, your respect is not what I asked you for to come up on this panel. I don't give a fuck if you respected me. $300, Mike. That is the respect I need from you. What you need to do is pay for your respect.
Y'all remember yesterday we asked that man about the Affordable Care Act and he said he didn't know much about it. And then I was like, well, do you know what Obamacare is? And he was like, yeah, I know about Obamacare. There's that. That was so emblematic of a fucking Trump supporter. It was insanity. Just outrageous. Yes, have mercy, Dr. Steele. It was a lot. I was like, this cannot be real. You know what, guys? If I liked rewatching my lives back, I would clip so much. Should I start clipping the lives? Because we have some fun moments over here. I just don't clip them. Let me know. Let me know in the chat if I should. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. What do you say this person is? Is he raging in my comments? You say, but you are being, how am I being racist towards Australians? Do you? I don't think
Really?
you know what racism is.
Holy cow.
Which is, you're an idiot. I'm not doing this. I'm not even gonna. Nope.
See, this is, you know what? It is refreshing to see a younger person not have patience with this bullshit. So shout out to this young lady. I am very impressed. So anyway, this show is growing long in the tooth. We are at 6.5 hours, and you know, no $300 to bring Mike back up. What is wrong with you people? I thought Mike was like really popular on this show. And let me just go ahead and do a last call. If you want to see Mike up on this panel, it is literally $300. And maybe what I ought to do is put like a mic count. As a matter of fact, that's what I'll do. So far, there are $0 to bring Mike up to this panel. And, we made this arrangement about an hour ago. And so far, let me put up, maybe that's the reason. Maybe I need to put up my Cash App banner. So my Cash App is in the crawl, the banner at the very bottom that's scrolling. So far, $0 in my Cash App to bring Mike back. The goal is $300. And let me just add that to the banner. Let's just do this, just so we're all clear. So ... bring Mike 123 to the panel. Donation count is all right. Well, now that I've done all that I can to raise the money for Mike 123, so let's go ahead and show it. At the end, bring Mike 123 to the panel. Donation is I said 00. Let me amend this. Unfortunately, I think quicker than I type or can type, apparently. So the donation, $300 donation goal. Let's make a donation goal. Here's 300. ... So far, $0. All right. Well, let's get this. Let's start the marathon, folks. Bring Mike 123 to the panel. Donation goal is $300. So far, 000. So that's where it stands. Don't know how you're going to come back on this panel, Mike. Oh, yeah. I'm going to take the joke way too seriously, Mike. And literally, you said you weren't coming up. You said something like $300. So now, actually, you made the joke. I'm just repeating a very good joke that you made. So we are going to listen to a little bit more of this. Actually, there was a closing GLOD video. I'll play this while I find that video. And
because the truth is,
we have about
options are few.
Half an hour left.
And that's what I was wondering.
I am out of here.
How did Australians become a race? Like seriously, like when did that happen? And guess what, Dame? You're likely racist against Aboriginals. So there's that. Any fucking who. I gotta stop cursing because we gotta protect the live. Keep doing all of the good things, guys. Let's go ahead and knock out the high bears. We're halfway there. Also, let's get these likes up to 100,000 likes. All right. If we don't get a Trump supporter up in here, I promise I'm gonna go bother my friends. I will bother my friends. All right. What? Okay. Let's see here.
I just want to say you look so Oh no, I'm not turning on my camera. Maybe
Oh,
turn the.
I did that just in case you came up here with your camera on. I was like,
I'm
oh, turn
up
that bitch
here.
off.
Nah, turn me off. Like I
No,
don't
don't
want to
don't
be shaming myself. Okay.
decline it. No, you don't have to show your face, love. You can turn it off.
Well,
I got you. What's up?
Okay, I just want to say first off, you look beautiful. Like
Thank
I'm
you.
loving the hot. Like you look cutie. Like you are a beautiful looking girl. Okay, I
Thank you.
am a Trump supporter.
Oh my
Mhm.
gosh.
I
Why?
know because you know why? Because he wasn't a corrupt politician.
He
And
wasn't
he
a
said,
corrupt politician?
yeah, he wasn't. He had it. I thought he had his own friggin' money. He was problematic. I like that. I like to
Damn.
shake the devil when I don't know how to fucking speak. I don't want to. Would you want to go to a dance hall where the devil is taking you out for a twirl? I want to shake this shit up. That's why I'm a Trump supporter.
No, I
Because I
like to
felt
shake
like
the
that was
devil
his
off.
job.
Shake the devil
No,
off.
no,
You gotta
baby.
shake the
Mm-mm.
devil off. Shout out to Big Crit.
No, I was
KRIT.
thinking of a different. I'm kind of like, I'm thinking you're shaking him off some other way. So,
Shake the devil off.
words
Can't
are.
have that devil on me. Mm-mm. Can't have it.
But I'm going to say,
Mm-hmm.
like, I thought, like, because look, I'm not going to get into anybody others, like, people's, like, everybody has a dog in the fight, okay? And some
Mm-hmm.
people get really emotionally attached to their dog. I don't think there's one motherfucker in this world where, like there's a humanitarian aid being lifted above Mr. Trump, right? But I don't think there is one human that was attached to Mr. Trump. He just became the person for the people because it's just the way it is. Like, I know he's ignorant and he said some things, but wouldn't you like to hear that? Like, imagine this. People call him racist and all this shit. Was Joe Biden not white? And what did Joe Biden do? Bullshit. He done fucking nothing. He didn't do a fucking thing. He also said to Charlemagne the God, "You're not black if you don't vote for me." Didn't he say that? That's
He said all of
racist.
that.
Like that. So please God, put the real one. And so people know what they're dealing with. There's no hidden agenda. You know what
There's
you're
no
fucking
hidden
getting. That's
agenda
a wild
whether.
fact.
None. Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
No
What
hidden
do you
agenda.
know?
No.
I know, Gina.
Hey, I have a question. I have a question.
Okay, yeah.
Do you know that before Donald Trump became president, that he had over 4,000 lawsuits filed against him? Did you know that?
I want to
Yes or
ask
no?
you this. Did you know
No.
that
I have a question. I asked you a question.
I didn't know that, babe. And I'll
Okay.
tell you
I got
this.
another
I'm
question.
a
I got
Trump
another
supporter.
question.
I pledge allegiance to
But
nobody. I don't even pledge allegiance to Donald Trump. Donald Trump was almost shot, wasn't he? I'm a
well, I
Republican,
don't
not a
talk.
conservative, babe.
I don't talk
That's what
about that part. Also, use
I know,
TikTok
but
friendly
we
language.
have to
But
establish a
hey. One
difference.
moment. I have a question for you. I got another question for you. How many?
Mm-hmm.
How many?
I don't know. You educate me, please, and
How
start
many?
talking and speak. I want to hear. Talk
How
that shit.
many?
I
How many
didn't
have
vote
you
for Donald
had?
Trump because I thought he was God's savior.
Have you been
I voted
drinking?
for that man because he was an asshole. Because he
Dharma.
pissed me off. Everything he
Dharma,
said.
have you been
Tell me-
drinking?
No.
You haven't been drinking? This is you without
And I
any
took some
libations?
Xanax. I did take some Xanax. So I'm a bit chilled.
You're a bit chill. Okay, I get it. All right, you gotta go. Okay, all right. We're not doing that shit. Okay. Nope. Slayer, you can't come up here no more. I am thoroughly disappointed in you, young man, and yeah, you can't come up here no more. So there's that. Thoroughly disappointed. Anywho, guys, keep tapping the screen, sharing a live. Let's keep doing all other good things. I was not going to take advantage of that lady in that state. I knew she had to be on something. I just didn't know what it was. So I wasn't going to take advantage of her in that state. So there's that. Okay. So I chose not to do it. I did. I chose not to. Anywho, if you did vote for Donald Trump, go ahead and get in the box and let's have a debate. Let's go ahead and talk about, why you still support Donald Trump. And try to stick currently. Why do Trump supporters always want to talk about the past? Or why do they always want to say, what about Biden? Like, what are we doing? No one cares about Biden. Biden's not the president. Also, all right, I do care about Kamala Harris, but not in the sense that you all do because she's not the president. All right. Anywho, with that being said, big shout out to, make sure I don't say your name. I didn't. Okay. Big shout out to Patricia for the $10. Thank you so much, Patricia. Drop some hearts in the chat, y'all. Drop some hearts in the chat. All right, we are now just $45 away from our daily donation goal. Pay links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle. Everything with Erica9@gmail.com, guys. And oh shit, Starch Knitting. Why do I like that name? Starch, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, bro. Starch said, how does the small government party cheer on troops in American streets, suppression of free speech, and ICE literally ripping kids from their bedrooms at night and throwing an 80-year-old business owner down? How? How is that not government overreach? Y'all, drop some hearts in the chat for Starch for dropping that on us, because that is a word. How? You're supposed to be the party of limited government, yet you want to be involved in every facet of our lives. And as supporters of MAGA, you all are literally opening your doors. You're opening the doors to your homes, to your bedrooms, to your jobs, to every friggin' thing for the Trump administration to control. And you're okay with it. You're okay with it. But President Obama wanted to make sure everyone could have health care, and you called him a fucking fascist. Think about it. Do y'all remember that? They called him a...
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me, Mike. Make sure you support the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open and always willing to accept donations. And to contribute, my Cash App, no need to start a GoFundMe. Cash App is in the banner scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And everyone, make sure you hit the like button. To Chris M's point, he says a lot of people would like to talk to me. Well, tell them to come over to the channel, subscribe, hit the link, and then we will talk. But I'm not going to be nice for the sake of being nice. And Mike, you are in a pickle. You won't be coming up here until I see my $300. So that could be forever. It could be never. I'm prepared to live without the pleasure of talking to you. JB, no need to come up. I'm going to be out of here in about 20 minutes. So as a matter of fact, let's see. This is about 12 minutes. We'll go ahead and do this closing, and then I'll pick up with this young lady maybe tomorrow or Monday, because I am actually enjoying her show. Maybe I'll just listen to her off air. That's even better. So we will listen to Dr. Eddie Glaude. And Dr. Eddie Glaude is brought to you by the sponsors, the actual sponsors of today's show, of which Mike is not one of them, because apparently he's not willing to put his money where his mouth is. And that's okay, Mike. We don't need your money, and we sure as shit don't need your mouth. Whew, the boy is stupid. So let's see. Let's see here. Let us show this Eddie Glaude and the whole Saturday show brought to you by Black Knight, Lupin Reiking, the CKJ3, also known as the Admiral, and Mr. DiCapriono. Salute to the sponsors of the Saturday show. We will show Dr. Eddie Glaude, and then we will make our graceful exit. And I'll go to Miss T's panel, Mike. She'll let you make a fool of yourself.
The backdrop of what would be the Watts riots, against the backdrop of the promise of...
And the volume is low. You'll have to turn up your volume if it's not good.
Of what would happen just a month later, just a year later, in June of '66, when Stokely Carmichael Kwame Ture declares Black Power. Baldwin offers this account. And in this account, he's insisting that white America refuses to confront its past. It refuses to confront, right, what it has done and how those actions have shaped right? The way in which white Americans see themselves and the way in which they see others, the way in which the past shapes, disfigures, distorts the very sense of self, and how the evasion, in interesting sorts of ways, generates monstrous consequences. There's a passage that I know I shouldn't be reading to you because you've read it before, and it's only 1,500 words. Ebony, the editor of Ebony, asked Baldwin to write it at the last minute, paid him about $1,000, and Baldwin turned it around pretty quickly. But there's this line, this paragraph that I read over and over again, that's at the heart of my work and the heart of the way in which I think about history and the problems that we confront in this country right now as we see and feel and experience the reassertion of the lie. Baldwin said, history, as nearly no one seems to know, is not merely something to be read. And it does not refer merely or even principally to the past. This is on page 722. I know you're there already. To the past. On the contrary, the great force of history comes from the fact that we carry it within us. We carry it within us, are unconsciously controlled by it in many ways, and history is literally present in all that we do. It could scarcely be otherwise, since it is to history that we owe our frames of reference, our identities, and our aspirations. And it is with great pain and terror that one begins to realize this. In great pain and terror, one begins to assess the history which has placed one where one is and formed one's point of view. In great pain and terror, because thereafter one enters into battle with that historical creation, oneself, and attempts to recreate oneself according to a principle more humane and more liberating. One begins the attempt to achieve a level of personal maturity and freedom, which robs history of its tyrannical power and also changes history. In an interview with David Lemming about Henry James's The Ambassadors, Baldwin would equate freedom. He equates freedom with the end of innocence, because there you entered the game and you're willing to face the consequences. Baldwin he invokes personal maturity because he thinks this, shall we say, unhealthy attachment to youthfulness, this unhealthy attachment to being young and innocent, right, blocks the way to reaching for a kind of wisdom that is found, right, in a certain kind of maturity. But he says that as this country evades that hard work, this country, and particularly white people, right, tell themselves a story that flatters them. It's like listening to Donald Trump's speech at the end of the RNC convention or whatever that was, where he invoked this story of a virgin continent and plains. I mean, he had to tell the story of America as some way a redeemer nation, the shining city on the hill, to avoid our contradictions and our failures, to avoid what we've done. And Baldwin writes, people who imagine that history flatters them are impaled on that history like a butterfly on a pin. I love that line. Like a butterfly on a pin. And he says, this is the place in which it seems to me most white Americans find themselves impaled. They are dimly or vividly aware that the history they have fed themselves is mainly a lie, but they do not know how to release themselves from it. And they suffer enormously from the resulting personal incoherence. This history that we tell ourselves, it distorts our character, it disfigures who we are, it blinds us to the human being right in front of us, it flatters us, and it fixes us in the place that we happen to stand. And Baldwin says this is the challenge, because in some ways, right, white Americans believe the history they tell, and Black Americans end up believing it too, believing we deserve our circumstances, believing that we are, in fact, what the world tells us we are. And he says, and in some ways, we believe that insofar as we believe the story that white America tells itself, we believe that that's the only way to secure power. And then that deepens, according to Baldwin in the essay, this sense of fear. Because in this moment, on the eve of cities burning, white Americans fear that Black folk believe that the only way to achieve genuine freedom is to do unto others what has been done to them. So Baldwin is suggesting to white, as he says, white men, hear me, a confrontation with the past, a confrontation with what we have done, what you have done, and what it has done to your sense of self, and how it blinds you to the reality of those in front of you, to the reality of the life that you created, to the reality of the world that you've created. Otherwise, you have reconciled yourself to the monstrous consequences of the lie. There's another moment in the essay that strikes me. And I want to suggest, I at least should mention this. A good friend of mine, Nicholas Bukola, wrote a wonderful book entitled The Fire Upon Us. And he makes the argument, I might be convinced by this, that the essay is actually a response to William Buckley. You know, Baldwin was on open mind with Buckley, and he didn't do so well because Buckley pissed him off so. And Nick thinks that this essay is actually a response to Buckley, and it may very well be true. Buckley would be a clear example of exactly what Baldwin is talking about with regards to a refusal to encounter one's history honestly. But there's another moment in this essay that's really fascinating to me, and it's a moment where Baldwin riffs on W.E. Du Bois's The Veil, the metaphor of the veil, but he translates it as the curtain. Right, as the curtain, and he plays on this curtain in relation to the Iron Curtain, right? And I just wanted to direct your attention to this moment in the piece because I think it's of course an indication of Baldwin's genius, but it's so insightful. He says the American situation is very peculiar, and it may be without precedent in the world. No curtain under heaven is heavier than the curtain of guilt and lies behind which white Americans hide. This is why the first chapter of Begin Again is entitled The Lie. That curtain, he says, may prove to be yet more deadly to the lives of human beings than that iron curtain of which we speak so much and know so little. And he says, the American curtain is color, right? Echoing Du Bois and the souls of black folk. You know, the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line. The American curtain is color, the veil and the color line brought together in this extraordinarily economical sentence. The economy of this sentence is just striking. White men have used this word, this concept, to justify unspeakable crimes, not only in the past, but in the present. One can measure very neatly the white American's distance from his conscience, from himself, by observing the distance between white America and black America. What happens behind the veil? It's not so much us seeing ourselves through the eyes of another, it's what happens to the soul of white folk. To echo an essay Du Bois writes in Dark Water. What is happening to the soul of white folk as they embrace the lie that keeps them, that blinds them from an honest and mature assessment of themselves. The last portion of the essay, so the passage around history, which I love, that we carry it with us, and an honest confrontation with our history, with what we've done, actually sets the stage to release us into a different kind of way of being in the world. Baldwin associates innocence with immaturity and freedom with the end of innocence. Freedom involves the risk to step into life, to take a chance with life, to risk oneself, right? Without the comfort of safety and the illusions and the myths. That's the first part of the essay. The second part of the essay is to shift our focus, it seems to me. He's already done it in the beginning, but he invokes in some ways this rift of the veil called the curtain in order to turn our attention to what is happening, not on the black side of town, on that side of the tracks, but what's happening on the white side of town. What's happening in the souls of those who embrace the lie? What's happening to the character of those who tell the story that flatters them? What happens to the soul of those who are satisfied with being impaled on a pin? But this last section of the essay is when he turns to Henry James's novel, The Ambassadors. You know, many of us who read Jamie, we know that Henry James is an ancestor. We see these Jamesian-like sentences all over Baldwin's over 7,000 page corpus, right? But there's something about The Ambassadors that and what Henry James is exploring in that novel, and that novel defeats me every time I try to complete it, I'll admit it now, is this refusal to see the human being right in front of you. It's this unwillingness to encounter the complexity of the life lived, to seek comfort in the illusions and how that arrests the self. And that last line, jazz musicians know this. What do they know? Right? What do they know? He counsels the young man, Mr. Strather, to live all you can. It is a mistake not to hide behind these illusions. Jazz musicians know this. The old men and women of Montgomery, those who waved and sang and wept and could not join the marching, but had brought so many of us to the place where we could march, know this. But white Americans do not know this. Barricaded inside their history, they remain trapped in that factory to which the sun returns. And we have to bear the burden of that trap. Breonna Taylor's mother has to grieve because she's not getting justice because of this innocence that people cling to like a baby clinging to Similac milk. Baldwin, in this essay, distilled, at least in my view, offers us a clear picture of the terror of history and what it might mean to confront it, to run towards one's fears. And it seems to me something that we need to be reading over and over again in this moment, in this time, where the lie is being reasserted with a kind of ferocity that scares the hell out of me.
Well, folks, this has brought me to the conclusion of this show. And I actually have to say, and don't really care that much about the I don't know, how should I put it? The opinion of those who might have a criticism of me. Watching that heirs property video, it made my day. It reminded me of joy, pride in my ancestry, pride in being a Black man and a successful one at that. Let the John Galts fucking trash their very roots. I choose a different path. I'm proud to be Black. And so we go. Well, Miss Tamika, go over to T's show. I may do a show tomorrow, I may not, because I found a few more heirs property videos. Shit, it just might be all having fun watching Black property owners fight the man. And I don't know. You know, it's been a hard week for me. I had I'm not going to get into it, but a couple deaths and one imminent death in the family. So, you know, I've been kind of so-so all week long. But there's nothing wrong with being Black. And in the words of the great Glenn Lowry, there ain't nothing wrong with Black people. There might be some problems with some Black people, individual Black people. And you know what? One bad John Galt will spoil all Black people if you listen to that rot. So with that, I am out of here. Miss Tamika, I always enjoy having you in the chat and zapping the bad guys. So with that, who knows? I may see you tomorrow if I have something to say. I will definitely see you Monday morning. We'll be back on that news grind. So y'all have a good Saturday.